The gods love to toy with us mere mortals. And every 100 years, we let them. Preface. Fuck the gods. I got so close, so damned close to finally reaching my goal, finally seeing my curse broken, and maybe, just maybe, finally feeling the love of the one man I long for. As I go limp on the blood-soaked ground, all I can think is, what if? What if I hadn't tried to tear down Zeus's temple? What if I hadn't met Hades? What if I hadn't tried to reach for more than this world was willing to offer me? A tear squeezes from the corner of my eye. Then Zeus's feet come into view directly in front of me, probably to finish the job. Honestly, I'd rather go fast than sit here and bleed anyway. Bring it, asshole. 1. A really bad idea. A sizzling zap of electricity snaps directly over Zeus's temple, and I flinch, while the crowd oohs and ahs. People from all walks of life, cultures, and pantheons live in San Francisco, but there's no denying this is Zeus's patron city. I don't need to spare the shrine a glance to know what it looks like. Pristine white stone, with classic fluted columns aglow in purplish-white flashes and sparks, cast by the never-ending arcs of lightning captured above the roof. I shake my head. He is very proud of the lightning thing, this being the only god-powered city in the world. Although, if Zeus is in a pissy mood, well, it tends to affect the lights. I can only imagine how much time those who enjoy uninterrupted power must spend on their knees in that temple. I'd rather live in the dark. We shouldn't be here, I mutter under my breath, as I tick a checkbox on my tablet, then glance around the bustling crowd to try to spot one of our pickpockets moving in and out of the unsuspecting masses. My only job tonight is to observe, which is really all I'm ever asked to do. Observe and record. But of all the piss-poor schemes my boss Felix has come up with over the years, this one ranks right up there with attempting to capture a Pegasus to sell on the black market. That put our den on Poseidon's shit list for years. Yes, den. The name isn't exactly creative, but we're thieves, not poets. I mentally shrug. At least Felix isn't hell's-bent on trying to steal Hades' pomegranate seeds again. Rumor has it Hades isn't as forgiving as Poseidon. Besides, it's not like pledges have a choice in what jobs we do. We were offered as collateral to work off a debt of some sort by our parents, and most thieves look forward to every job we get. Any job is one step closer to clearing the books. Not me, though. I have no debt anymore. I was so young when my family surrendered me to the order. I don't even remember my own birth name. But I'm 23 now, so that was a while ago and not something I like to dwell on. A strobe of light illuminates the low clouds overhead, a heartbeat before a loud crack sets car alarms blaring and babies crying. This time I really jump, but manage to force my gaze to remain straight ahead. Scared of a little lightning, Lyra? Chance, a master thief to my left, chides. He's acting as the drop point for all the lifts tonight, but takes his attention off his job long enough to toss me a condescending smile. Asshole. One of the older thieves in our den, he should have paid off his debt by now, but hasn't. And the fact I'm our den's clerk and know exactly how much he still has to go pisses him off. It also makes me his favorite target. But the best way to deal with his brand of dickhead is to ignore him. So instead, I focus on the unsuspecting, sycophantic multitudes, as more and more crush together at the base of the temple, filling the winding street that circles up the mountain to it. They're all here to get the best view of the opening ceremonies of the Crucible at midnight. The opportunity was too good for Felix to pass up. Perfect for a rash of pickpocketing. Stealing so close to a sacred building is a big risk, but our boss reasoned away hazarding the god's wrath by saying this is both a test for the newest crop of pledges and a chance to rake in one last score before the ceremonies begin. He is going to get someone killed, or worse. Which I guess is why Felix has a lowly clerk, in particular, me, up here babysitting tonight. Given the added danger, he needed someone to keep an eye on things, who would, and I quote, avoid letting anyone anger the gods at all costs, end quote. And he's right. I wouldn't wish the gods' ire on my worst enemy, even Chance. As my old mentor, Felix knows that. In fact, he's the only one who knows exactly why. A small throng of revelers wearing Zeus-themed sweatshirts rushes past me to get higher up the hillside, and a few shoulder-check me to the left, then right, as they muscle their way through the crowd. I deftly use the opportunity to shuffle several feet away from Chance. He really is my least favorite person. I'll still keep an eye on him, in case he gets in danger of upsetting a god, but I can do that from a distance just as easily. When I glance back at him, I let out a sigh. He's no longer sneering at me and has turned his attention to his job again. A young pledge with soft brown curls weaves her way up to Chance and brushes against the sleeve of his overcoat, tossing out a quick, "Excuse me," before scooting by him. Even though it's summer, it's chilly enough that no one looks twice at the master thief's clothing choice, which is good. He needs lots of pockets. I didn't even see the drop, and I was looking closely for it. I'd always hoped one day to become a thief myself, but sadly, I lack one important skill: subtlety. Without a backward glance, the pledge melts into the crowd, no one around us the wiser. Chance slips his hand into a pocket, then frowns. It takes fishing in 2 more pockets before he discovers the loot, which means even he didn't feel the handover. The new pledge is good. Then again, her mentor is the best of us. For a second, I indulge in picturing what it would be like to be out there with her as one of the thieves, rather than back here watching it happen. But that's not my lot in life. I've made my peace with it. At least I've made it this far without starving, ending up in the gutters, getting myself murdered, or worse. I do all right. I even have my own stash of coin tucked away in a place where no one will ever find it. Cold cash, not some numbers on a screen. One day I might just give up this life, and I'll have the means to do it. You'll be even more alone, though. A tiny, doubt-laden voice whispers inside me. I shift on my feet. Yeah, well, maybe I'll get a cat. Or no, a dog. No one can be lonely with a dog, right? I glance toward the iconic Golden Gate Bridge, with its brilliant white Corinthian columns, matching the temple and supported by massive suspension lines. At midnight, they'll close the road to traffic and allow the people piling in to cover it. The bridge stretches from the Minas headlands, where the temple sits across the mouth of the bay, to the dazzling city on the other side. The twinkling lights beckon while the bay itself is black as night, the darkness broken only by the lights of ships floating by. Out of the corner of my eye, I see one of the younger pledges home in on an elderly couple. They're walking hand in hand, obviously in love, and I can't help the tightening in my chest. The woman is struggling to keep up, walking with a cane, and the gentleman shuffles his feet beside her, making each step take twice as long so he matches her pace. She looks up and smiles at him for the gesture, and I know the last thing they need to ruin their night is to realize light fingers have taken a wallet or watch. Before the young thief gets too close, I whistle a signal all pledges know means to stop. So much for just being here to observe and record. Hopefully Felix doesn't find out and punish me for overstepping. She pauses, looks around, and then her face lights up a little, and she waves an eager hand. Not at me, at someone behind me. "Hey, Boone," the pledge calls. She must think he's the one who whistled. I force myself to not immediately turn and look. Boone's is the one face I search for every day, but that's my business. After making a note on the tablet to talk to the girl about not drawing attention while on a job, I let myself peer around and see him off to the left. Boone Runer, master thief, every person's fantasy and every parent's nightmare. And there's nothing I can do to stop my heart from clumsily tripping over itself at the sight of him, especially when he grins at the apprentice, kneeling down to her level and saying something that makes her laugh before they both turn serious. He's probably reminding her about drawing attention. I lower my tablet and take the opportunity to enjoy the view. Well over 6 feet of muscle, brute strength, and a fuck with me and find out air, thanks to, again, the muscles and the recent addition of a scruffy brown beard a shade darker than his hair. Then there's the way he dresses like a biker, lots of jeans and leather. The vibes he gives off aren't a lie either. He can handle himself. To look at him, you'd think he'd be a total dick 24/7. Many of the master thieves, like Chance, are. It's a defense mechanism, survival tactic. But not Boone. It's the way he is with the apprentices, a patient guide, that I like the most. After a second, he sends the apprentice on her way. When he rises to his feet, he searches the area, and my stomach tightens in anticipation. Not that he's looking for me. No doubt he's either trying to find his own apprentice, the first girl who already made her drop, or one of the other master thieves. Despite the fact that he looks right in my direction, Boone's gaze sweeps over where I am. Twice. Then he leaves. I blow out a long, slow breath and watch as he makes his way back through the crowds until I can't see him, and wish for the billionth time my mother's water hadn't broken in Zeus's temple the day I was born, the day I was cursed. 2. It only gets worse. Holy shit! Chance barks a laugh right in my ear. I jump because I had no idea he'd moved closer again, let alone, Hades take the man, right next to me. "I see it now," he says in a sly aside. "Lyra Kiris, are you in love with Boone?" His words drop between me and the rest of the pledges nearby like little bombs, each one exploding in my chest. Direct hits. You'd think I'd be immune by now. But can anyone ever get over wanting to be loved, but being cursed to never be loved in return? If the pain ricocheting in my chest is any indication, the answer to that is a resounding no. Ripples of smothered gasps and murmurs, loud enough to be heard above the constant noise in this sea of people, surge through the pledges, and at least 2 glance in our direction with wide, curious eyes. Don't give him the satisfaction of a reaction. Unbearably aware of our audience, I stare at the tablet in my hands, humiliation crawling over me like ants. Damn him. Escape would be nice, but I can't just run. Weakness will always be exploited. Pulling my pride around me like a familiar, tattered cloak, I cock a hip and offer him my most sugary smile. You have your entire life to be an asshole, Chance. Why not take a night off? A few snickers sound from the pledges, or maybe it's from the total strangers surrounding us, and a vein pulses in his neck. Everything about Chance is pointed, from his nose to the angled cut of his eyebrows, to his cheekbones, to his knees and elbows. Usually his voice matches. Even when he's in a good mood, his speech is sharp and clipped. It's when he goes smooth and sweet, and his pale blue eyes and his paler face get swallowed by his pupils, that you have to watch out. Like now. Do you think he's noticed? His words have an edge to them that makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. No wonder you always find a way to give him the best assignments. You should be farther into the crowd, I say, my jaw tight. I'm standing off to one side, slightly up the incline of the mountain, and step a foot to the left as though to get a better view. Of course, he ignores my attempt at putting some distance between us and steps closer again. Don't worry, he says. I'll be sure to tell him the next time I see him. Who knows? Maybe he'll throw you a pity fuck. It takes a lot not to curl over as I absorb that hit. Oh, gods, I'm starting to tremble. Screw it. I'm not sticking around for this. I mutter, "You're an ass, Chance." Tucking my tablet against my chest like body armor, I walk away, knowing that as the drop man, he can't follow. Nah, I don't think you could ever be anyone's pity fuck, he calls after me. Someone would have to actually care about you enough for that to happen. Every single part of me freezes and then goes blazing hot. Chance might as well have taken out the bow he's so proficient with and sent an arrow straight through my heart. Clean kill in one shot. And he said that so loud. No one within a wide radius could have missed it. I breathe through my nose, chin held high with fake confidence. Without glancing back, I throw Chance the middle finger over my shoulder and force my legs to function and carry me away. I just broke one of the Order's cardinal rules. Never abandon the job when any thieves are still in play. Felix will be pissed. But I don't care. Head down, I keep walking, away from them, away from the crowds, and up the mountainside into a copse of decorative trees that surrounds the temple, where it's blessedly empty and quiet. The second I know I can't be seen anymore, all the starchy pride that got me here disappears, and I sag against a tree, ignoring the knot that digs into my back. No one comes to check on me. Because Chance was right about one thing. I don't have any friends. At least not any who would truly give a shit if I didn't make it back tonight. Worse, Boone is going to hear about this, which means I'll have to face him every single day, knowing that he knows. Worse, knowing that he could never feel the same. Underworld, take me now. I'd even prefer a corner of Tartarus. I swipe away the moisture that manages to escape my stranglehold and glare at the tears on my hand, a few rolling past a thick scar on my wrist. I promised myself a long time ago, after I nearly died from a ruined street scam that ended with my wrist sliced open and not a single person checking on me in the hospital, that my issue was not worth my tears. And yet, here I am. That's it, I mutter. Something's gotta give. Whipping my head around, I glare at the temple sparking above the branches. Fuck Chance. Fuck this curse. And definitely fuck Zeus. I stick my tablet in my jacket pocket and shove off the tree, the burn of anger heaping coals onto my hurt and humiliation, but also filling me with a new sense of driving purpose. One way or another, I'm putting an end to this damn curse. And I'm already in the perfect place to do it. Time to have it out with a god. 3. The last mistake I'll ever make. Raw emotions bubble inside me like a poisonous potion in a witch's cauldron. I haven't entirely decided what I'm going to do when I get to the temple. I'm either going to beg that egotistical fucking god Zeus to remove his punishment, or I'm going to do something worse. One way or the other, my problem will be solved. And unlike earlier, now I don't give a shit that midnight is the start of the crucible, and all the rules that come with the cryptic festival. We mortals know only how the festival begins, how it ends, and how we celebrate in between. They begin with each of the major Olympian gods and goddesses choosing a mortal champion during the rites at the start. The festivities end when some of the mortals selected return. Some don't. The ones who do make it back don't remember a thing, or maybe they're too scared to talk about it. And the ones who don't, well, their families are showered in blessings, so it's supposedly an honor to be chosen either way. Regardless, mortals have been throwing this festival every 100 years, since what feels like the dawn of time, everyone hoping they'll be chosen by their favored god. What can I say? Humans are foolish. Zeus is probably in his heavenly city on Mount Olympus, busy preparing for the start of the selection ceremony. But I'm having it out with him right now. It can't wait. I just need to get his attention is all. Luckily, everyone knows the one thing Zeus is most attached to in our world: his fucking temple. Adrenaline pumps in my veins as I hurry through the trees. The temple is already cordoned off, but at least I've got enough thief training to be able to get around the barriers with no one noticing. I skirt past a row of perfectly manicured bushes and approach the place from the back, where I'm less likely to be seen. The arcs of lightning overhead fill the air this close to the temple with charged electricity, masking the sounds of my footsteps as the hairs on my arms stand on end like toy soldiers. I should take that as a warning. I don't. I keep going. Staring at the pristine columns surrounding the walled-off inner temple rooms in the center, I try to formulate a plan. Praying and begging first would be the smart move. But now that I'm standing here, alone in the dark, with my hands clenching and unclenching at my sides, every unbearable, excruciating millisecond of misery caused by Zeus's curse flashes through my head. I'm shaking so hard with a vile concoction of anger and heartache and mortification that I rock on my feet. But the worst part of all is that maybe, for the first time ever, I admit to myself how fucking lonely I am. I've never known what it's like to whisper secrets to a friend, or hold someone's hand, or have someone to just sit with me when I'm feeling low. We wouldn't even have to talk. And in a haze, almost as if I'm watching myself from the outside, I search the ground around me and grab a rock. Cocking my arm back, I go to hurl it at the nearest column. Only a hand clamps around my wrist mid-throw, and I'm jerked back against a broad chest. Strong arms encircle me. I don't think so, a deep voice says in my ear. I forget every self-defense technique drilled into me and instead thrash against my captor's hold. Let me go! I'm not going to hurt you, he says. And for some reason, I believe him. Doesn't mean I don't want to be free, though. I have shit to deal with. I said, I grit out each word, let me go! His grip tightens. Not if you're going to hurl rocks at the temple. I don't feel like dealing with Zeus tonight. Well, I do! I kick out, trying to twist away. He's an asshole. I get it. Trust me. My captor mutters in a low voice. But if I thought throwing a tantrum would change that, I'd have brought that temple down with my bare hands years ago. It's not just the words. Something in his tone makes me still in his arms, almost as though the two of us are sharing the same emotion, the same anger. The feeling steals my breath, and I find myself leaning back, reveling in the moment, as if, for the first time in my life, I don't feel utterly alone. Is this what it's like to connect with someone? Crickets chirp in the distance, their slow cadence in sync with his even breaths. In sync with mine now, too, I realize. If I let you go, do you promise not to attack a defenseless building again? He asks softly. No, I admit, and I feel a sigh rumble in his chest, so I add, that fuckhead doesn't deserve any prayers. Careful. His voice wobbles. Is he laughing? Why? I ask, a surprising grin spreading across my lips, when only a few seconds ago I was ready to throw down with a god. You worried someone might want to hit me with a bolt of lightning while I'm in your arms? Talk like that could win a few hearts. His voice is soft, his breath rustling the hair at my ear. I go stiff against him, my chin falling to my chest. Highly unlikely, I mutter at the ground. Zeus made sure no one can ever love me. A gaping hole of silence greets my bitterness. My interfering do-gooder drops his arms and takes a step back, probably worried curses are contagious. I immediately miss his warmth and shove my hands in my pockets. He trails off as if considering his words. Find that hard to believe. I'm so desperate to escape this whole scene, the change in his tone doesn't entirely penetrate as I round on him. Listen, I'm fine now. You can move on. The rest of my words wither on my lips. If I went dead still earlier, I might as well have looked Medusa in the eyes now. The only thing about me that moves is the blood pumping through me so hard and fast, my ears thrum. My mind races to make sense of what my eyes are telling me. Oh no, this can't be happening. Suddenly, it's as if all the emotions that drove me here like a banshee with a bone to pick blow themselves out, leaving me empty. I finally felt a smidgen of connection with someone, and I did come up here to have it out with a god, just not this one. Even in the dark, only illuminated by constant strobes of lightning, I can see the perfection of his sculpted face, with its hard jaw, a high brow, dark eyes, and lips almost too pretty for his otherwise harsh features, as a clue of what he is. Only the gods and goddesses boast that kind of beauty. But it's the pale lock that curls up off his forehead into the blackness of the rest of his hair that gives him away. Every mortal knows the story of how his brother tried to kill him once by taking an axe to his head while he slept, but only succeeded in leaving a scar that changed his hair in that one spot. Unmistakable, not to mention unforgettable, and extremely unfortunate for me. Tangling with this god is so much worse than my original plan. Run! The instinct finally punches through me, urging me to make my legs move. But there's no point. Besides, the instinct to freeze in place is stronger. I'm afraid one of us shouldn't be here, I quip, my mouth always filling in for my brain when I'm nervous. Not helping, Lyra. I'm also not entirely wrong. What is he doing at this particular temple? He says nothing, standing with his arms crossed, taking me in the same way I did him, only with a tension that fills the air with more electricity than Zeus's lightning. I know what he sees. A slip of a woman with short raven hair, a smallish face, pointed chin, and cat-like eyes. My one vanity. They are deep green with a darker outer ring and gold at the center, fringed by long black lashes. Maybe if I bat them at him? Except beguiling is not in my list of skills, so I nix that thought. He's still staring. There's an intensity to him that sets me more on edge with every passing second, every part of me prickling. Silence fills the gaps between us for so long that I reconsider running as an option. Do you know who I am? He finally asks. His deep voice would be smooth, except for the harsh growl at the bottom of it, like a silky, still lake broken by ripples from something under the surface. Is he serious with that question, though? Everyone knows who he is. Should I? Holy hells, stop popping off, Lyra. The god's eyes narrow slightly at my flippant response. Face assuming a hard cast, he takes 2 slow, long strides directly into my space. Do you know who I am? Everything inside me shrivels like my body already knows I'm dead anyway and is just getting a head start. Fear has a taste I'm more than familiar with. Metallic in the mouth, like blood. Or maybe I just bit my tongue. The gods have punished mortals for much less than what I've done and said so far tonight. My entire body quivers. Merciful gods. Hades, I swallow. You are Hades, the god of death and king of the underworld himself. And he does not look happy. 4. Beautiful, teasing death. Hades' barely there smile turns condescending. Was that so hard? It's too deliberate, like he's decided to play this a different way. Only that makes no sense. But gods don't have to make sense, I guess. Drawing the notice of any of them is a bad idea. They are capricious beings who might curse you rather than bless you depending on their mood and the way the breeze is blowing. Especially this one. Now let's talk about what you think you were doing, Hades says. I frown, confused. I thought you already, and with the crucible starting tonight even. He continues in a disappointed voice, as if I hadn't spoken. I sigh. Do you want an apology before you smite me or something? Most would fall to their knees before me, beg for my mercy. He's toying with me now. I'm a mouse, he's a cat, and I'm his dinner. I swallow hard, trying to force my heart back down my throat. I'm pretty sure I'm dead either way. Of course I am. Let's not heap even more humiliation on my early end. Would kneeling help? His silvery eyes, not dark like I thought at first, but like mercury, swirl with cold amusement. Did I say something funny? Is that why you're here? I ask. The crucible? Hades has never participated, and Zeus is hardly his favorite sibling. So why is he at this temple, really? I have my own reasons for being here tonight. In other words, don't ask God's questions, reckless mortal. Why did you stop me? I glance at the temple, ignoring his tone entirely. Instead of answering, Hades taps his thumb against his chin. The question is, what do I do with you now? Is he enjoying my predicament? I've never thought much about the god of death. I'm a little busy with surviving mortality first. But I'm starting to really not like him. If Boone acted more like this, I'd have gotten over him ages ago. I assume you're going to send me to the underworld. Seriously, stop talking, Lyra. Hades hums. I can do worse than that. Just like with Chance, backing down now isn't an option. Oh? I tip my head, pretending like I don't already know. I do hear you are creative with your punishments. I'm flattered. He gives a tiny, mocking bow. I could make you roll a rock up a hill and never make it to the top, only to start back over every single day for the rest of eternity. That already happened to Sisyphus ages ago. I'm pretty sure Zeus came up with that. His lips flatten. Were you there? I shrug. Either way, it sounds like a vacation. Peaceful, undisturbed labor. When do I start? My mouth is going to get me permanently dead. I'm waiting to end up in the underworld any second, or maybe for Hades' famous bident to appear in his hand for him to skewer me with. Instead, he shakes his head. I'm not going to kill you. Yet. Really? Do I trust him? He must see the wariness in my eyes, because a muscle tightens in his jaw like he's irritated I would doubt his word. Relax, my star. I hesitate at the endearment. It clearly means nothing to him. When he doesn't immediately talk, I manage not to as well, and instead I take in more details about the god standing before me. He's not exactly what I expected. I mean, beyond the obvious dark and brooding thing. It's his clothes. He's wearing worn boots and jeans for Elysium's sake. The jeans sit low on his narrow hips and are paired with a sky-blue button-down shirt, rolled up at the sleeves to reveal forearms a deeper tan than I would expect from someone who lives in the underworld. Who knew forearms could be sexy? Over the shirt, he wears vintage leather suspenders that I suspect meet in the back at the top of his shoulder blades, side holster style. The metal rings on the suspenders look like they have a purpose that he's not using them for right now. Are they for weapons? Or does he have a bad back? "Do I pass inspection?" he drawls. I jerk my gaze back to his face. "You look different than I thought." Both eyebrows twitch up. "And what did you expect? All black clothing? Perhaps a full leather get-up?" Heat flares up my neck. Something like that, actually. Don't forget the horns, and maybe a tail. "That's a different god of death." He makes an exasperated sound, then mutters something about abhorring expectations. Meeting those expectations, I think he means. Strange that I have something in common with a god. I may be cursed, but damned if I'm going to let it dictate who I am. "Your home in the underworld is Erebus," I say pointedly. "And it's called, wait for it," I hold up a hand, "the Land of Shadows." Someone should duct tape my mouth shut. Hades slips his hands in his pockets, casually relaxed in a leashed predator sort of way. "I always thought that naming was unoriginal. It's the underworld. Of course there are shadows." This conversation seems to be going off the rails a bit. I guess. And then, because my brain can't help itself, I actually consider what he said. I mean, technically, you're not the god of shadows or even the goddess of night. Now I'm on a roll. And if the fire and brimstone thing is true, then it seems like it would be quite well lit down there. His eyes glint at me like sharpened knives. I can't tell if he's offended or surprised by my running commentary. Unfortunately for both of us, I have a good imagination and a lot of opinions. You have a perception issue, if you think about it. "I have a perception issue," he repeats. Yes, you do. If they can't see for themselves, mortals will believe what they are told. I was always told that Hades is shrouded in darkness, smells of fire, and is covered in tattoos that can come alive at his will. His gaze trails down my body with such slow deliberation, it sends the heat from earlier crawling farther up my neck and into my cheeks. "And yet, you're the one dressed in black and with tattoos, my star," he points out. I follow his gaze to my black-fitted shirt paired with jeans, so it's not all black. One sleeve has ridden up slightly to expose the pale skin of my wrist, where the black ink tattoo peeks out. 2 stars. A 3rd star is on my other wrist, and when I put my arms together, they form Orion's belt. One of the few things I remember before being taken in by the Order is watching Orion move across the sky outside my bedroom window. The constellation is an unchanging, ever-fixed mark in the night. Is that why he called me his star twice now? I tug the sleeve down. "So," he comes out of his casual leaning to step closer, close enough that I can breathe him in, which is when I learn that the god of death smells like the darkest, most sinful, bitter chocolate. "What's your name?" he asks. I definitely do not want a god knowing my name. "Felix Argos." Hades doesn't call me on the lie, just watches me, gaze assessing like he's debating something. A creative new punishment for me, probably. "So," I mimic his earlier phrasing and glance to the side of the temple and the way down the mountain. Escape is so close, just out of reach, like the open door of a birdcage with a cat sitting outside. What happens now? "What did you mean about being cursed?" Ugh, I don't want to talk about that. I hedge instead. You don't know? Tell me like I don't. What if I don't want to? He lifts a single eyebrow, and I get the message. Trying not to clench my teeth, I refuse to think about how Hades is only the second person I've ever shared this with. After taking a deep breath, I say in a rush, 23 years ago, when I was still in my mother's womb, she and my father came here to make an offering and pray for blessings on the birth. Her water broke, and your brother apparently took offense at her defiling his sacred sanctuary. As punishment, he cursed her baby, me, as it happens, that no one would ever love me. There, end of story. His gaze turns colder, so calculating that I take a step back. He made you unlovable, he asks, as though he isn't quite sure he believes me. I give a jerking nod. That curse is why my parents gave me up. They said it was the debt, but I know otherwise. It landed me in the Order of Thieves at 3 years old. It's why I have no ride-or-die friends. It's why Boone... Up until tonight, I've tried to convince myself that things could have been worse. I mean, I could have ended up as kraken fodder or with snakes for hair and stone statues as my friends. But it led me to this moment, facing a different god, a worse god, one who obviously finds my curse interesting. Why? Because Zeus gave it to me? The current king of the gods is a dick. That's one thing Hades also agrees with me on. The question is, what is he going to do with me now? Hades waves a hand at me, the action almost languid. You may go. I may. Wait. What? 5. Never ask a god why. I can go? Really? Hades lifts his brows slowly. You wish to argue? No. Never look a gift horse in the mouth. Or a gift getaway in the escape hatch. This way, he says. He heads toward a path that takes us a different way down the mountain. I guess I'm supposed to follow? Hades prowls when he walks. I focus on his boots, because staring at his back, those leather straps do meet between his shoulder blades, or his perfectly formed ass, for that matter, just isn't an option. I hold my breath, every inch of me prickling with uncomfortable awareness that only grows as I keep up with him. It's the whole raw power of the gods thing. That's the only reason for the prickles, I tell myself. I'm not sure I believe me. We walk in silence until a sidewalk paralleling the main street comes into view, along with crowds. I stop walking. He stops too, glancing back. Problem? I stare past him and he follows my gaze. 3 more feet and everyone will be able to see us together. See me, with the god of freaking death. Don't worry about them, he says as though reading my mind. Only you can see who I truly am. Everyone else just sees a regular mortal man. Right. Awesome. Except the pledges still hanging around this place might see me with a strange man and ask questions. Can I get out of this? Come on. I guess I can't. We emerge onto the teeming sidewalk and I pause. Should I say goodbye before we part or something? I offer him a small salute. I appreciate you not smiting me. I think I'm home free as I turn to walk away, but he spins me toward him by the shoulders, grip firm. Suddenly, I'm staring up into eyes of swirling molten metal, but burning, the way coal burns black. Be more careful with your words, my star, he says in a voice that isn't as smooth as before. It's like raw silk now. You never know when the gods might take up the gauntlet you just threw down. And any other day, I probably would have. Every single particle of me is strung so taut, I might snap at any second. Adrenaline so hot in my veins that my skin tightens. But that's the problem. In this moment, I feel more alive, as if every second I have left is precious, because those seconds are numbered. Smiting is a quick death, I whisper. There are worse things. His eyes flare as he searches my expression, and I hold my breath, anticipating the flash of pain before the nothingness of death. That's how I imagine it. It doesn't come. Instead, his expression alters. The change is subtle enough, slow enough, that at first I'm not even sure I'm seeing it, but the burn of warning turns softer, a different kind of heat. Hades lifts a hand to draw a fingertip from my temple to my jaw, the touch a mere whisper against my skin, leaving a trail of heady sensation in its wake. He stares at me, and I stare at him, and I know I should look away. Of the two of us, I'm the mortal, so I should be the one to break, to give in, to acknowledge defeat. I can't. I won't. You're right, my star, he murmurs. His gaze trails lower to linger on my lips. There are worse things. Then his gaze goes from fire to ice in a blink. He straightens abruptly, spins me around, and gives me a little push into the crowd, like he's releasing an undersized fish back into the ocean. Somehow, even though the rest of me has gone offline, my feet manage to walk me away. I'm 30 feet away before he calls after me. Stay out of trouble, Lyra Kiris. I come to a dead stop, but don't turn. That is not the name I gave him. I'd love to know how he knows mine, or why he bothered to ask, since he clearly already did. But self-preservation has finally kicked in, even if a bit late, and escape is literally right around the bend. So I lift a hand in a wave of acknowledgement and keep walking, counting my steps like they might be my last. 6. The Chosen Few. Being required to attend the opening rites of the Crucible is worse than a trip down the river Styx. Felix is losing his shit. I know he is, because every time I catch a glimpse of him through the crush of people, he's gnashing his teeth together and looking around wildly. Nice of him to make an appearance, finally. At least I've managed to rejoin the others on the city side of the bridge without catching his eye. A minor miracle, actually. I haven't been spotted by Boone or Chance either. I have a plan to keep it that way. As soon as things here really get started, I'm sneaking back to the den. Not just to avoid various confrontations, but also to process everything that I've been through tonight, especially a certain god. Felix swings his gaze in my direction, and I duck, trying to make myself as small as possible. Maybe he doesn't know I abandoned my duties earlier, but this isn't the time to find out. When he turns back without seeing me, I let out a silent breath of relief, then can't help but smile a little to myself. Frustration really doesn't sit well on his craggy features. Not that I can blame him. This is a thief's paradise, all these pockets so very ripe for the picking, and all his pledges have had their hands tied, since it's now a little past midnight, and the festival has officially begun. The gathered people are smooshed together in milling multitudes. It feels like every living soul within 1,000 miles of San Francisco, even those who don't worship this set of gods, is here. That makes sense if I think about it. Most mortals have a vested interest in who is crowned ruler of the Olympian gods next for several reasons. A favorite or most hated or feared god or goddess, or a certain god as a patron, like me. And some are more directly impacted. I'm guessing many farmers favor Demeter to win, to bless their crops and harvests. Soldiers would favor Ares. Scholars and teachers want Athena, and so on. Even mortals who worship other gods are interested because of the spectacle of it all. Or maybe they dislike a god with similar or competing powers to their own. Or maybe, most simply, they just don't want to offend said gods. No matter which way you look at it, the world is watching with interest. And despite that, every single valuable is safe now. No wonder my old mentor looks harried. Not a single whistle sounds. At least not the kind our pledges make when they coordinate around a potential mark. And this will last the entire month. I shift back and forth on my feet, staring at Zeus's temple across the way, as it does nothing beyond the usual lightning display. Up in that temple, the gods' mortal acolytes burn offerings, whisper prayers, and perform whatever rites they deem necessary. Since this only happens once every 100 years, I'd place bets that they're just making it up as they go. Not that we can see any of it from here. No cameras are allowed to record inside the temple, another edict from the gods. But it means I'm stuck with millions of others, staring at the white-columned building atop the mountain on the other side of the bridge, like it might suddenly turn into a dragon and breathe fire. So far, all that's happened is a single puff of white smoke that trailed upward into the sky, probably from a sacrifice. People have filled the street along the bay all the way to the fringes of the city itself, and those of us standing at the very back have been channeled in between buildings. That's where I am. The other pledges are gathered in little groups, debating if Hermes will pick a thief or not. It's happened before. After the initial round of smirks and glances aimed in my direction, they've gone back to ignoring me, which is good for my escape plan. Several people around me stare at their phones, watching various forms of live coverage of even more people around the globe standing in streets in other cities, staring at various temples of these gods. I catch snatches of commentary here and there, not that they have much new to report yet. Legends hold that the gods and goddesses got so sick of Zeus as their king, they fought among themselves to be the one to topple him, resulting in the Anaxian Wars, a news anchor is saying on a device near me. It got so ugly that they wreaked wonders, knocking the Colossus of Rhodes off its feet and turning hundreds of warriors to terracotta. I snort a laugh. That pissed off a whole different set of gods, apparently. The newscaster is still talking. They destroyed cities like Atlantis and Pompeii, and eventually demolished their home of Olympus, which has since been rebuilt. Everyone knows this story. After that, the gods formed a pact that they would never directly fight one another again, and the Crucible was created, where they just let us mortals duke it out on their behalves, apparently. A gasp rips through the masses around me. "Zeus!" someone calls out. "Zeus is choosing!" "Where?" a few others ask loudly. After that, voices rise in a mottled swell of sound. I inch closer to a man to my left, who is watching his phone with avid interest. Sure enough, at a simple temple I don't recognize, located somewhere else in the world, a massive bolt of lightning shears out of a clear blue sky and strikes the temple with a clap of thunder so loud it appears to shake the very ground. Then a deep voice booms out, maybe from inside the building where he is, because I don't see the god anywhere. "I am Zeus, first king of the gods, god of the skies, thunder and lightning, god of weather, law and order, kingship, destiny and fate." I roll my eyes. Destiny and fate are the same thing, aren't they? Pompous jackass. And it should be king of the Olympian gods, by the way. But all the gods of my pantheon are egotistical enough to want to lay claim to the whole thing. So, king of the gods it is. "On this day, the first day of the Crucible, I shall select first." The god pauses, almost like he's waiting for applause or something. Given we're all unsure about exactly how this works and what it means, And I'm guessing the crowds surrounding the temple where he is are now having a hard time hearing around the ringing in their ears from the thunder. They all remain silent and watchful. I choose. 7. Stay out of my way. It's like the hush crawls out of the video and hangs over the people here too, as we collectively wait and watch, breathless with curiosity, no one daring to so much as cough. Who will he pick? Another bolt of lightning flashes down, this time striking outside the temple, at the top of the steps between the two pillars of the main entrance. The noise makes several people scream. Out of nowhere, a man appears where the lightning struck, visibly disoriented. Zeus's voice booms again. Samuel Sabina. I stare at the phone. Zeus's chosen mortal has to be even taller and more muscled than Boone, with ebony skin and short black hair. He seems too stunned to do more than look around. As fast as he appeared, he's gone. Who knows where? Another cry goes up. Hera! Someone shouts. Hera is choosing! Heads remain bowed over phones as people watch. I am Hera, goddess of marriage, women, and the stars of the heavens. From a nearby phone, I catch a sultry voice you might think belonged to Aphrodite, emanating from one of her own temples somewhere else in the world. I choose. I don't hear the rest, because to my right, Chance is pushing his way in my direction. Trepidation floods my body in an itchy wave. More embarrassment, retribution, or calling Felix's attention to the fact I left my post earlier. All are strong possibilities of what happens if he finds me. Time to get out of here. I scoot sideways into a narrow alley between buildings. When I glance back, Chance is craning his neck. Yeah, he's definitely looking for me. It takes a few evasive maneuvers, but I finally round the corner and nearly collide with a broad male chest. Whoa, 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 Boone exclaims in an overly jovial voice. Slow down, Lyra-Lou. He cuts off the nickname he gave me as kids so abruptly, it's jarring. Oh, gods, he knows. About Chance, about my crush, everything. Not that I'm surprised. You were humming again, he points out with a grin. I thought Felix trained that out of you. I put a hand over my mouth like I can pull those sounds back inside. Humming was a habit as a young pledge. I hadn't even noticed I was doing it. It's been a while since my training days, though, so I guess it's back. Sorry, I mutter, and inch around him. He moves, blocking the way. Where are you going in such a rush? I'm pretty sure in the history of our entire acquaintance, he's never cared enough to ask me that. I shuffle back and force myself to look him in the eyes. Deep brown eyes. I always liked his eyes. And I could just bawl. Years of waiting for him to pay more attention to me, and he chooses today. The one time I don't want it. I glance back, but don't see Chance. Yet. Nowhere, I say. I step. Boone steps, blocking me again. Excuse me, I step again. He blocks again. What? I snap. He blinks at me, probably because I never snap at him. Then a mottled flush creeps up his face, and he runs a hand around the back of his neck. Oh, no. He doesn't want to actually talk about it, does he? I'd really, really rather not, especially not here or now. An odd light enters his eyes, and he opens his mouth only to close it again. Sure enough. Lyra. A loud murmur rises from the crowds in the street on either end of the alley. I don't want to miss this. I manage to dodge around him, catching him on the hop for once. Wait. He grabs my arm and swings me back around, reminding me of another man who did that to me tonight. I'm beginning to feel a bit like a rag doll, and about to say as much. but Boone is close enough I can smell the scent of the generic soap the den supplies in the bathrooms. I still for a moment, then shake my head. I have got to get out of here before Chance catches up and makes this all worse. I look pointedly at his hand. He follows my gaze, then lets go abruptly. Listen, Fuck. I'm sorry. Chance is an ass. If I'd been there, I would have done something about it. This is just getting worse by the second. I don't need him feeling sorry for me, and that's what this is. It's fine, Boone, I say. I handled it. I heard. He grimaces again. You're sure? Yeah, not a big deal. It's not your problem anyway. This time, when I go around him, he doesn't stop me. I get far enough that I think he's actually going to let me go, but instead he's suddenly beside me, not stopping me, but walking with me. You're not trying to watch. A statement, not a question. His voice is rife with curiosity now. So, where are you going? I shoot him a sideways look. I don't need your pity friendship, Boone. I'm fine, really. This isn't pity. He offers a lopsided smile, tinged with remorse. I wish I didn't know better. It's not his fault. I thought we were cool, he says. Right. Normally, I'd shoot some chipper sarcasm his way. I just don't have it in me. So I try a different tack and tell him the truth. I'm going back to the den. You're going back now? Doubt laces his voice as he looks over at the crowd we're leaving behind. What about the festival? The gods are choosing. I'll see the highlight reel later. As long as Zeus isn't king again, I really don't care about the results. Hermes would be nice for the order, though. I gesture back toward the temple. Felix won't like both of us missing this. The upper bosses said we all had to be present to honor Hermes. He turns serious. Chance isn't easy to hide from for long. I'll walk you back. I should have known he'd figure it out. You don't want to watch? That cocky grin gets me every time. He holds up a cell phone. Got that covered. The view from where we were sucked anyway. Sticking to me like a burr, Boone keeps one eye on me and one on the phone, reporting the gods' selections as we make our way through near-empty city streets. The way we go, the fastest way, takes us past Atlas Tower. Lifestyles of the uber-wealthy and questionably powerful. Despite all the riches the condos in that skyscraper contain, it's off-limits to all pledges. The inhabitants have enough time, money, and spite to make sure intruders meet grisly ends if they get caught. Also, everyone knows Hades owns the penthouse. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up, as I wonder if he's there. Why am I thinking about him right now? He's the least of my worries. I live with an asshole named Chance, and as much as I'm ducking him tonight, I know it's only a matter of time before he takes a wrecking ball to my life. I toss another quick glance at Boone and let out a long sigh. As awful as it was before, I'm certain having a secret crush on a guy will feel infinitely less painful than one your nemesis can taunt you with. When we get to a chain-link fence blocking off the entrance to tunnels that lead under the city streets, Boone unlocks the gate, locking it again behind us. Just inside the tunnel entrance, hidden behind stacks of garbage, we pull out rubber boots. It's the pledges' jobs to make sure the various entry points to our underground den stay stocked with these and flashlights. I straighten from putting on a pair when Boone says, "Looks like another is about to go. I think it's Artemis." I wrinkle my nose. If they stay true to pecking order, they've already selected the first 10 mortals. That went fast. After Artemis, only one god will be left who still needs to select. I sigh again. I thought I'd get more time before everyone returned. I grab a flashlight and start walking down into the graffiti-covered cement passageway. Boone holds the phone out as we keep going, so we can both see. With no flourish or fanfare, One of Artemis's famous golden arrows shoots out of nowhere to jam into the ground on the screen, and a mortal appears in a poof of smoke. There's a stir among the crowd, and Boone murmurs, "Well, would you look at that? Artemis picked a man." "Huh," I say, and keep sloshing through ankle-deep water, tossing only a quick glance at the screen to see a leanly athletic guy with light beige skin and dark hair blink back at the camera. Historically, the goddess favors women exclusively. Boone just shrugs without breaking stride. With practiced ease, we reach our destination, a solid-looking wall covered in a heroic depiction of Hermes, with his helm tucked under one arm and the talaria, his winged sandals, on his feet. Graffiti, of course, to blend in with all the other art down here. I paused to swing my flashlight both ways, checking that we weren't followed, but only catching the glow of a rat's eyes before I doused the light. Boone switches off the phone, too. In the pitch-black darkness, I press my palm to the cement wall, feeling for the cryptocodes I know are there. Small, hidden raised bumps, a system of letters that are imperceptible to the mortal eye, but we thieves know how to find them and can read them by touch. A way to leave directions for one another, which buildings to avoid, where there are holes in surveillance camera coverage, and so forth. I don't bother to read this one, since I know what it says. But at the end of the letters is the button, also hidden from sight, that I depress, triggering a thick cement door to swing open on a gust of breeze. We swiftly step inside before it closes just as fast. Every year or two, a new pledge doesn't move quick enough, and it's a bloody mess. One that is my lot to clean up, and a true shame. As soon as the door seals shut behind us, the secret God-made chambers that make up our den are immediately illuminated by lanterns blazing with a blue fire that never dies. Fire, it is said, that Hermes gifted the order to light our dens all over the world. Boone turns the phone back on. "You get a signal down here?" I ask. "I stole Felix's Wi-Fi password." He sets it on the floor as we both stop to take off the boots. When I'm done, I put mine and the flashlight on the shelves available for all the pledges to use as we come and go. Boone's still struggling with his, and I study his down-bent head. He didn't have to help me play keep-away with Chance. He glances at the phone. "Looks like Hermes made his choice." I swallow before asking, "A thief?" Boone squints at the screen, then shakes his head. "Zai Eridem?" I pause at that. Where have I heard that name before? He flips the phone around to show me, and sure enough, that name is scrolling across the image, and it finally clicks why it's familiar. In the last crucible, 100 years ago, a man named Matthias Eridem was Zeus's pick. He never returned. Actually, not a single mortal returned from that one, but their families were all blessed beyond measure. Eridem. That family took their blessing and moved away from anyone who knew them. This can't be a coincidence, can it? "That's all of them," Boone says. "I hope they each return home at the end." He's likely in the minority there, as we were still enjoying the result of so many blessings bestowed when no one returned from the last crucible. I don't say that out loud. "Ready?" Boone gets to his feet. I take a deep breath. Sure, why not? My stomach sinks when it looks like he's about to answer my absolutely rhetorical question, but a shock of screams bursts from the phone's speakers, and we both glance down. "What the?" We stare at the screen. "Merciful hells," I mutter. Zeus's temple now has a massive, billowing column of red flame out front, pouring black smoke into the skies. Only one god would use that as an entrance. Hades. I bet he was scoping out the temple earlier just for this. Of course that would be my luck. The one time I've gone anywhere near that forsaken place in all my life, I run into him. What is he up to now? I mutter, ignoring the questioning glance Boone shoots me. "Greetings, living mortals." Hades' voice doesn't boom. It flows. My stomach clenches in stark recognition of that distinctive, fathomless slide of a voice. As you all know, I have lost a dear one recently. My lovely Persephone. I squeeze my eyes shut at that. Persephone. His darkly, obsessively beloved queen. Persephone. His dead queen. I shiver. In her honor, I too shall choose a champion, he announces. Holy shit. Hades doesn't participate in the Crucible. Technically, he's not even part of the major Olympians. Here in the overworld, rumor has it that because he's already king of the underworld, the others in this pantheon don't want to give him even more power. So he's not allowed to become king of the gods in Olympus as well. A heave of murmurs rips through the crowds around the temple, loud enough that the live feed picks it up. And the mortal he picks? To be chosen by the god of death? Yikes. I don't care exactly what it is the gods have those people doing as champions, but that particular mortal is going to be so screwed. Hades offers the crowds a slow smile. And I shall choose. Suddenly, thick black smoke swirls around my feet, filling the chamber, and an immediate knowing dread tries to tear a hole in my stomach. I jerk my head up to stare at Boone, who stares back with dawning horror widening his eyes. Lyra? Oh my gods! You've got to be... The smoke envelops me completely, and my vision goes black, only for a second. It's like I slow blinked, and when it comes back, I am not in the den, watching all this happen on a tiny screen. Instead, I'm standing at the entrance to the Temple of Zeus, in a dissipating cloud of black smoke that smells of fire and brimstone, with Hades by my side. With the worst timing ever, that bastard pulled me here mid-sentence, and my mouth finishes what I was in the middle of saying. Shitting me. The two words drop into the stunned silence that has taken over the temple and all of San Francisco. Probably the entire fucking world. Hades smiles directly at me, cunning and supremely satisfied, as if I couldn't have thrilled him more with those crass words. Then he wraps his hand around mine, lifting both, and faces the crowds. Lyra Kires. Part 2. Death's Virtue. This offending soul would like to thank death for the honor, but decline. 8. Fortune's Fools. I'm dead. I'm dead. I am so very, very dead. Don't do this, I whisper, ducking my head and hoping no one can read my lips or hear me as I essentially beg Hades to let me go. We're still standing in front of the masses, waiting for I don't know what. It's done. There's no give, no pity. He's finally getting around to punishing me for earlier. That's what this has to be. I have the worst luck with petty gods and this damned temple. Smile, my star, Hades commands, soft but still compelling. All the world is getting a good look at you before I take you away. In a disorienting flash, followed by an immediate thunderclap that sends my ears ringing, someone else is standing with us. Zeus, current power-hungry king of the gods. I like to think of him as a narcissistic toddler. Like Hades, this god is impossible to mistake, with pale curls that look like they've been shocked white, forming a halo over his forehead, which strangely doesn't make his fair skin look washed out. He doesn't even look 30, and Hades looks even younger, despite being the older of the two. I guess it's true what they say about good genes and exercise. Zeus, though, is too pretty for my taste, although it is said his skin bears the scars of the Anaxian Wars. Something about Hephaestus and a volcano. He's dressed in an impeccable three-piece suit, though it is all white with a green tie that looks like he's oozing algae from the neck. Arrogant eyes so blue they almost hurt to gaze upon rake Hades from head to toe. If I wasn't so busy trying not to lose my shit over my own situation, I might have been amused by the comical mix of frustration and fury contorting Zeus's otherwise angelic features. Turns out beauty, even godlike beauty, turns ugly with nasty thoughts. The crowds trailing down the mountain, across the bridge, and into the city erupt at his appearance.
"The crucible is of no interest to you, brother,"
Zeus says with a smile, his voice booming across the headlands as he turns to play to his audience.
"And yet we both know you can't stop me,"
Hades muses casually for only us to hear. Then, in a voice that also rolls across the hillside, he says,
"My brother wouldn't be afraid of a little competition, would he?"
The responding cheers bring a scowl to Zeus's angelic face, and electricity sparks over his head in tiny, popping bursts of light. I lean in Hades' direction. Are you actively trying to get electrocuted? He's watching Zeus, and I'm not sure if the sneer on his lips is for his brother or me.
"I didn't know you cared."
For me, I guess. I give an inelegant snort. I don't, but I'm in striking range of where you stand, and I, unlike you, happen to be mortal. He still doesn't look at me.
"That instinct to save yourself first is going to serve you well."
What in the underworld is that supposed to mean? I might be cursed to never be loved, but that doesn't mean I don't care about others. In fact, in a lot of ways, it makes me care too much, putting everyone else's happiness before my own. But that's not my biggest problem right now. I open my mouth to tell him that if he thinks I'm going to participate in this farce of the gods' one-upmanship, or whatever is going on here, he's mistaken. But before I can reply, before even Zeus can, Hades says above the roar of the crowd,
"Let the games begin."
Then there's a flash of lightning the exact moment I do that blinking, disappearing thing again, this time without the smoke effects. The blinking thing lasts a little longer this time, and I swear I feel a steadying touch at the small of my back. When my vision blinks back in, Hades and I are no longer standing before the temple in San Francisco at night. We're on a wide, semicircular platform that protrudes from a mountainside and appears to hover over a sheer drop into clouds with the sun shining above. We're alone, but probably not for long. I need to talk my way out of this, fast. I look around for any ideas, and freeze. All thoughts of escape move to the back burner, as I gape at a sight mortals have only dreamed of witnessing. Olympus, the home of the gods. Built among and on top of towering mountain spires, the pristine white buildings seem to be part of the very rocks themselves. Of easily identifiable ancient Grecian origin, they show perfect symmetry, and, of course, the distinctive tall columns from various eras. I can't see any signs or lingering scars from the Anaxian Wars.
"Stop staring,"
Hades says. I've never seen anything like it, I breathe, forgetting for a microsecond who I'm with.
"It's not that impressive."
I shoot him a sidelong glance. He is the only god who doesn't make a home here, ever. You sound bitter. Sour grapes? Is it possible for silvery eyes to turn pitch black? He smiles in the way a shark does, showing you the teeth he's about to eat you with.
"Not at all."
He looks away, gaze skating over the vista before us.
"I've seen better, trust me."
Better than this? I'm not sure that's possible. I'll believe it when I see it.
"I can make that happen."
Was that a threat? I pretend I didn't hear him, looking up and up and up to the single massive temple sitting atop the tallest peak. Just below that, 3 faces are carved into the mountains side by side. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, the 3 brothers who defeated and imprisoned the Titans who ruled the world before them. From each of the open, carved mouths pours a waterfall. The water pouring from Zeus's mouth is an almost iridescent white that turns into misty clouds that swirl their way down to the mountain below, shrouding Olympus from the eyes of the overworld. The waters from Poseidon are turquoise, like pictures I've seen of the Caribbean Sea, so clear that even from here I can make out details of the rock face beneath. And the one from Hades is... I lean over. Does your waterfall feed the river Styx? Yes. The water is black. I can tell by the way his lips twist that I don't have to point out what I'm getting at.
It's not black in the underworld.
Really? What color is it? Please tell me it's pink. He bends closer, intent on me.
You'll find out soon enough if you're not careful.
I hide my wince by looking away. Hades' waterfall doesn't fall far, turning into a river that seems to disappear into the bowels of the mountain. But Poseidon's river winds its way along the surface, splitting to follow each peak. It flows under beautiful curved bridges, feeding the lush greenery that covers the mountains, and disappears in places to come out of carved statues farther down. And everything here sort of glows. I'm surprised I don't hear heavenly choirs. Olympus is overwhelmingly perfect. I suddenly feel small, insignificant. I shouldn't be here. I am the last person who should be here. There must be a way out of this. I'm what? Sorry? Terrified? Suffer from wrong place, wrong time syndrome? Before I can pick the right words, Hades blocks my view and says,
"We don't have long. I need you to listen."
9. Taunting gods. I swallow what I was going to say next, fear snaking up my spine. Okay. I draw the word out, my eyes darting around for whomever is apparently coming for us. One eyebrow lifts, probably at my immediate agreement, but Hades doesn't comment.
What I've gotten us involved in is important.
Choosing a new ruler of the gods? I would say so, but I don't get the impression that's what he means. Important how? He shakes his head.
The less you know, the better. The only information you need right now is that until the end of the Crucible...
I blink at him. Until the end... What? He searches my gaze for a beat.
You are mine.
My throat tightens in immediate reaction, even as my foolish stomach decides to flutter. I've never been anyone's, and despite recent events, I have feelings for Boone. There should be no fluttering.
We need to present a united front if you want to win. Understand?
I shake my head. I don't understand anything. Why the united front?
You'll find that out in a moment. But before the others get here, I'll make you a deal. Win, and I'll remove your curse.
He might as well have slapped me. I jerk back so fast I stumble, and he grabs my hand to keep me upright. He can do that? I can lose my curse? I'm still processing this when the rest of the deities and their chosen champions arrive, without so much as a whisper of sound. 1 second we're alone, the next we're not. And they're all staring at our hands. Instead of dropping his hold, Hades steps closer to me and turns so we both face the new arrivals. I get the impression that he's looking each and every one of the other gods and goddesses directly in the eyes, his own like chips of ice. Is he daring them to stop him? To protest? To speak up? They don't. Not even Zeus, despite the glaring and crackling. Then again, Hades threw down a gauntlet to his brother in front of the entire world. Hera stands closest to us. Elegantly regal, Zeus's long-suffering spouse is dressed in intricately decorated, layered golden armor over a lavender undergown. A swift look around tells me all the gods and goddesses are in armor now, Zeus included. Meanwhile, the mortal standing beside Hera appears to be the youngest one here, 16 at most, with a chiseled chin stuck out at an arrogant angle that I think might be covering fear. He's dressed in a deep purple suit with an impressive overcoat that has tails that sweep the ground. Gold laurel leaves nestle in his dark, silky hair. I glance around, and sure enough, all the mortals are decked out in fancy clothes in colors matching their gods: green, purple, turquoise, and burgundy. What color did I get? I drop my gaze, and irritation rises, then falls in a way that is all too familiar. While everyone else is clothed in splendor, I'm still in my jeans and t-shirt, marked as separate yet again. Hey, I gesture to myself and then at the others. Hades looks me over with blank, uncaring eyes. You're fine. Someone nearby snaps their fingers, and I'm instantly wearing a black, spangled wisp of a dress made of a sheer material that leaves little to the imagination. Really? I grumble under my breath. Never mind then. Hades' brows slash down. Aphrodite. Her name might as well be a curse on his lips. The goddess of love and beauty offers an unperturbed smile, clearly missing the undertone of ire in Hades' voice. Her armor isn't cutesy hearts like I halfway expected. It's rose gold and curved into couples and groups of all genders doing all kinds of things. Beside her stands a very tall, blonde mortal, wearing a satiny, wine-colored gown with a slit up to her hip, showing off the best pair of legs I've ever seen. And even she isn't this exposed. Hades points an accusing finger in my direction. What? Aphrodite bats long-lashed, innocent eyes. You weren't listening, so I thought I'd help. So much better, don't you think? Then she tips her head. Where is your armor? Hades slips his hands into his pockets, a seemingly casual move that up close looks more like leashing a tiger. I only wear armor if I'm going to fight. Beyond Aphrodite, I think Dionysus winces, but the goddess merely arches her eyebrows. How boring. That's when what Hades is wearing finally sinks in. No more jeans and boots. I run my gaze from the top of his shiny black hair with its one curling, stark white lock, down to the high-collared, formal black velvet jacket, embroidered subtly in black thread with a single butterfly on his collar, and stars along the cuffs and bottom hem. And then farther down, too. I almost laugh. Black polished shoes. Now this is what I pictured. I mean, except for the tail. He shrugs a nonchalant shoulder. Sometimes one must play to the crowd. The overworld is ruled by a mob mentality, is it not? He's not wrong. The immortal world, too? Definitely. Remember what I said about your perception problem? I glance around. Maybe you have one up here, too. While Hades' lips remain smiling, his eyes narrow at me. He waves a hand, and the noise of the waterfalls and, well, the sound of everything but his voice disappears. Are you trying to manage me? My ribs tighten around my lungs. Are you manageable? No. He snaps his fingers. The only indication that anything has changed is a rustle of material. I glance down to discover that I'm wearing a formal pantsuit, paired with a sheer cropped jacket and silver-strapped stilettos. The material is soft and silky against my skin, and luxurious in a way that makes me want to run my hands over it. The long sleeves and high collar of the jacket give the outfit an almost innocent air. Stars are embroidered in silver, 2 on one collar and 1 on the other, reminding me of my tattoos. It's simple and not nearly as fancy as the others. The little girl in me, who used to marvel at the beautiful clothes the pledges would swipe from wealthy marks, wants to look in a mirror and see the entire effect, to feel pretty, just for the fun of it for once. Hades has turned so still, I'm not sure he's even breathing. I lift my head to find his gaze on me. On me? As if he's taking in every inch. I blow out a quiet breath and say the first distracting thing that comes into my head. Next time you snap your fingers, maybe send me home instead. That's not going to happen. I'm not giving up. It isn't too late to back out of this. No, Lyra. My chin juts out. Then don't expect me to cooperate. He goes a different kind of still, caging me with his gaze. You will obey me in all things, Lyra Kires. A command, not a question, and with absolute certainty of my submission. A small flower of curiosity blooms. What would it be like to just obey him? Heavens help me. Containing my reaction behind a mask of indifference is like trying to stop my heart from beating. After years with the Order, I know how to operate under someone's thumb. But this is different. I've been the only one keeping me safe and making decisions for myself, despite the Order's involvement, since I was 3 years old. Who knew the simple idea of submission to a powerful being like Hades would be so enticing? And it shouldn't be. Maybe I'm broken. I'm a better partner than I am a puppet, I insist. In a move I don't even see him make, he steps into me, his shoulders blocking my view of all the others. He doesn't speak as he studies me with silver eyes gone diamond sharp, as if he's trying to figure out where my soft, squishy, vulnerable parts are. Then he leans forward just slightly, and I know he means these words for me and me alone. I don't do partners. Am I a puddle on the ground yet? I clear my throat. That sounds inefficient. I was going to say lonely, but I have a feeling he'd know I'm talking about myself, too. His lips quirk almost imperceptibly, but then he turns serious. Things will go better for you, if you heed me. Why do I feel like there's a deeper meaning to his words? A warning, but one meant to help me. I don't picture Hades as the helpful type. Is this about the games and winning thing again? With a whoosh, the sound of the waterfalls returns. What are you doing, brother? Poseidon calls out from across the platform. Your poor mortal looks scared half to death. Hades doesn't move, doesn't look toward his brother. Instead, he lifts a single eyebrow at me. Is that what you are, my star? Scared? 10. Rock, hard place, and me. Something in Hades' expression and voice is different from a second ago. Or maybe I'm reading him wrong. It's difficult to tell, but I'm pretty sure he's now putting on a mask for the others, playing a part for them. I don't like it. Meanwhile, he and Poseidon are still waiting on me to respond. What's the safest answer here? Hades has only given me hints about what's going on, but my gut is telling me that if the other deities see weakness in me, or division between us, they'll pounce. Growing up as a loner in the Order taught me that the hard way. I clear my throat and raise my voice. He was just laying down some ground rules. Hades' slow, pleased smile teases parts of me I didn't know I could feel. He leans closer, lips brushing my ear, breath sending shivers cascading through me. That's my girl. I hate that infantilizing shit. And yet, my body hasn't gotten the message. I'm going to pretend he didn't just push a whole lot more buttons I didn't know I had until right this second. I'm not your anything, I whisper back. He doesn't seem to notice as he finally pulls away, smile completely gone as he turns to face Poseidon, who's watching us with eyes sharp and curious. You selected an interesting champion, brother. The ocean god looks me up and down. And a thief of all things, by the looks of her. Asshat. My eyes narrow before I can stop myself. Secure the services of a lot of thieves, do you? I ask him. Poseidon's eyes darken half a second before he raises his arm to backhand me. With a speed that renders him nearly invisible, Hades shifts between us. He says nothing, doesn't touch him, but his brother goes ashen. After a moment, Poseidon snarls and stalks away. I'm left blinking. Hades protected me. Me. Logic tells me it's because he needs me to win their stupid contest. But I can't help how I feel like I can breathe a tiny bit easier. Just for a moment. Anyone close by also seems to drift farther away. Maybe because tension now rolls off Hades like steam off a geyser. In a nervous move, I tentatively raise a hand to my hair, which is still short. But I can tell it's curled on top, and maybe styled into some sort of twisting effect with... I pause, then drop my hand abruptly. Is this a tiara? I glance at the other mortals. Each and every one of them is wearing a headpiece that matches their clothing. But they're all in the style of the ancient Greek laurel diadems. What I'm wearing definitely doesn't feel like leaves. Almost like my nerves calmed Hades, the tension eases from him. The change is subtle, but from up close, I can see it.
I thought women loved tiaras.
Now he couldn't sound more bored. The point is to not stand out.
Why?
He can't be that unaware. Are the histories right that you've never chosen a champion during the Crucible?
Yes.
Then that already makes me different. And not in a good way. I don't say that bit. I don't have a death wish. That logic doesn't so much as make a dent with him.
Then there's no reason to blend in, is there?
I grit my teeth, giving a little growl of frustration. Hades lowers his voice, and the timbre changes, sounding more genuine.
You'd stand out even if I dressed you in rags and covered you in mud.
Only because I'm his chosen mortal, he means. There's no need for my belly to turn squishy. Try not to make it worse, at least, I mutter back, smoothing my hands down my pants. He chuckles, not in a mean or calculating way. He's honestly amused. A shockwave of horror shudders through me, because it's loud enough the others hear, and I feel every single eye that wasn't already trained on us turn in our direction. I really hate this sensation.
Stars are my symbol,
Hera calls to Hades, in a voice like the sweetest cream, smooth and lovely. I search her face more closely. Something about the way she said that. I wonder if being Zeus's queen has made her feel like not much is hers in this world. I know what that feels like.
And?
Even I wince at Hades' tone. He slides one hand in his pocket, and Hera eyes the move warily.
You may be the goddess of the stars, he says, but everyone knows who commands the darkness.
Good grief. Does he have to antagonize every god and goddess right from the start? If I make it home after all this is over, I'm switching to a different pantheon of gods. I sigh. You don't have to deliberately provoke them. He says nothing to that. The thing is, there's something in his attitude that I envy. He doesn't care. Not one shit is given if he's welcomed here, let alone accepted or loved. As if he can't stand not being the center of attention and needs to take it back, Zeus claps his hands, and 2 rows of golden chairs appear to one side of the platform.
Take your seats,
the current king of the gods says. Hades immediately takes me by the hand. His warm, roughened skin is somehow grounding, even while his grip is insistent, and he escorts me as though I am royalty. He doesn't choose seats in the back row or off to the side. Nope. Hades places us front and center. Zeus, who didn't get there quite fast enough with his mortal, glares again as he takes the seat to my left, even as Samuel, that was his name, right, gives me a nod. Terrific. I'm sitting directly between 2 gods who seem to be locked in some kind of silent battle of wills. Best seat in the house, apparently, or a good place to get myself killed before I even know what's happening. I am so fucked, I mutter, then pin a smile to my lips that feels as though it might crack my face. Hades leans over, but says loud enough for Zeus to hear,
"Only if you would like to be."
"Oh my gods." My spine goes straight, as if Zeus jammed an electric rod right down it, and I refuse to look at Hades, or answer for that matter. He doesn't mean it. I know he doesn't. He also doesn't know the kinds of unfortunate responses I've been having to him. That kind of nonsense is just to rile Zeus up, for whatever reason, and doesn't deserve an answer. I can feel Hades watching me, probably with that taunting expression that I'm starting to resent.
"No?"
he asks.
"More's the pity."
Then he settles back in his seat, apparently happy to enjoy whatever new brand of torture is coming next.
"Zealous," Zeus calls out. "Let us have the rules for the crucible."
11. There's always a twist. The crucible. Now it really sinks in. I've been selected to win a competition that not everyone returns from, and I have no one left behind to even bestow blessings upon if I don't make it back. My heart starts to race, but I try to calm it by imagining the contest will be games, like chess or Twister. I can play chess. Maybe a foot race? I lean toward Hades and whisper, "Like the Olympics?" There is a world of difference between hurdles and something like pole vaulting or even cage fighting. I'm trying not to let myself even consider anything close to monsters. Hades points at the daemons circling above us. Zealous spreads his black wings wide, and with a downbeat, the daemon twists in the air to land facing us. The man is clearly not a smiler. His warm brown skin is on full display as he isn't wearing a shirt, showing off an impressive chiseled torso. Maybe it's hard to fashion shirts around the wings? Horribly conscious of Hades at my side and the others all around, I force myself to focus as the other 3 daemons line up behind Zealous.
"Welcome, champions,"
Zealous says, still no smile.
"Congratulations. You have the honor of being selected to compete in the crucible, representing the god or goddess who chose you."
A competition that not all the mortals return from isn't mentioned, as though that fact is meaningless to the gods. This is going to be way worse than I imagined.
"Not only do you represent your patron god or goddess, but you compete in their stead. This is how we choose our next ruler. This is how we ensure the Anaxian Wars never happen again."
By using mortals as chess pieces, the gods get to move around on a board only they can see. Which makes me what? A pawn. I close my eyes. That's exactly what I am. A pawn in the gods' petty games, and a throne is at stake. Zealous raises his arms like he's blessing us.
"May your time in the splendor of Olympus encourage you to play your hardest for your gods and goddesses, and, in the end, give you a piece of beauty to carry with you into the overworld, or into the underworld, should you falter."
Was that supposed to be inspiring and uplifting? I glance around at the other champions in my eyeline, who are all staring at Zealous with blank expressions. Or maybe they're so rattled they're in shock too? He pretty much confirmed death is a strong possibility in this, right?
"Before we establish the labors and the rules,"
the daemon continues,
"let's introduce everyone now that we are all gathered together."
He said labors, as in Heraclean? Not good. I'd rather hear more about the games and rules stuff, but at least now I'll get names and know who goes with which god or goddess. More information is never useless. One by one, the 13 deities introduce their champions, by name and home origin and a tiny bit of background. I catalog everything I can about each one. We are truly an assorted group of people from all over the world, with varying genders, ages, statuses, skills, and walks of life, and with not a single trait that we all seem to have in common among us. Not obvious ones I can see, at least. Zealous moves closer to us, his great wings brushing the floor with a whisper of sound.
"There is a prize for the mortal who helps win their patron the crown," he announces.
One of the champions seated behind me murmurs with interest. Others shift in their chairs. The daemon waves his hand, and a group of people descend the stairs, appearing from around the bend that follows the mountain's curve. They assemble at the foot between curling balustrades.
"Let me introduce you to Matthias Eridem and his family."
Holy shit, I mutter, shock popping the words out of my mouth. The man looks as young as I assume he did the day he won, no older than about his mid-40s, thanks to the god's providence, I assume. The rest of his family haven't seemed to age either. Not that I knew them before, but there were pictures. Rumors were his whole family had been so despondent at his death, they moved away, and clearly the rumors were right. They just missed that the family moved to Olympus. Zealous speaks again.
"As the winner of the previous crucible, Matthias got to request any boon from the gods. At his request, he has lived here in Olympus for the past 100 years with his family. In that time, his homeland in the overworld has been blessed by the gods and goddesses, in abundance and peace. Zai, as his son, now has a chance to continue his father's legacy."
I'm not the only one who turns to stare at Zai, who's seated in the back row beside Hermes. His light brown skin is sallow underneath, his dark eyes sunken as if he hasn't slept a full night in his life. And he's too thin for his frame. He looks like he wants to disappear into his chair. Meanwhile, Zai's family barely acknowledges him, shifting their gazes his way only briefly. Stunned gazes, if I read them right.
"A child of a previous winner has never been selected before."
Zealous waves the Eridems away, and after Matthias shoots his son an oddly pointed look, they disappear up the stairs.
"That is what you have a chance to win here,"
Zealous says.
"The throne for your patron, 100 years of immortality for you and your family in Olympus, with everything you want or need provided for, and blessings upon blessings heaped upon the lands and people of your home."
What about the losers? I know previous champions returned home, but some didn't. Are they punished? The gods are not exactly known for their forgiving natures.
"Now for the rules of the labors."
Zealous backs up in line with his siblings. All 4 daemons stiffen, going into an almost trance-like state. They speak in eerie unison, as if they're reading from a script.
"The gods and goddesses of Olympus will be divided into 4 groups by virtue: strength, courage, mind, and heart. The virtue each favors most."
So, with Hades as my patron, what virtue am I?
"Each god and goddess has already devised a contest in which the champions will compete. The champion who wins the most of the 12 labors wins the crucible."
Not a fight to the death, at least. Win or don't win. I can handle that. I'm already starting to think about allies. Not to win, just survive. Samuel would be the top of my list, with his size and strength, along with Rima Patel, Apollo's pick. Her navy floor-length dress flatters her slim build and highlights her wide brown eyes. She's a neurosurgeon, which could be helpful if not all the labors are physical. Jackie Murphy, Aphrodite's champion, is another possibility. At least 6 feet tall and late 20s, I'd guess. She apparently grew up on a rural property in Australia, evidenced by enviable muscles and deeply tanned skin that's clearly seen sunlight every day. Not that teaming up with anyone is likely. Not for me, at least. I now carry a double whammy of my curse along with being Hades' champion. Pretty sure they're all going to steer clear of me. That or be gunning for me. I can practically feel the crosshairs on my back. Still, worth a try.
Or
The daemons interrupt my thoughts in stereo monotone.
If champions should die in the course of the crucible, and it happens that only one remains alive at the end, that champion wins by default.
A pebble of dread drops into my stomach, rolling down a whole pile of dread already in there. They basically just said we are allowed to kill each other to win by default. Allies and adversaries just took on a whole new meaning. What in the bowels of Tartarus have you gotten me into? I whisper hiss at Hades. He doesn't answer. Smite me now, I want to say. It would be faster and probably less painful.
Champions may bring with them into each challenge any mortal tools, excluding modern weapons, that they can carry, along with the boons they might earn throughout the crucible. From this point forward, the patrons may coach their champions and encourage them, but they may in no other way help or interfere with any champions, theirs or others.
It's telling that they had to write that into the rules.
And we, the daemons, shall stand as judges and rule-keepers of the labors, with final determination of the winner.
Suddenly, the daemons all blink out of whatever trance that was, and Zealous says,
There is one change to the rules this century. Due to Hades joining the crucible and the effects on humanity should the god of death be crowned king, we have elected to allow humanity to receive their dead and be aware of each event's winner.
The people around me gasp, mortals and gods alike. I briefly wonder if anyone would care if my body was returned to the Order.
Now, champions, Zealous continues, you can choose not to play, and your patron god or goddess will select another in your place.
I turn sharply to Hades, mouth open, ready to opt out. He shakes his head, then tells me in a lowered voice,
The last person who tried to pass on playing in the crucible. Ares selected that man's daughter instead.
There's no one truly close to me he could choose, but even so, I close my mouth on a slow, silent sigh. Message received. Everyone knows that saying no to a deity never ends well for mortals. No one else declines the honor.
Excellent, Zealous says. Any questions?
Where do I even start? But the other champions shake their heads, so I don't speak up. It's probably smarter to wait and ask Hades when we're alone anyway.
Without further ado, I open this century's crucible, Zealous declares. Champions, prepare for your first labor. It starts now.
12. I was never any good at tests. I sit ramrod straight in my chair. Now? No time to digest this? Or get ready? Mentally prepare? Just go play and hope you don't die? They aren't kidding around. Zealous folds his wings tighter against his body.
This first labor is more of a challenge to get you started. It is not one of the 12 in which you will compete against one another. And this is the only labor in the crucible in which every single one of you has the chance to win.
He lets that sink in a second. I'm still stuck on the fact that we're starting immediately.
And you want to win this one, he says. Those of you who play well will earn 2 gifts from your patron, 1 relic and 1 skill or attribute, both of which you can use to assist you through the rest of the crucible.
Zealous claps, and the space around the tables of decadent food is instantly filled with 1,000 glittering artifacts of all shapes, sizes, and types, placed and piled all around the platform, even up on the wide balcony rails. It's so cluttered that it looks like an antique shop vomited.
Champions, hidden somewhere on this platform is a token, an item that you and you alone must find. A different one for each of you.
Zealous looks us over.
When you find it, you will be taken farther into Olympus.
He waves up the sweeping staircase.
Along with your patron. When you reach your god or goddess, you win the challenge, and they will bestow upon you their 2 gifts.
It can't be that easy, can it?
If you do not reach your patron inside Olympus within the hour,
the daemon points to a sundial on the floor at our feet,
then you forfeit your gifts.
Ah, there's the catch. Not getting magical gifts when the others do would be a serious deficit to start with. That sits with me about as comfortably as sitting here between gods. I glance at Hades, who I find watching me, studying me more like, trying to figure out if I'm smart enough for this little test. Only he's not allowed to help me now, is he? And newsflash, I haven't trained or been tested by the Order in years, and didn't do well when I was. I'm not sure how my skills as an office clerk are going to help much either. My shoulders sink. He picked the wrong damn champion. Hades' hand reaches for mine, lifting it up and placing it to rest on the arm of his chair, our fingers intertwined for all to see. So I know this is another little show for the others. It's working. To my right, I can see the open-mouthed shock on Dionysus's face. Hades' silky voice curls around me, seeping into my muscles and tightening them like ratchets with every word.
Don't worry, my star. I'll keep you safe. And this test is cryptic, but there will be signs to help you along the way.
Enough of that, Zeus snaps at Hades. Even Zealous looks a little thrown, his wings twitching. Given where my hand is perched, I don't blame him. None of the other gods or goddesses are screwing around with their champions this way. Then again, I think that's the point. Hades chuckles darkly, but holds up his other hand in a gesture of supposed surrender.
I won't say more.
Zealous's lips thin, but he moves on.
Champions, your time starts now.
The other champions surge from their chairs, several running to the riches piled haphazardly before us. Yanking my hand free, I hop up with more haste than grace, and stumble a little, enough that Artemis, seated near us, sneers. Her intelligent hazel eyes remind me of the hawk she hunts with. She's built like a huntress, lean and strong, yet light, and the way she moves her head, scanning everything, only adds to the impression. Her armor is what I'd have expected, all moons and bows and arrows over a green gown that complements her mahogany skin. Green for the virtue of strength, maybe? Or heart? I can't remember. And I could see Artemis valuing either one. I purposefully give her a goofy grin and a shrug, and she turns away, obviously considering me both clumsy and naive. Not a bad thing. Given where and how I grew up, I learned early that a little misinformation can only benefit me. Boone still thinks I'm afraid of the dark. Speaking of, what in the world is he thinking right now? Watching me disappear from the den, only to show up at the temple with Hades, had to be a shock. Hades, still relaxed in his chair, waves toward the tables and piles.
Run and play, my star.
Does he really think this is fun for me? I bite my tongue to keep from asking that out loud. Look at that glare, Aphrodite tisks. Better watch out, Hades. I might steal her from you. I would love to be glared at like that. So much passion. She breathes the last words, so it's practically a moan. Heat surges up my neck and into my cheeks. The long black hair curling down her back sways with every move of her hips, her light brown eyes never leaving mine as she comes closer. She looks about my age, maybe a year older, but her eyes tell a different story. I could put all that passion to better use, she murmurs in a seductive purr of a voice. Don't you wish to...
Addie!
Hades snaps, out of his chair. Addie? Immediately, everything about her demeanor changes, the softness of her features hardening. Hells, the The softness about all of her hardens until a warrior stands in her place, staring daggers at Hades. "You're such a sourpuss. No fun at all." Then she winks at me and walks away. Hades shakes his head.
"Watch out for her. If she says the words, 'Don't you wish to,' clap your hands over your ears, because if she gets to the rest, you'll be compelled to do whatever it is she asks then and there."
His gaze cuts from her to me.
"No matter if it's something you want to do or not. Fuck an enemy, betray a friend. She can even make your body obey her against your will. Your reactions, your movements, sensations."
The last thing I want to talk about with Hades is sensations. I won't listen when she says those words. Got it. A slight tilt to one side of his mouth is his only response. "I thought you would all disappear until we find you with our artifacts?" I ask, flicking a glance toward Zeus, who hasn't stopped glaring at Hades since he took my hand. Zealous answers,
"They will disappear when the item is found, or be instructed to leave in the final few minutes."
In other words, they want to watch us squirm.
"Better find it quick, then."
Hades walks away to stand at the base of the stairs, as far away as he can get from the rest of the gods and goddesses, who have all moved to the tables of food and drink. I join the other champions among the tables, debating the best plan for success. A gong goes off, and Dionysus's champion gasps. Her dark brown hair is arranged in an intricate braid, and she's wearing a pantsuit made from wine-colored velour, embroidered with grapevines that match her patron's armor. Micah Besser, I think her name was. She has a rather large, hawkish nose, with intelligent brown eyes beneath thick brown bangs. She shoots me a rosy-cheeked smile, then ignores the piles of antiques and wanders over to the food tables.
55 minutes remaining,"
Zealous calls out. Is he going to count down every 5 minutes for us? That won't be nerve-wracking at all. Micah, meanwhile, picks up a bite-sized morsel from the table of decadent treats, studies it, then takes a tentative bite. She immediately chokes, her breath expelling in a harsh whoosh and dust flying from her tongue. She picks up a cup and drinks only to splutter and spit that out as well. The red stain on the white marble floor, not wine, but blood. We won't find our tokens among the food, apparently. It is also not for the mortals. As Micah straightens, I notice that some of her long, dark bangs are stained red. Seriously? The gods are assholes. Focus, Lyra. Thanks to learning that tidbit from Micah, a plan starts to form. I take my time, strolling and looking about, but I don't touch anything yet, keeping an eye on the other champions and searching for patterns in the items. Not that I'm seeing any. Another gong.
50 minutes. I'm curious.
Hades' voice sounds from right beside me, and I jump. I'm not used to people getting close. His habit of popping up wherever he wants, even when he was just standing all the way across the platform, is going to take some getting used to. I don't have time to talk, I say.
I know, but you don't seem to be trying very hard. At least the others have picked a few things up. Don't you want to earn your gifts?
I'm starting out slow.
I can see that. Why?
I shrug. Just learning what not to do first. Seems prudent in dealing with a game devised by a bunch of bored gods.
Interesting. Have you learned anything so far?
Yeah. Don't eat the food. 13. Following the clues. A shout pulls my gaze to the right, in time to see a stone statue of a cherub turn into a gargoyle and snap at Isabel Rojas Hernaiz, Poseidon's champion, dressed in a gorgeous heather-colored gown. She pushes one of the other champions back, then immediately yells at the gargoyle in rapid-fire Spanish. I tilt my chin in Isabel's direction. And don't touch the statues, I add. She even chucks a gold cup at the thing, which bounces off its stone forehead with a tink. The growling gargoyle unfurls a pair of wings that make a grinding noise as it flies away. I grin at the string of profanities still coming from Isabel. Didn't Poseidon say she was a beauty queen before her current job in tech? That's right, Isabel calls after it as she picks up whatever was near the gargoyle that she wanted. I mentally add her to my list of possible people to team up with. I have a token to find, I say to Hades. Stay out of trouble. His low chuckle follows me and lodges under my skin like a splinter I can't see, followed shortly after by yet another gong and time check. That sound is really starting to jangle my nerves. While time slips away, I continue looking for patterns in the items, while surreptitiously watching the other champions. But by the time 2 more gongs go off, and Zealous calls out,
35 minutes.
I'm starting to rethink my plan. It's not getting me anywhere. The others must be wrestling with similar doubts, because their movements all turn a little more rushed, faces more pinched. I pause on Zai, giving him a closer look. He has picked up a delicate glass bauble, I can't tell of what exactly, and is trying to surreptitiously study the underside more closely. Long enough that I start to wonder what he sees. He coughs when he sets it down. Then he moves on to the next item and does the same, looking at the underside, though he puts that one down quicker. My heart beats a little faster. Maybe patience paid off. Is he onto something? Starting well away from Zai to keep from drawing attention to him, one at a time I pick up different items. A scepter, a chalice, an orb, all priceless. Felix would fall over in a dead faint if he saw these riches. I mix looking at the bottoms with other actions as I gradually make my way to the trinket he stared at first. I set down an orb and sigh, glancing around, which is when Hermes steps into my line of sight, his winged feet and iconic helm the fanciest parts of his ensemble. Other than a gold cape that flares behind him when he walks, his armor holds no further adornments, no symbols. I've always liked my patron god. I get the feeling that he doesn't like me, though. Shrewd eyes in a narrow, arresting face are trained on me as he weaves through the antiquities, stopping only when he's close enough that I can hear his lowered voice. I know who you are. One of my order's pledges. Not now, I'm thinking. Talk to me later when I'm not under the gun. I bow before him, like I never have with Hades, or any of the others so far, for that matter. I have always honored you as our patron god, Hermes. I hope— He jerks a hand up, and I stop, mouth hanging open until I remember to close it. I am not your patron during the crucible. Unsure, I rise slowly from my bow. Of course, stop talking, he snarls. I snap my mouth shut so quickly I bite the inside of my cheek, but I refuse to wince. He stares at me hard, like I hold the secrets of the world. Why you? He mutters to himself. You're nothing. Ouch, but I guess I'm not the only one asking. Meanwhile, the clock is running, and he's wasting too many ticks. Be warned, he says. Watch your back. Are you threatening me? I ask, glancing in the direction of the 4 daemons watching every soul on this platform very closely. That would be against the rules. Something in the way he looks when he says that, everything about him, his eyes, his jaw, his shoulders, rigid, keeps me from relaxing. Then again, he muses, the rules will no longer apply after the crucible is over. So this is a threat. I'm not hazardously brave enough to call him on it, so instead I lean to the left slightly to peek around him, right at Hades. I don't say a word, but I guess Hermes gets the hint when he turns his head to see where I'm looking. Does he really want to tangle with that particular god, even after the crucible? Not that Hades will give me a second thought when this is done, but Hermes can't be sure of that. I get the impression that Hades is very possessive of anything he considers to be his, and he seems to be one to hold a grudge. I look at Hermes. Am I wrong? Without another word, Hermes stalks away. Fantastic. The crucible has hardly started, and I'm already public enemy number 1. The gong goes off again, stringing my nerves tighter.
30 minutes,
Zealous announces. I look around at how many items are here. 30 minutes isn't going to be enough to check them all, and I still haven't made it to the things I saw to even know what I'm looking for. I move faster now, making my way across the platform to where he was, still trying to hide what I'm doing. I can practically hear the sundial ticking down the seconds, like a clock with cogs. It's not until one of the other champions shoots me a sidelong glance that I realize I'm humming. Again. I clear my throat and pick up a slender baton, only to jump when it suddenly turns into a hissing snake in my grasp. It winds its way up my arm. Another trick of the gods, I see. Am I supposed to scream, run away, and hide? They're amateurs at pranks compared to pledges. Not so fast, little fella. Reaching up, I grasp it gently by the head and peel it away before it can loop around my neck. I look at it. I don't have time for a distraction right now. Oh, give him here, an impatient female voice says. Demeter's golden armor sets off beige skin and wheat-colored hair. Even her eyes seem to spark with gold. I give her the snake, which winds around her wrist and snuggles into her like a beloved pet. But she focuses on me. Why would Hades pick you? Everyone's number 1 question, it seems. You should ask him. I turn away but pause when she says, he probably just wants to fuck you. Wow. I open my mouth but stop myself just in time. What if this isn't her being a bitch? What if this is a mother jealous on her daughter's behalf? Persephone's death must still hurt her terribly. My condolences, I say, on the loss of your... Demeter's expression turns poisonous, and it leaks into her voice.
Don't dare speak of her, mortal.
A nearby urn of beautiful lavender-colored hydrangeas withers, turning black at the edges. I glance toward Hades. His expression is stony. No help from that area. I say nothing, and Demeter, chest heaving with the emotions she's unable to control, a mother visibly heartbroken, walks away. Great. I am going to be even more popular here than I am in the den. I can already tell. At least they mostly ignored me there. And at this rate, I'll be competing with no gifts to help me, and 12 gods and their champions all rooting for my demise. Forcing my head back in the game, I finally get to the small glass flower shaped like a rose Zai stared at earlier, and fight to control my expression as elation flutters through my chest. A symbol is etched into the bottom of the glass. A bow and arrow. This is the token meant for Artemis's champion. I set it down quietly and keep going like nothing happened. At least now I know what I'm looking for. The one with Hades' symbol. Gong.
25 minutes,
Zealous calls. Forget hiding what I'm doing. I rush now. Suddenly, Hermes disappears. I mean, poof, no longer there. So does Zai a second later, and a little bell rings. I guess he found his token. Ares' champion comments in a distinct Canadian accent. Between the Shirley Temple pin curls on her head, and, I squint to make it out, baby girl necklace at her throat, Neve Bouchard looks nothing like I expected from her patron god. I know better than to let my guard down around her. The rest of the champions turn even more frantic at the proof that our tokens can be found. I pause and take in the tightness of their faces, the fumbling of their fingers, the worry pinching their eyes. We are, all of us, just trying to survive this. And damned if there's anything I can't stand more than an unlevel playing field. I've been living with exactly that my entire life, thanks to Zeus. I glance at Hades, who is now propping up the stone wall far from the rest of us as he watches me. When I catch his eye, he frowns. What I'm about to do is really going to piss him off. Gong.
20 minutes.
Damn it. I'm doing it anyway. 14. No good deed. With zero hesitation, I walk back to the glass rose and pick it up, waving it in the air. Which of you is Artemis's champion again? A man about my age looks up from a pile across the platform. I recognize him from Boone's phone screen, though he's more put together now. He has the classic, clean-cut looks I only see on TV shows and movies, and is dressed in a dark green suit, embroidered to match the moons and arrows decorating his patroness's armor. When our gazes meet, he walks toward me, saying, "That's me. Why?" Only his lips and the sound don't quite match up. Which is when it strikes me that Hermes, who among other things is the god of languages, must be translating so that we can understand each other. But he didn't do that for Spanish. Except I speak Spanish. Languages are one of the things thieves are taught from the start, and one of the areas in which I excel. Still, that translation is a handy little trick. I hold up the rose so he can see the goddess's symbol etched in the bottom, and his jaw drops. Why would you help me? Just take it. The second I place it in his hand, Artemis disappears, and her champion follows. Hey! Dionysus, his cherubic face sort of purpling, a lock of his golden hair falling over his forehead, waves at the daemons like they should intervene. She can't do that. Zealous glances at me, then shrugs.
It is not against the rules for the champions to help one another.
Excellent. I take a deep breath and raise my voice. Look for your god's or goddess's symbol on the bottom of an item. There is a frenzied dash to check all the things around us. I really should have waited to give away the trick until after I found mine. I turn to do the same and collide with Hades' glare. He smolders at me, and I mean that in the truest sense of the word. I'm surprised flames aren't rising off his head. I shrug, and he looks to the heavens, as if other gods might have an idea of how to deal with me. Another champion disappears with their patron, then another, and another gong clangs. Where is it? I'm whispering to myself now, picking up and setting down item after item after...
Lyra Kires.
I look up to come face to face with Ares, and I feel the blood drain from my cheeks. The god of war, with his deep auburn hair, pallid skin, and shocking dark eye, looks battle-ready in fearsome armor of black gold, with a vulture across the breastplate, its wings outspread, mimicking the black metal wings that stretch out behind him. His helm also looks like wings and covers half his face, including the eye he lost during the Anaxian Wars, a wound given to him by Athena, or so the legends say. In his hand he holds a tiny bowl of obsidian glass. He tips it so that I can see the bident and scepter etched on the bottom. I hold out a shaking hand to receive it.
In case you feel like being helpful to everyone again,
he says in a voice that could make a mountain tremble in its wake.
Remember this.
He hurls the bowl to the ground. No! I shout and lunge for it. But I miss, splaying out on the marble floor, hitting hard enough to knock the wind out of me, as my token shatters into 1,000 pieces. No, 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 no! I reach out in desperation to touch one of the glass shards, hoping it will be enough. But I don't disappear. I'm still crumpled at Ares' feet, and the realization of what I've just done to myself feels as if he took the spear strapped to his back and impaled me with it. Before anyone can so much as move, a horrendous sound, one I imagine a grouchy dragon would make when awakened from slumber, actually 4 of them, has me clapping my hands over my ears. I'm not the only one either. The remaining champions do the same. The daemons, in a whirlwind of feathers and fury, grab Ares by the arms and fly him away. "No!" Nev shouts. The woman's red-gold hair is styled in pigtailed ringlets. Her green dress, with a short, ruffly skirt that flounces every step she takes, reminds me of a baby doll as she stalks toward me. "You dumb bitch!" I scramble back, only something behind me has her pulling up sharply. Her face loses color so fast, it looks like a vampire sucked her dry, her blue eyes and freckles standing out in stark relief. "Ares interfered, and that is against the rules," Hades says from where he still stands across the platform. He levers away from the wall to walk toward us, and that's when I see it, the way the champions hurriedly scatter away as he walks among them. And so do the gods and goddesses, though not as blatantly. As if he trails death in his very wake, and they shouldn't get too close. Is it always like that wherever he goes? I shakily push to my feet by the time he gets to me. He's still staring Nev down when he reaches us and tells her, "It was a mild infraction, and he'll get the commensurate punishment. It won't affect you. Get on with finding your token." If daggers were glares, the one Ares champion shoots me would have lodged in my heart. I cross her off my list of potential allies. Before Hades can lay into me, I grab his arm. I don't know why. Maybe to give myself something solid to hold on to. His muscles tense under my touch, but that hardly penetrates the panic starting to set in as my own consequences hit me. I won't be able to. I won't get my gifts now. I'll be the only champion going into the Crucible without magical aids. If I thought I was in trouble before... Hades shakes off my hand, and my heart sinks. He's done with me already, prepared to abandon me, and I curl over a bit on myself. But he takes me by the shoulders, face close to mine, and meets my eyes directly. "There is never only one way to win any labor that is part of the Crucible." My mind can't keep up with his words, and I frown. "What?" He gives my shoulders a slight squeeze. "There's more than one way. Find it." I didn't even find the first way. Zai did. All I did was pay attention. I glance around at the champions, all wildly searching now. Where do I even start? He sighs. "Try to remember what I told you about this game at the beginning." "That's enough." Zeus is the one to growl the words. "You're getting awfully close to interfering yourself, brother." A muscle at the corner of Hades' lip twitches, but he lets me go and suddenly offers a smile so filled with charm that for a second even I am a little dazzled, like I can't quite catch my breath. Turns out the god of death has dimples. "Of course," he says. He walks away and leaves me here trying to remember what in Tartarus he said before. Something about... Oh, heavens, what was it about? "Get your shit together, Lyra." Usually the voice in my head is my own, but every so often Felix pops in there, or memories of him when he mentored me. I pick up and discard another dozen items in rapid succession, and when none zap me away, my shoulders sink. I hug a bright green bowl against my chest as my eyes dart from item to item. I need a plan. There's not enough time left to pick through it all, nor is it likely any item remains that will transport me to the end. I take a deep breath. Panic will get me nowhere. I need to think. What the hells had Hades said exactly? This test is cryptic, but there will be signs. He meant something by that? Something more than just being an unhelpful ass? Think, Lyra. What could he have been saying? I single out the important words. Test, cryptic, signs. My fingers are gripping the bowl so tightly, a rough edge rubs against my palm. I go to set it back down, but something niggles at me. Why would a god ever allow a blemish on one of their artifacts? I run my fingers along the rough edge again and realize it wasn't a mistake. There are tiny raised bumps just along one edge. Crypticode. I don't dare glance in Hades' direction as I run my fingers against the lip of the smooth marble bowl. Please let me be right.
What in Olympus' name is she doing?
I think that's Athena's voice. I don't turn to see. Closing my eyes, I feel along the system of bumps, which are formed into dots and dashes, a lot like Morse code. That little bell keeps going off as more champions find their tokens. But I stay focused, reading the code on the bowl. Directions. The rules said if you reach your god or goddess, you win the gifts. And presumably the token was one way to reach them at the finish line, so to speak. But the rules didn't say you couldn't find a way to your patron yourself. I quickly set the bowl down and pick up another object, feeling around until I find the same pattern of small bumps. Every item in here must have the same directions on it. Directions that make the hope wither in my chest, like the hydrangeas after Demeter got upset. I look up the path that is almost entirely stairs, that wind and climb the mountainside into the heart of Olympus, and my hopeful heart drops back to the soles of my feet to be trampled. Fuck me. The gong resounds.
5 minutes. Gods and goddesses, leave to wait for your champions at the appointed location.
I'll never make it in time. Out of nowhere, Hades appears at my side. Go. I lift my chin and take a deep breath. I haven't spent all my life tooling around the steep hills of San Francisco for nothing. I grab his arm for balance while I strip the fancy heels from my feet. Then I throw them to the ground and take off running up the stairs. 15. You better work, bitch. The stairs are steep and winding, and marble, slick marble. In no time, my lungs and legs are burning hard, my breath so loud that I sound like the little engine that could struggling to chug up the mountain. And I keep slipping, too, which slows me down more. Up ahead, a burst of movement catches my eye, but I'm busy watching the stairs to keep from tripping, so I don't see what. I round the corner and have to leap back as a massive head rushes me with sharp, tooth-filled jaws. A trumpeting roar of challenge ricochets off the mountains all around as a hydra rises up, blocking the stairs, its 7 heads writhing and snapping at one another, 3 of them focused on me. I can practically feel Apollo's chariot moving the sun through the sky faster. The time I have left to get to the top is ticking down. I can't fight a monster, even if I had a weapon on me, which I don't. The hydra stares at me, and I stare at it. A silver butterfly flits behind one of the heads, and I gasp. The monster sways and snaps its jaws as it blocks my path, but it doesn't attack. I watch the butterfly flutter in circles behind the giant beast. Wait, no. I watched the butterfly through the beast. Is this an illusion? Like the food or the gargoyle? What am I supposed to do? I'm out of time. Heart hammering, I take a deep breath, lower my gaze to my feet, and go. I sprint right at the hydra and yelp when yellowing, jagged teeth surround me as I plow into what should be its open maw. But the second I make contact, it disappears in a wisp of smoke, and the stairs are clear. I stagger and catch my breath. I have no doubt Hades sent me the butterfly. I might just kiss that damn god of death when I get to him. At that thought, I miss a step and almost go down, but manage to keep my feet under me. I have to run through 2 more monster illusions on my way up, a cyclops and a griffin. But now I know to just barrel on through. They don't slow me a bit. By now, I'm losing steam. I can't drag oxygen into my lungs fast enough. My legs feel like they're filled with thousands of little weighted balls as I clomp up the stairs on feet I can no longer feel. I slow and slow and slow until I am using the rail to drag myself up. Boone would do this better. Hells, any pledge but me. I have to be close, don't I? I wince. I can see the top now, at least, but my body won't get me there. Not in time.
You call that trying?
For a second, I think I've hallucinated Felix up ahead of me, until I force myself to focus and realize that Hades is standing at the top of the stairs. Is that far enough inside Olympus to count for this? If I get to him, do I win?
I know you can do better than this, Lyra.
Asshole. This god put me here, and now he's going to taunt me? Hot anger churns in my chest and flares all the way to my toes, feeding a needed burst of adrenaline that zings through my muscles and clears my mind for a moment. I force myself to move faster than my body wants me to move faster than I should. And I pay for it. Every single nerve is screaming as if lit on fire. My vision starts to close in, darkness trying to consume the edges and narrowing my sight to a tunnel. But I fix that remaining pinpoint of sight on Hades and don't stop. I don't even pause when a gong sounds and my heart drops. But it wasn't like my heart wasn't getting me up these stairs anyway. I've got nothing left in me but sheer will. Move, he bellows, like it matters to him if I make it. And the gong goes off again. These must be ticking off seconds now, marking the end of my time. Taking the steps two at once, I run in rhythm with the chimes. 5, he yells. He's counting down. Shit. 4. Keep going. I pump my sandbags for legs and pray I don't miss a step. If I slip now, it's all over. 3. Almost there. 2. It's going to be close. I'm still a body length of steps away from him. I don't have a choice. I leap and fly through the air, and for the briefest moment I think I might actually get to the top safely, until gravity yanks me down and I belly flop on the stairs with a shock of pain splintering out from too many parts of me, all the parts that hit sharp corners. And with the final toll, my hand lands on the well-polished black leather toe of Hades' shoe. Did I make it? The ringing of the bell is still fading away, and I'm still on the stairs. Did I make a sucking feeling, like the time I got caught in a tide in the ocean, drags me away. And suddenly I'm not lying on the stairs, but on a flat, smooth, blessedly cold floor. I manage to push to my hands and knees, but I'm too exhausted to lift my head, and my vision is still fuzzy. My breath rasps harshly in and out, as if I'm still running the race. A fire and flame rumble of a voice reaches me from far away. I knew you had it in you. I lift my head, smile at Hades, then vomit all over his fancy shoes. 16. Why do these things happen to me? If there's anything that should earn me punishment from a god, it's emptying the remains of my meager dinner all over his shoes. Which is why I flinch when he reaches down. Except he brushes my hair out of my face and holds it back while I catch my breath. You didn't like your shoes anyway, I grumble between gasps, then scoot away from his strangely comforting touch, and also away from the puddle, because gross. I'll give you this, Lyra Kires. You are unpredictable. It would be really nice to take a moment to unravel that, but my stomach heaves again. This time I manage to keep it in. Unfortunately, I'm a sympathetic vomiter. If I see it, hear it, or smell it, I make more of it. Here. A snap sounds above my head, and the vomit disappears. Not only that, but his hand comes into view holding a cup of ice water so cold the glass is already sweating. If anyone is unexpected, I'd say it's him. I take it and gratefully gulp the cool liquid down between quick breaths, sucking air into my still-starved lungs. I focus on that, on getting a handle on my bodily functions, until I can breathe enough to talk. That's when I finally look up at him. Thanks. I hope he knows that I'm not just thanking him for being decent just now, but for the butterfly and the crypticode, and making me mad enough to keep pushing, which I'm pretty sure is him breaking the interference rules and just not getting caught, unlike Ares, so I'm not going to say any of that out loud. Hades crouches in front of me, hands loose, gaze searching. I'm not someone you thank, Lyra. I'm someone you fear. Like everyone's scattering away from him every time he walks close? Does he really believe that? Or is he playing into a reputation that I'm starting to question just a little bit? If he's truly evil or unfeeling, he wouldn't have given me water. Consider me shaking in my boots. His lips hitch. You're not wearing any boots right now. I never would have made it with heels on. Images of snapped ankles and concussions dance through my head, and I give a delicate shudder. And the rest of your outfit? He asks. I glance down. I'm now only wearing the pantsuit. I ripped the beautiful jacket off somewhere along the way up. It was getting in my way. I see. I take another swig of water. So, do you wish to receive your gifts or not? You certainly earned them. Oh my gods. The entire reason I nearly killed myself getting up here in the first place. He holds out a hand, and after only a brief hesitation, I take it and let him help me to my feet, which is when I finally bother to look around. The room isn't what I expected. Not Grecian, but instead maybe Victorian. The walls are red silk brocade with intricate black wainscoting at the base. Red velvet curtains hang over the door and windows. All the furniture, a table and chairs and a chaise longue, is black wood and red velvet. And the ceiling, a dragon carved of black wood curls around the base of the chandelier. Where exactly are we? Still in Olympus. His voice has gone dry as dust in a drought. This is a room in my house. Really? I thought you never stayed in Olympus. I don't. I raise my eyebrows, still looking around. I see. So they just, what, hold a place for you? Something like that. You didn't choose the decor. I'm not asking. His eyes squint ever so slightly. This is all Addie's doing. Her tastes tend to be a bit over the top. Only now there's a subtle layer in his voice that sounds almost like affection. For Aphrodite, the goddess he warned me about. I wrinkle my nose. I guess she didn't get the memo about you abhorring expectations. Hades chokes on a sound that might be a laugh. I don't think I ever told her that. He looks away. Besides, I don't spend time here, and it made her happy to do it. My chest warms, but I push down all soft sentiment immediately. The last thing I want to do is think of Hades as anything more than what he is, the god of death who callously dragged me into this mess. I shouldn't be thinking he can be sweet. Now, he straightens his shoulders. Lyra Kires, I confer upon you 2 gifts to aid you in the crucible. So formal. Can't we just do this quickly and be done? He considers me. I could just not give you any gifts. I give him a flat look. You know, a gift isn't a gift if you have to earn it. We should call them prizes. He sighs, expression descending to boredom. Do you want your gifts or not? 17. To the dubious victor. If I'm not careful, I'll have run up those stairs and vomited on his shoes for nothing. So I pin a sweet smile on my lips. Of course I want my prizes.
I thought so.
Now he's back to being an ass.
The first gift chooses you.
Are all the others doing this in their individual houses? Irritation at my interruption crosses his features, then fades.
Yes. If we don't know what gifts the others have given, it makes things more
challenging. I get it. I roll my eyes. You gods really do like to have your fun. His gaze turns derisive, and his perfect lips curl.
Don't include me with them. I had nothing to do with the Anaxian Wars, and nothing to do with their crucible either.
Which means his entering this time is deliberate, and not just to punish me. Curiosity kicks in so hard the rest of the room fades, my focus narrowing on him and him alone. Then why now? Hades' face tightens just for a heartbeat before he smooths it back. But I caught it. He slipped telling me that.
Let's just say I have a different game to win.
I blink back at him. And I'm your pawn? After a second, he shrugs, the action so uncaring, so callously casual. I blow out a long breath, trying very hard not to lose my cool and knee the god of death in the balls. The more I'm around him, the more I forget who and what he is. That's a dangerous thing to forget. How about we get on with the prizes?
Watch it,
he warns. And I think maybe the fires in the braziers in the corner curl toward me a little.
You amuse me, for now.
In other words, I'm not reaping consequences as long as I keep amusing him. I'm too tired to deal with this, so I do what I do with Felix when he throws his weight around. Lowering my gaze timidly like a dutiful little mortal, I clasp my hands in front of me and wait. A heavy sigh reaches me.
You're a menace,
Hades mutters, then takes off his suit jacket. He rolls up his sleeves, like he could only stand being confined by those clothes for so long. I glance away. Forearms aren't sexy, they are just body parts.
Here.
He takes my right hand in his, clasping them palm to palm, then closes his eyes and whispers a few words I don't catch. Almost immediately, he jerks his gaze down to our hands. No, not to our hands. To his arm. As if he's roused sleeping spirits, lines appear in the wake of his touch, and I stare as tattoos that weren't there a second ago materialize on his skin. Not tattoos, though. Not black lines of ink. These are colorful and glittering, and each set of simple lines forms a different animal. A blue owl, a green panther, a purple fox, a red tarantula, and a tiny, adorable silver butterfly. As if they are alive, they move across his skin, the tarantula greeting the butterfly with what seems like a little wave of one of its legs, the owl flapping its wings at the snarling panther. I can't look away, fascination holding me in thrall. The owl in particular looks at Hades in question, asking permission, I think.
It's okay. Go to your new mistress and help her,
Hades commands. The tarantula, closest to our clasped hands, is the first to move, scuttling across his skin and onto mine, and I gasp at the sensation of tiny bubbles as it finds a new home on my wrist. Then the fox slinks forward, its tail the last thing to disappear around Hades' palm, before it sits on my arm and wraps that tail around its paws, cocking its head in curiosity. The other animals follow, picking their places on my skin and blinking up at me. All except the butterfly.
You too,
he says, but she stays in place, wings slowly flapping. Looks like I'm not the only one who doesn't listen to you, I whisper. His gaze snaps up to my face, but I don't meet it. It's fine, I tell the loyal little creature. You can stay with him.
You promised to obey me, Lyra.
I raise my eyebrows, then offer my most pleasant smile. Did I? I never really agreed. Hades releases my hand. The warmth from his rough palm against mine seeps away, and the absence feels like a loss. Get a grip. You're lucky, he says finally. They haven't left my arm for someone else since my mother gave them to me. His mother? The Titaness Rhea? A being he and his brothers fought and caged in Tartarus with all the other Titans. These are from her? I stare at them. Draw your finger from your elbow to your wrist, Hades tells me. When I do, the animals disappear, closing their eyes and lying down as they sink into my skin and fade away. Wow, I whisper. Now, when you awaken them, they will listen to you. I raise my gaze to his. To do what? Whatever you need. They can bring you items, or you can send them to find information, scout out the best route, overhear conversations, spy on other champions. His lips tilt. Maybe on the gods, if you're careful. Sounds like a good way to land myself another curse. You don't have to send them all at the same time, he says. Just like the animals they represent, each has different talents you can use. I look back down at my skin, which is now blank as if they were never there, as if they're not sleeping under the surface. Hades clears his throat. You are also allowed a gift from me personally. He pauses, long enough that it hits me. The god of death is hesitating. His gaze drops lower. I offer you a kiss. By now, I should stop being shocked, especially by Hades, but the impact of that word reverberates like a tuning fork striking metal. It shivers through me all the way to my core, where a new sensation stirs. An uneasy sensation. A haunting sensation. I've never been kissed. I shouldn't want it, should I? Or is this just curiosity? He steps into me, forcing me to tip my head up. This kiss will mark you as mine. In the less than 24 hours I've known him, I've felt 1,000 different emotions when it comes to this god. Fear, hate, irritation, envy, frustration, grudging gratefulness. Most of those feelings run along the lines of anger, the burn of it rising and falling with each passing event. I didn't deserve this, any of it. So no one is more surprised than me when the word mine, uttered in that silky voice with his mercurial gaze intent on my face, stirs in my belly a quivering, like his precious butterflies are all trapped inside me. No, definitely no, horrifyingly no, a very hard no. I am not getting fluttery over any god or goddess, but especially not this one. With a tiny step backward, I frown at him. What kind of gift is that? He looks right back at me. This mark will give you safe passage through the underworld, so that you may return to the overworld and not get trapped down there. Oh. I don't move back when he takes another step closer. That's a gift worth receiving, even if it involves a kiss. Hades takes one more step, and his unique, bitter chocolate scent wraps around me. He uses a gentle finger under my chin to tilt my face up to his, then leans down slowly. Only instead of a brotherly kiss somewhere neutral, his lips hover over mine, almost touching. His breath is warm against my flesh before I realize what he's doing, and I make a tiny sound in my throat. Immediately, he freezes, gaze lifting to meet mine, though he doesn't move away. Problem. Can't you just kiss my forehead or cheek? Gods, I sound like a petrified virgin, which I am, but no need to sound like it. After a second, he slowly shakes his head. It doesn't work that way. Do you want a different gift? No. This is a gift no one should knock back. Worse, I shouldn't want to kiss him, but that curiosity thing has me firmly in its clawed grip. It's not like I'm risking my heart. It's just a kiss, Lyra. Decision made, I close my eyes and tilt my face toward his, like a sunflower following Apollo. Go ahead. He doesn't move for so long that I almost open my eyes again. But then his lips touch mine. Softly at first, but that's not the surprising part. It's that he doesn't simply kiss me and then be done with it. Instead, he brushes, then brushes again before pressing his lips to mine more firmly. He only lightly touches my chin with his fingers and my lips with his, but his warmth seeps into me, everywhere. His lips gently part mine, shaping, teasing, becoming more demanding, and I don't pull away. I'm too caught up in the everything of it. My head spins, and I don't know which way is up, down, or sideways. I open under his touch and lean into him, and he doesn't hesitate, the kiss taking on a heat and a life of its own as he plunders and owns and takes, even as he gives. And I don't want to stop, because the god of death's kisses are delicious. A craving stirs for more as his chocolate scent swirls around me, blending with the taste of him. He makes a sound deep in his throat. Then his kisses change again, turning hungry, hot, and menacing, like the predator I know he is. But it's too late for me, too late in so many ways. I'm lost in my response to him, matching him kiss for kiss in heat and heady, intoxicating peril. Exposed and undeniably vulnerable, and yet powerful in my own right, because he groans. Hades groans. With no other warning, his power releases through that touch. It snaps through me in a wildfire of sensation, searing every single tiny nerve, every inch, spreading outward from my lips. His magic consumes me like a blaze as it sinks into and under my skin, to lie there in wait like his tattoos, marking me as his. An involuntary tremble takes hold of me. In its wake, as the blaze cools and the magic settles, comes the cold snap of reality, of where we are, of the only reason he's kissing me. And I go as still as a corpse under his touch. Hades must sense the change in me, because though he still holds my chin with his thumb and forefinger, I feel him pull back slightly. I blink my eyes open to stare wordlessly up at him, holding my breath, because what could I possibly say in this moment? I wondered, he whispers, more to himself than me. Those silver eyes spark almost like they're touched with starlight, and for the wildest second I think maybe he's as shaken as I am. But then he offers me a knowing smirk. Damned if I'm going to stand here and awkwardly avert my gaze like a girl who just had her first kiss. Instead, I scowl and say the first thing that comes to mind. Of course the god of death kisses like a demon. 18. Back where I was. A new chime of bells has me looking away, breaking Hades' gaze and his hold on my chin. All he says is, "That bell is the signal to rejoin the others." After unrolling his sleeves and putting his jacket back on, Hades turns and, in a formal gesture I've only ever seen in movies set in bygone eras, offers me his elbow. That's it? Kiss me until I'm hazy and hot and then back to business? I frown and he nods at his proffered elbow. As soon as I place my hand on his sleeve, we disappear, only to reappear on the platform, which is now clear of both the food and all the items. The other gods are waiting, and glaring again. Zeus snorts. "For the first time in over 2 millennia of the Crucible, all the champions have received their gifts." He shoots me a look. Is it my imagination, or did lightning spark in his eyes? I don't realize I'm curling my fingers into Hades' arm until he puts his other hand over mine. I force my muscles to relax. "What happened to her shoes?" Hera asks, looking me up and down. Her shoes? Aphrodite's chuckle alone is like audible sin. What happened to her top? Then she tisks. Sleeping with champions isn't prohibited, of course, but already, Hades, that was fast. Her teasing reminds me so much of Boone. Experience tells me that instead of spluttering, blushing, and denying, it's better to say nothing and look bored, which I do. Hades trails a finger lightly over my knuckles in a seductive touch.
It won't be here, and it won't be hurried.
He looks at both of his brothers.
And I won't have to transform into an animal to convince her.
Oh my gods. Heat creeps up my neck. Couldn't he have just not said anything either? How hard would that have been? An odd crackling electricity fills the air, soft but there, and I think Zeus might be about to lose his shit, until Hera slips her hand into his.
Let it go, she urges softly. You know how he lives to taunt you.
After a second, Zeus's shoulders relax. Then he steps forward so that all eyes turn to him. He's back in charge.
You will live here in Olympus with your patron, when not playing in one of the labors.
More than one of the other champions winces, or pales, or gulps. I, however, am nearing full-on panic. Live with Hades? With Hades? Zeus is oblivious to our reactions.
We hope you will enjoy your time here in Olympus. Your first official labor begins tomorrow.
Can't wait. Before I accidentally slip and say that out loud, my vision blinks out once more. Like when we came to Olympus, the journey is completed in darkness, with no sense of sound or feeling beyond the arm under my hand, and no pressure or movement either. When my vision returns in an abrupt swish, it's to find myself in... Wait, where am I? I scan the sunken living area of a massive apartment. Is this where I think it is? The view out the floor-to-ceiling windows confirms it. I'm somewhere in San Francisco. Is this your penthouse?
Yes.
His breath ruffles my hair. I thought the champions have to live on Olympus until the crucible ends.
And you are. We're only visiting. And this is still my territory. There's a difference.
I'm beginning to sense that Hades likes to see just how far rules will bend for him. I step away, focusing on the room rather than him. None of the decoration is Grecian, not even a hint of it. I guess I should expect that from Hades. The wealthy in this city are usually blessed by Zeus because they pander to his colossal ego, which includes leaning into all things ancient Greece. Instead, the room boasts a mix of items of various cultures and time periods, scattered among the chromes and black leathers of modern furniture. And not a single photograph or personal item. I know cameras are a more recent invention, and this guy is old, but still, no painted family portraits or mementos of any kind.
Tell me more about your curse,
he says. I back up a bit. I assumed you knew or could see, I don't know, a mark or something.
No.
Zeus didn't tell you?
There's not a chat room for the gods where we share our daily cursings.
I frown. You curse mortals on a daily basis?
No. And since he didn't say anything today...
Hades crosses his arms.
I'm guessing he forgot.
So easy for them to ruin someone's entire life and not even bother to remember. I already figured that. Though nothing alters in his demeanor, I get the impression Hades is... satisfied, maybe? Smug? About what, I'm not sure.
So the curse is you can't be loved?
I nod. It means no one will want to work with me to get through the labors. Not in a mean way, just in a vague, they keep their distance kind of way. No one really forms an attachment to me, or cares if I live or die, I guess. And with the labors in particular, there's the added incentive of you. He shoots me a flat look. You could send me back.
It's too late. When the daemons asked if anyone wanted to decline, that was your last chance. The Crucible is a binding magical contract between the gods who enter, confirming they will finish, and after the champions agree to participate, they're included in that contract.
Is that the immortal version of read the fucking fine print? My voice rises to a squeak and I clear my throat. That really needed to be explained better.
It wouldn't have made a difference. You were my only choice.
He leaves me standing in the middle of the sunken living room as he walks to the foyer. He points down the hall.
Your room is that way. Third door on the right. There is an ensuite bathroom.
Then he stalks away, shutting the door at the end of the hallway behind him. I stand in the foyer staring after him, a little more than dazed. Then I tip my head back, only to blink at the ceiling, which could have been painted by Michelangelo himself. A frieze depicting the underworld and all its levels. Where I'm going to end up sooner rather than later if I'm not careful. I don't need the reminder, I mutter to the universe in general. I already know I'm fucked. 19. Loopholes. I don't know what I was expecting, but the room Hades pointed me toward is distinctly feminine, mostly in creams, set against antique wood furniture, with pops of lavender in the form of blankets and artwork. Through the wide-open door to the bathroom, I spy a massive clawfoot tub, and actually sigh out loud. The Order's Den only has a few communal bathrooms shared by all of us, with single-stall showers so narrow I bump my elbows against the walls when I wash my hair or shave my legs, and they regularly have no hot water. This is luxury, my reward for surviving a shitty day. I toss the tiara on the bed, strip off the clothes that were never mine to begin with, and within minutes I'm soaking in beautiful bliss. Heaven. My muscles, already turning sore from my sprint up the stairs in Olympus, release in the hot water like they are sighing too. Under the bubbles, scented with jasmine and vanilla, I trace the bruises cropping up in interesting purple stripes from my belly flop on those stairs. I'm lucky I didn't break something. I drop my head back against the rim of the tub. Being banged up isn't a whole lot better. The first official labor is tomorrow, and I'm going in damaged, while the other champions are in perfect health. Terrific. What did I ever do to the fates anyway? Eventually, the water cools, and I force myself to get out of the tub. I pause in the doorway at the sight of lavender pajamas, modest with long pants and a short-sleeve shirt, and even a bralette and underwear, folded and waiting neatly on the bed. The other clothes are gone, but the tiara is still there. I shake my head. Hades is a good host. Who knew? It isn't until I'm dressed and pulling back the covers that I finally take a good look at the tiara as I pick it up to move it off the bed. I go marble statue still, staring at the thing. It can't be. Black gold, it is designed to look like butterfly wings spreading from a black jeweled center. The wings are dotted with black diamonds and pearls. And that's what I'm staring at. Because the black pearls with their hint of pink are familiar. Too familiar. I count, then count again. That's what I was afraid of. There are exactly 6. I execute an about-face a soldier would admire and march out of my bedroom and through the penthouse. I stop in the middle of the living room, not sure where to go. The sound of a blender, of all things, whirs from off to my left, and I follow it to find Hades in the kitchen. His hair is damp from a shower, that errant pale lock curling on his forehead instead of brushed back. He's changed into jeans and a faded blue t-shirt that's seen better days that reads, "Sure, you can pet my dog." If I wasn't still thrown by the tiara, I'd laugh, because his dog is Cerberus, the 3-headed hellhound who notoriously doesn't like anyone. Also, Hades is barefoot. I mean, so am I, but he's a god. I have never in my entire life pictured gods or goddesses barefoot. In a kitchen, no less. He glances up. Smoothie. What alternate dimension have I fallen into? I shake my head. Help yourself to any food in the fridge, then. He waves a hand. Just like we're regular people, sharing a space like it's no big deal. But it is. It's a big deal to me. I'm not entirely sure how to handle this Hades, who is suddenly all solicitous courtesy, which feels wrong coming from him, like wearing clothes that are a size too small. Don't do that. He frowns. Do what? The polite charm thing. It's how I put others at ease, he says. The god of death tries to put others at ease? There's a disturbing thought. Are you sure that actually works? I was until now, he mutters. We're getting off topic. I jerk my hand up to show him the tiara. Tell me these pearls aren't what I think they are. He glances at the tiara, then goes back to making his smoothie. They are. Why would you... I stop, then start again. What possible reason could you... They might help you. He says this as casually as if he's listing off the foods in the fridge. I lower the tiara to my side. You already gave me my 2 gifts. You're not allowed to give more. I gave you the tiara before the daemons said I could no longer help you. And it's not a gift, it's clothing. That's a flimsy loophole if I've ever heard one, and thieves are good at loopholes. I frown. So the pearls can help me? Yes. How? If I don't tell you, then it's definitely not a gift. Just a mystery you figured out on your own. I stare at him, something finally sinking in with me that should have much sooner. You know all the loopholes, don't you? His eyes crinkle at the corners, though his lips don't lift. I decline to answer on the grounds that my words might incriminate me. Then he turns the blender on, filling the kitchen with noise. In other words, he does. I drop onto a stool at the large island, across from where he's standing. But these are Persephone's. I point out the second the blender stops. He doesn't react to her name, like I semi-expect. Get all scowly, broody, don't say her name or else, and so forth. Instead, he shrugs. They can't help her now. Help her? Legend says he used them to trap her in the underworld with him, not help her, right? 1,000 questions circle in my head, like dogs chasing their tails. But I don't utter a single one. For once, it's none of my business. They are yours now, he says. Mine. My pearls that do something that used to help Persephone. What did the stories say about hers? I mean, to start with, they were pomegranate seeds. Do I eat them? His eyebrows lift slowly in... Is that reluctantly impressed from the god of death? I can't tell you, he says. So yes, I eat them. I thought only 4 were left. He shakes his head. Mortals always get details wrong. No surprise there. I try to think. Persephone's pomegranate seeds kept her in the underworld. I'm talking to myself now, turning the tiara this way and that. Or maybe they took her there? And I'm protected in the underworld. That has to be it. I glance directly into silver-bright eyes, studying me in a manner that makes me want to look away. He's too intense. Too... him. Am I close? I ask. You're definitely quick, but you'll have to wait and find out. I battle back the warmth of a blush. Why do I need protection? He shrugs. You seem to gravitate toward danger. His paws hangs in the air. Jackass. But I know I'm close at least. A way to escape a labor? Or to protect myself when we're in Olympus? Does it matter? 12 labors, though, and only 6 seeds. I'd better save these puppies for near-death experiences. He finishes making his smoothie and carries it into the living room, where he turns on the TV.
"Here," he says, "you should study your competitors."
I follow him and realize he's turned on the news coverage of the opening ceremonies. Already the mortal newscasters are discussing and showing clips of the worldwide festivities, the gods, and of course their champions, whose stats they are starting to list as they question who we are and why we were chosen. My face flashes up on the screen, an image of me with a mulish scowl standing at Hades' side in the temple.
"They haven't found anything on you yet, beyond your pledge name,"
he says, sounding satisfied. They won't. My existence was erased when the Order took me in, and they are very good at what they do. Lyra Kires is a mystery, the commentator says, but I think the bigger mystery is why Hades has joined this crucible. I'm staring at the screen, and the words just sort of fall out. Why me? He turns the sound down.
"I picked you because when we met, despite being afraid, you didn't back down or cower, even from a god."
He rests his head back against the couch cushion, as if he's suddenly weary.
"Especially from the god of death."
I've seen the way others cower and avoid him, even the gods, whose fear-filled gazes glaze with a curious kind of desire. I know what he must feel, not the being feared part, but being isolated even in a crowd. Still, did he seriously pick me because he thought I might actually have a chance? Not to punish me, but because he liked my... what? Sass? A sharp laugh bursts from me. There's probably an edge of agitation to it, but I don't really care. Felix always said my big mouth would get me in big trouble someday.
"Felix?"
he asks. My boss in the Order?
"I see."
His gaze settles on me in a way that makes me want to shift my weight on my feet. I'm not entirely sure I believe him about his reason for picking me as his champion, but it's something, I guess. But the fact that he wanted someone who wouldn't back down from gods is concerning. "You're sure you can remove my curse if I win?" I ask. He nods. I think about that. I've never let myself picture a future without it. If I'm honest, I never let myself picture a future beyond my next meal, really. Not because I worried I'd die at any moment. Our lives in the Order weren't that precarious. There just wasn't any reason to dwell on what could never be. I settle onto the other end of the couch and tuck my feet under my legs. "What kind of games?"
"What?"
"The games I am oh so honored to play on your behalf. What are we talking about here? I'm guessing a rousing round of tiddlywinks is unlikely."
"Each contest is planned well in advance, lodged with the daemons, and can't be changed after the labors start. And the nature of each isn't revealed until that god or goddess's turn."
Why did that feel like a cagey answer? What about in the past? What were those like? He doesn't answer right away, like he's considering how much to tell me.
"They vary."
Vague. Give me broad strokes, then.
"I admit I haven't paid close attention in the past."
What? Then why... Forget it. He's already answered that equally vaguely. I'm a planner. I'll do better if I know what to expect.
"They will likely be themed around the god or goddess's virtue and their particular powers."
Which reminds me. What virtue will I be associated with? Hades cocks one brow at me.
"Do you find me virtuous, then?"
Okay, I guess that answers that question. What else? I ask. He thinks for a minute.
"Some will be things like solving puzzles."
Puzzles. Depends on the kind, but okay.
"I've seen some that are like solving a mystery or rescuing an innocent in peril."
Cool. So far, not so bad.
"A few obstacle courses."
I wasn't the best at that during training, but I wasn't the worst either.
"And some will be like the labors."
he tacks on. So, I was right about that. Like fighting hydras and holding up the world for Atlas? Catching a giant boar? Those kinds of labors? My voice rises as I talk. I'm doing a lot of that today. He shrugs. Gods don't die, I point out, anger creeping into my voice. And demigods are hard to kill. What's your point? The anger bubbles hotter, spiking my blood. Mortals can't respawn or use another life or just restart the damned game. I pick up a pillow off the couch and hurl it at him. It hits him right in the face before dropping to the floor. He stares at it like he's never seen a pillow before, then slowly lifts his gaze to mine. I'm expecting smoldering fury, but he only looks confounded. It's probably been never since anyone pitched a pillow at Hades. You're an ass, just like the rest of them. His eyebrows lift, and then his expression and voice soften ever so slightly. You'll be fine, Lyra. I will stay by your side through it all. He's not allowed to interfere, which means I'll be guaranteed an audience at my death. Splendid. You're unbelievable. I snarl the words. His smile turns teasing. You finally noticed. Oh my gods. I'm going to kill him if I don't leave now. Taking my tiara with me, I cross the living room in the direction of my bedroom, muttering every colorful expletive I learned in the order along the way. I'm halfway there when I hear a sinfully amused chuckle. Of course Hades could laugh in the face of certain death. Too bad it's my looming demise he finds so humorous. 20. What are you doing here? Pledges are taught to sleep with one eye open. Not literally, but we do sleep lightly. One of the first and longest lessons, which takes years of being interrupted and surprised at all hours, until we develop reflexes that alert us to every possible threat. As for me, I also guard all incoming loot, since I don't have a roommate and there's extra space. So it's a habit I had no choice but to continue to practice. Not that I'm getting much rest, given what happens tomorrow, but when I suddenly wake in the dead of night, I don't question it. Something's wrong. I don't open my eyes. I don't want whoever is in the room with me to know I'm wise to them. Pretending to roll over in my sleep, my back to the door, I wait, every sense tuned to the slightest change. I really wish I had a weapon on me. My tension reaches screaming pitch, and that's when a hand clamps down on my mouth. I immediately start thrashing, but an arm squeezes around me and twists me so I'm face to face with them. Which is when I recognize a certain thin white scar at the corner of his mouth. I jerk my gaze up to find Boone Runer staring back at me with dark eyes. Damn it, Lyra, he whispers. Calm down or you'll wake him. Damn it yourself, Boone, I whisper back as I push to sitting. You scared me. What are you doing here? He stares at me from where he's now crouched beside my bed. Me? He shakes his head. What about you? Hades, Lyra? Seriously? The god has a 3-headed demon dog as a damned pet. Really? Because I thought he was the god of sweetness and light, I grumble. Boone glares. What exactly did you get yourself into? A fuck ton of trouble? How did you know I was here? The lights are on in Hades' only overworld home, he says dryly. The entire world knows. And Boone's a master thief for a reason, even in a building that's off limits. For very good reason, it turns out. Fine. Having this argument with him while I'm sitting up in bed in silky PJs is ridiculous. Regardless, you shouldn't be here. Why are you anyway? He sobers at that. To help, if I can. I rear back as disbelief ricochets through me. 12 years we've known each other, ever since he came to our den when I was 11. Counting earlier today, this is the second time he's wanted to help me. Ever. He has no idea what I'll be doing. How's he going to help? Boone drops onto the other side of the bed and whisper groans.
Oh, wow. This is amazing.
The mattresses in the den aren't exactly comfy. Functional is a kind word for what they are. He thumps a duffel bag on the bed, not between us, but in front of him. Then he proceeds to open it and pull out various items. The first few are clothes. You touched my things? The hairs on the back of my neck prickle. How'd you get into my room?
Felix,
he says. Swallowing my questions, I watch as he keeps pulling my clothes out of the bag. He probably emptied my drawers. I can't decide if I'm more embarrassed that he dug through my stuff or about to float away on a happy cloud. Because he's here, for me. My logical brain takes over, tamping down on the giddiness. At least I don't have to rely on the god's dubious sense of appropriate fashion. Next, he pulls out a tactical vest.
I didn't know what you'd be doing. I brought anything I could think of.
He shrugs.
I figured you could at least wear this, even under your clothes if you have to, and stash a weapon or two in it for self-defense.
My eyes sting, and I blink rapidly as I tentatively take it from his grasp. Okay.
I've already prepped it with some things.
I raise my eyebrows at him, then start rummaging through the zippered pockets and pouches to find tools common to our trade are tucked neatly away. Wire twine, wire cutters, bolt cutters, a small screwdriver with several interchangeable heads, and even a small torch for cutting metal. The thing is, I don't know what I'm facing either. But given the little Hades described, a thief's tools might come in handy. They certainly can't hurt. I get to the last pocket, a deep vinyl-lined one on the back. But this time, I drop what I pull out to the bed on a gasp. I stare at the gleaming gold and silver weapon lying there. My relic. 21. This is real. Every pledge who graduates to Master Thief magically receives a relic. We believe the gifts are from Hermes for use in our trade. It is the only thing of significant value that we never have to steal or surrender to pad the order's pockets. However, as a clerk, I didn't technically graduate. There was no ceremony. No relic should have come to me. But this axe showed up on my bed one day. Silver with golden markings, it has a gold handle, the end wrapped in turquoise leather. A circle with a symbol of Zeus's head stamped on it divides the larger blade from a smaller one on the backside that's shaped more like a tip of a spear. I assumed one of the other pledges was playing a mean trick, trying to get me caught with a relic that wasn't mine. But every time I returned it to the coffers, it magically returned to me. No one, I mean absolutely no one, knows I have it. What is that? I try to play naive. The relic looks like an ordinary handle to a weapon or tool, if only the handle remained. And I turn it this way and that as though trying to figure out what it is. Boone rolls his eyes.
I've known about this for the past few years,
he says. And never turned me into Felix? I eye him sideways. How?
I saw you practicing in the weapons range one night when I was late, returning from a score gone sideways,
he says. Oh, well, blast and brimstone. I swallow. Boone isn't done, though. Next, he pulls out a lock-picking kit. Not one of the cheap, larger, unwieldier ones the Order provides, though. This is Boone's personal kit that he paid for himself, having to work off his own family's debts for longer to buy it. It's smaller. I'll be able to slip it into the biggest pocket on the back of my tactical vest. But I shake my head. This is worth a lot to him. I can't.
You can, he insists. I'll just use one of the orders until you get back.
I stare at him. I might not come back. His lips go crooked, but he doesn't say anything before he digs back into the duffel bag.
And then there's these."
He holds out a drawstring leather pouch that rattles a little, something inside clacking. Curiosity always was a failing of mine. When I don't immediately reach for it, he bounces it on his palm.
"Come on, Lyra Luhu. You know you want it."
I pluck it from his grasp, then pour what's inside into my hand and stare. Teeth? I look at Boone. Gross?
"My relic,"
he says, as if that's not a big deal. I almost drop them right there, and they clatter in my hand a bit. Hells, Boone, you can't give these to me.
"They're my relic. I can do what I want with them."
He shrugs.
"They haven't been useful to me as a thief anyway, so—"
I still don't want to take them. What are they?
"Dragon teeth."
The teeth are stark white, tan at the roots, and they come in so many different shapes, all of which remind me of ancient weapons. Single, long, curved swords, tiny, straight daggers, three-pronged caltrops, and hammer-like molars made to crush instead of rend. They're so...
impressive?
small. I glance up to find his shoulders silently shaking.
"They've been enchanted to be carried more easily, but they will still work fine. You plant them in the ground, any ground, and within minutes they will grow into bone soldiers that cannot be killed, and who will obey your commands. Use them wisely."
What exactly do you think I'll be doing? I ask cautiously. It's almost like he has an idea, but I'm well aware that's not possible.
"Who knows?"
he says.
"If you use them, great. If not, I'll take them when you get back."
He has no idea that of all the things he brought me tonight, if I'm going against monsters at some point, these teeth might come in the handiest. Even so, I can't take his relic. These have to be worth a small fortune. Even if you don't use them, you could sell them and finish paying off your debts 10 times over, probably. He shrugs.
"I received my deed of fulfillment 2 years ago."
I go still, staring at him with wide eyes. 2 years? So, you want to stay in the Order? I ask slowly. Become a boss?
"I have reasons for hanging around."
I don't ask. He doesn't say. Still, these could set you up when you go legit. I hold them out. You shouldn't give them to me. Everything else is more than enough. He lets me pour them into his palm, then takes the leather pouch and drops them in with little clicks of bone on bone, and holds the pouch out to me. I have no clue what to do with this boon. Yes, he's always been nice to me, but in an oblivious we-work-together sort of way, layered with the flirty way he is with everyone. Maybe even in a pity sort of way. But self-sacrificing friendship? No. For the second time in 2 nights, tears mist my eyes, and I blink at the sting.
"If you don't take them, I'll just throw them away,"
he says. Knowing him, he means it too. I huff, stubborn to the bitter end. Boone winks, says the pot. I grumble some more, but I snatch the bag from his hand. How long will they last?
"Until whatever you need them for is over. One use only."
Got it. I set the pouch on the bedside table and look at him expectantly. Only instead of leaving, or whatever else he thinks he needs to do, he remains still as an awkward silence fills the room. You were always fascinated by dragons, I say to break the silence. Always reading about them. I guess now I know why. He glances away, and I realize that we aren't close enough for me to know that. I'm giving myself away a bit, except he already knows about my feelings from chance. Boone gets up off the bed, and I'm not sure why, but I get up too, and walk him to the door of the bedroom. I'll check if it's all clear, I tell him. It feels like the world flipped upside down and started spinning backward. Him in my room, the risk he took to help me tonight. I reach for the doorknob, but he gets there first, stopping me. Something else? I ask. He searches my gaze, but differently now, like he's trying to find a secret in my eyes. He hitches his chin as if he's silently laughing to himself. Or maybe at himself, because his expression is solemn. "You've always thought I hated you. That we all did," he says. Someone put me out of my misery. Not hated, exactly. I know I'm right. Don't bother denying it. I slowly close my mouth, and he nods, again to himself. He turns the knob and sticks his head into the hall, taking a good look, then pulls back inside. "For the record, we didn't hate you." I twist my lips around the tears clogging my throat and around the words that would tell him why I already know that. The thing I figured out a long time ago about my curse is that it doesn't make people hate me. It just makes them not choose me. But not after the crucible, not if I win. And it hits me for the first time that maybe with the curse lifted, I have a shot with Boone. It's strange that I didn't think of it before. Then again, I was dealing with some shit. "See you in a month," he says, and offers me that signature cocky pirate grin before slipping away. I close the door and lean against it, my head dropping back with a soft thump. "Fuck," I mutter. Boone coming here cleared the fog of denial I've existed in since the moment Hades called my name. Or maybe it's the fact that he was concerned enough to bring me all these things that finally has me thinking straighter. Either way, the truth I've been avoiding until right this second is now crystal clear, flashing in neon lights in front of my face, inescapable. There's no way I can get out of playing in the crucible. I'm really going to have to do this. And now, I have a stake in the game. 22. There is nothing normal about this. I feel more than see Hades walk into the kitchen the next morning, and I know he's staring based on the way the back of my neck prickles. A long, drawn-out study. Just as my stomach starts to clench, he speaks. "What exactly are you wearing?" It turns out Hades' voice is growly in the mornings, and a little bit grumpy, and the fact that the terror-inducing god is not a morning person is kind of cute. There's no stopping the shiver that whispers over my skin. I chalk that up to the fact that I barely slept last night, and now exhaustion is dragging at me like extra gravity. I glance down at myself, then go back to the eggs I'm scrambling. The uniform I was provided. The two-piece athletic set of movable, breathable material showed up in my room at the butt crack of dawn. Simple pants and a long-sleeve shirt with a mock collar. Sports clothes. I'm trying very, very hard to pretend it's for comfort and not for running for my life. Hades' name is stamped across the front in yellow block lettering, looking cheaply made and a little bit like a prison-issued jumpsuit. It is gray. Like an ugly gray that makes my skin look sallow. Gray is also not one of the 4 colors that went with the virtues we're supposed to be divided into. Is mine this color because you have no virtue? The question pops out before I can filter for a god's ego. I realized late last night he'd never really answered my earlier question. Was that supposed to be funny? A little bit. I shrug. I can hear his confident steps before he comes into my field of view, standing next to me at the counter in a pair of low-slung jeans and a light blue t-shirt. I value something different than the others. Having a curious nature really sucks sometimes. What? Survival. Oh, something else we have in common. Only a different kind of surprise has my eyebrows winging up. You're a god. Immortal. Survival seems built in. Surviving isn't just not dying. His voice roughens. If anyone can relate to that, it's me. You're right, it's not. Anyway, He continues and waves at my clothing. Not this. His voice takes on a smoother edge that I'm starting to identify as irritation. I'm not sure why he's annoyed about what I'm wearing. I'm the one wearing it. Sure, it's not the height of athleisure wear, but so what? Do I need to look good to try not to die? Last night you were all about blending in. I promise this won't blend in. He crosses his arms. It's also a deliberate affront to me, making my champion look less than. Less than? I snort. Again, I'll be in a contest that might require running and hopefully not screaming. Seriously, who gives a shit? These are fine. Actually, I appreciate that the style didn't run along the lines of the insulting, absurd image I find most people love to indulge about women in sports or fighting. I'm going to regret asking. He settles a hip against the countertop. What insulting, absurd image? Oh, I scoff. I don't know if gods watch movies. I mean, you have a TV and watch the news, so it stands to reason. The point? Right, well, any top that is just a flimsy bra I could spill out of is beyond impractical, unless I'm using my breasts as a distraction. There might be a choking sound beside me as I expertly flip the eggs. And good gods, corsets seem great for the figure and posture, but shit to move around in, let alone fight in. Talk about restrictive. I roll my eyes and turn off the burner with a flick of my fingers. Most fantasies about women, in my opinion, are dumb as fuck. Forget leather, which holds in all the sweat, and knee-high boots are hot and all, but try jumping off a rooftop in 3-inch heels and see what happens. I think I'll pass, Hades says. There's a long pause, then he adds, I wouldn't mind seeing you in the boots, though. I sigh. How disappointing that he's like all the rest of them. Don't you dare. I'll make sure to keep your requirements in mind. He snaps his fingers, and like yesterday, I'm instantly wearing new clothes. I glance down, then move my pan off the burner so I can take a closer look. The outfit is still sporty, but of super fine quality. Black now, the color of the public-facing god of death, apparently. And the material seems patterned in black on black to look like flames, maybe? The pattern covers all of the shirt beneath a vest, but only a simple stripe up the fronts of the legs. Are my clothes now fancier than the other champions? I hope so. I almost smile. He definitely likes sticking it to the other gods, and despite probably earning more black marks next to my name, that's something I fully support. Playing to the crowds again? Exactly. I pause, twisting my neck to peer closer at the vest. It's the tactical vest Boone brought me last night, which Hades kept as part of the outfit. I'm sure of that. Except now there's a butterfly embroidered on the chest in a rose gold thread. But there's more. My hands are covered in fingerless gloves, with smaller rose gold butterflies on the back. The gloves tuck into gauntlets covering my forearms that are a supple, movable leather, and yet protective. My feet are encased in boots that protect my shins, but I can tell I'll be able to run and even climb in them easily. Wow, he actually listened. Why butterflies? I don't look directly at him, but I still catch the way he shrugs. I like them. Me too. I don't say that out loud, though. No need to bond over bugs. Deliberately, I pull my shoulders back. I'm also not going to thank him. The reason I'm wearing this is because I'm his champion. I won't thank him for any of it. I scrape half the eggs onto a plate and take them and a cup of tea to the kitchen island to grab a stool there. I left some for you, I tell him, then frown. Do immortals even need to eat? Yes, but only for... He pauses long enough that I glance up, meeting his glittering gaze directly for the first time this morning. Something I've been avoiding until now. For... pleasure. Good grief. The slide of that word on his tongue, the wicked, teasing light in his eyes is too much to handle this early in the day. Not to mention, I've been doing everything I can to not think about his gift since it happened. Only now, all I can think about is that kiss, about the way his tongue felt brushing against mine. And if the swirling in his eyes is any indication, he's thinking about the exact same thing. 23. Breakfast of Champions. Must be nice, I offer. Then go back to keeping my head down and eating my breakfast. A minute later, he sits next to me at the island, his own plate piled high. How do you know how to cook? He asks. In the den, we take turns manning the kitchen and eat buffet style. First come, first served. During very specific hours, and then all the food is locked away. You snooze, you starve. Even the bosses cook. You're quite chatty this morning, I grouse. It's worth getting to know my champion's skills, strengths, and weaknesses, don't you think? I'd honestly rather he not. The bosses are pledges who paid off their debts and earned the right not to do anything they don't want to. I see. Do you plan to earn that privilege? My stomach twists, my palms suddenly sweaty. I really don't want to explain that I've already paid off my debt. I just have nowhere else to go. I stare at the eggs on my fork and hope he doesn't catch the slight tremble in my voice. I enjoy cooking. An awkward silence settles between us as I try my damnedest to ignore him, until he hooks a foot in my stool and tugs me around to face him, his legs bracketing my knees, and he's close enough that instead of breakfast, I smell him. Bitter, dark chocolate. I've always had a thing for chocolate. Hades doesn't speak, just stares. I stare back, fork miraculously still piled with my bite of eggs suspended in the air. With a glare, I stuff the bite in my mouth and rebelliously chew, then swallow. Is there a reason for making me gaze adoringly upon your magnificence while I eat? Horrible choice of words. I wait for some sort of comment about how adoring him was bound to happen sooner or later, or how nice it is that I finally recognize his magnificence. It's a good thing I finished that bite of eggs, though, because I definitely would have choked on it when he says, I may take you up on that veiled challenge to make you do exactly that. Could he? I mean, with his powers, not just the raw magnetism thing he has going. You don't fool me. I brave it out. You're not Aphrodite. After another tension-pulsing pause, his lips quirk. Thank the Titans for that much, at least. I let out a silent breath and immediately suck it right back in as he continues to keep me here. Only now his gaze changes, turns more intense, his eyes a pure, radiant silver in the sunlight. And to answer your earlier question, maybe I enjoy gazing at you, my star. Holy hellhounds! This is more than a poor mortal should have to deal with. I keep forgetting who and what he is. I really should just keep my mouth shut and my head down around this god. But if I lower my gaze now, he wins. So instead, I crook an eyebrow. I mean, I know I'm cute and all, but falling for me is probably a bad idea. Not that he could. This might be the first time I've forgotten that, even for a second. We don't want things to get awkward, I add, tone nonchalant. He smiles, a real one, and the impact is like a strike to the chest. Those hidden dimples appear as a laugh escapes him. I swallow for a different reason this time. With a shake of his head, he turns me back to the island. At least now you're looking at me, instead of avoiding eye contact. Leave it alone. Let him have the last word. You look terrible, by the way, he remarks. There goes any truth to gazing at me for the fun of it. I know, I didn't sleep well. Between Boone, Hades and the first event looming over my head like a guillotine's blade. Sleep was a long shot anyway. I run a weary hand over my face. You should see the bruises under my clothes. His immediate frown reminds me of Zeus's thunderclouds. Show me. A command. Maybe he'll feel bad if he sees and take pity on me. I lean back, unzip my tactical vest, and pull up my fitted shirt. Even I wince at the sight of the black and blue line across the bottom of my ribs. Fuck. Hades growls the word, and I blink at him. Then he grabs a cell phone out of a pocket in his jeans. Gods have cell phones? And types rapidly. Almost as soon as he sets his phone down, a man appears in the kitchen with us. He's an older gentleman, with wrinkles around his brown eyes, and graying hair at the temples and in his beard. Hades is in full autocratic mode, tossing around the orders. Asclepius, she needs repair. Like I'm a broken computer or something, but at least I know who this is now. Asclepius. That explains the aging. Gods don't age, but according to some versions of the story, Asclepius started as a mortal man who was punished by Zeus for the crime of restoring the dead to life. Afterward, he was welcomed into Olympus as the god of healing. Asclepius takes one look at my bruising, then holds a hand over me. His beige skin glows blackish blue now, like the color of my bruising, and a lovely warmth spreads outward in my chest. I gasp as the nagging ache of each wound disappears, and before my eyes, the purplish mark on my stomach fades. The glow from Asclepius's hand changes color to match, until all that's left is healthy tissue. I poke at a spot with my finger and smile. Not a single twinge of pain. That's a neat trick. I look up at Asclepius. Thank you. His eyes crinkle with an answering smile. No more belly flops on the stairs, young lady. You knew about that? Crooked teeth flash at me. All the gods, demigods, and other mortal creatures keep track of the crucible. The winner tends to affect us. I should have guessed. We watched the entire night with interest. He slides a look between Hades and me. Terrific. I'm like a reality show celebrity for the immortal world. Just what I always wanted. Asclepius gives Hades a stern look that I picture a grandpa making. You should have called me sooner. I straighten. Someone who dares to talk back to Hades? Not just that. He's reprimanding Hades. Oh, I like you. Hades' mouth thins. She didn't tell me. Asclepius snorts. You should have known. You were right there when she hit those stairs. Before Hades can answer, Asclepius pats my shoulder. I won't be able to do this after the first labor starts, my dear. Any magical healing is reserved only for the winner of each, and the champions who share the victor's virtue. Great. The labors might require healing, and I'm the only one in the survival virtue, which means if I don't win, I don't get healed. Just one more checkmark in the Against Lyra column. I should stop keeping that list. It's depressing. Best of luck. Play well. Then Asclepius is gone as fast as he appeared. Hades is still in thundercloud mode, so I roll my shirt back down, zip up my vest, it's much more comfortable now, and turn my stool back to the island so I can finally finish my food, which is probably cold at this point. Next time, tell me, he says. Fine. We both fall into silence, but he feels far too broody at my side, and it's making the muscles in my shoulders coil. Do you know what today's challenge is? I ask. Hades shakes his head. Only the god or goddess who devises the labor knows. They aren't even supposed to tell their own champion, though I'm guessing most find a way around that. I pause mid-chew, then finish the bite. I'm never going to get these eggs into me at this rate. Will you be devising a labor? No.
I've been informed it's too late. I would have had to square it with the Daemons a year ago.
Terrific. I will be unprepared for every single labor, while at least one champion will likely have a leg up in each. I chew that over, along with more breakfast. I'm a little lost in my own head, which is probably why Hades' question is like a bolt from the blue.
Who was that man in your room last night?
24. Caught off guard. I splutter and choke on inhaled egg, gulping down tea to try to help. When I can finally breathe, I carefully put my fork down. You didn't hurt Boone, did you?
No, he left here unharmed and unaware of my notice.
Well, thank the gods for that. But I can't get a good read on Hades, whose expression is as neutral as it gets.
He's your lover?
He asks, sounding bored. I'd laugh if he wasn't poking at a sore spot that will probably never heal. Obviously not, I say carefully instead. It turns out gods can feel guilty, just a tad, the expression gone as fast as it came, but I caught it. He's one of the master thieves in my den, not even a friend. I pause, because after last night, I'm not certain that's true.
Then why was he here?
A very good question. I wish I knew. To bring me my things. He was helping me avoid someone when you selected me, and watched me disappear.
Your not-friend was helping you avoid who?
It's a long story.
And you don't want to tell me?
What is going on with his voice now? I thought I was starting to get a grasp on his tones and their meanings. A glance shows his face is neutral enough. Even so, he sounds off. Not really, no. I get up and go to the sink to wash my plate and the pan.
Are you in love with him?
I set the pan down in the sink with a bit of a clatter and face him. You really cut right to the heart of things, don't you? He cocks his head, looking mildly interested.
Are you?
Hells, I really don't want to talk about this. It doesn't matter. I turn back to the sink. There's a telling pause behind me.
It's good if you're not. The less worry you leave behind, the better you'll do in the crucible.
Which brings me back to reality with a thump, and I hadn't even realized I'd left it. His voice wasn't tight because he cared about what was going on with me, or how my life might be affected. All Hades cares about is his end goal, whatever that may be, and I'm just a stepping stone to get there. Something I'd be smart to remember. There's a tiny ding behind me. Fuck. His muttered curse is soft and urgent. A second later, he reaches a hand around me and turns off the water before he spins me to face him, his silver eyes muted and serious.
I thought I'd have more time to prepare you. The first labor is about to start.
My heart tries to make an escape up my throat, clearly ready to leave the rest of my cursed body behind. I swallow it back down. How do you know? He holds up a phone with a group text. The gods have a group text? Seriously?
My brother just told me,
he says. Poseidon's name swims on the screen for a second. It takes that long for my brain to engage. Poseidon? So, water? Ocean? Hades nods. Maybe I should have worn something waterproof. What's his virtue again?
Courage.
Courage? So probably not checkers, I mutter under my breath. Then louder. Monsters?
I don't know. In the last crucible, he made the champions face each of their greatest fears, all at the same time.
He's not joking or teasing now, and the fact that he's not makes me more nervous. He must see that, because he offers a reassuring smile, one I'm pretty sure he hasn't used in a millennium because it's so stiff. No dimples in sight, and that makes me even more nervous. Hades is trying to reassure me. This is bad.
You have everything you need,
he asks. Pearls, dragon teeth, Boone's lockpicking kit, my relic, a few other tools. Those are all stowed away in my vest. I carry Hades' 2 gifts, the tattoos and his kiss, as part of me, within me. I nod.
Good. Don't take unnecessary risks. Let the other champions do that.
Now? Now is when he decides to give me advice?
Watch your back. The instinct to survive is wired into us all, but especially mortals, since, like you said, you have no reset. It makes all living creatures ruthless, no matter their personality or behavior otherwise.
That I already knew, I mutter. His fingers dig into my arms.
Use your gifts, but only if you must. It's better if you can get the other champions to use theirs and save yours.
I nod again. For some reason, the instructions he's rattling off are settling me. Maybe because it reminds me of my training years, when Felix would throw instructions at me so fast I could hardly keep up. This feels familiar. I focus on his words, on his voice.
Nothing is ever what it looks like when gods are involved, he says. Question everything.
No shit. His lips crook, even though his eyes remain serious.
And if you need me, all you have to do is get to me.
I frown. Will you be there? You can't interfere. Rules. His expression takes on an arrogant cast.
I'm the god of death, and death doesn't know any rules.
I give a shaky laugh. Finally, something positive about having you as my patron. Olympus, save me. I can't believe I just said that. My eyes go wide, and I guess he reads my thoughts, because he slides one hand up to cup the back of my neck, drawing me close, his face right in mine.
Focus, Lyra, he says.
Right, focus. I nod, then nod again. Okay.
I didn't say call me. I said get to me. There's a difference. Do you understand?
Another riddle to solve. Great. Frustration passes over his features.
I can't say more than that.
I'll figure it out. Eventually. Maybe. My body starts to feel a little funny, like it's lighter and sort of bubbly, especially my feet. I glance down to find them fading from sight, nimble leather boots and all, and the sensation creeps higher up my legs. I hope the water is warm at least, I murmur. I don't know why I say it.
Look at me, Hades commands.
And I do. I look right into molten gray eyes, swirling with emotions I can't possibly decipher right now. He squeezes my shoulder.
No matter what, Lyra, remember one thing.
One thing? He just told me like 10. What?
I picked you for a reason. You can do this.
The god of death picked me, chose me, has faith in me, despite my curse. The sensation is up to my chin now, and Hades starts to fade from sight as I disappear. His voice follows me into the nothingness.
You can do this, Lyra, because you're mine.
Part 3. Let the games begin. Quitters never win, and winners never quit. But survivors change the game. 25. Poseidon's labor. Mine. Hades' last word chases me all the way across the world, which comes back into focus the same way it went out, with that bubbling sensation, but growing heavier as it works its way back down my body, until the chill of water jolts through my nerves, right as a wave rolls over my head. It ebbs and I come up spluttering, because damn, of course the water is cold as fuck. I go to wipe the salt water out of my stinging eyes, only to jerk against restraints. Through fuzzy vision, I look up to find I'm tied by the wrists, my arms overhead. The rope is attached to the top of a thick wooden post. I use my shoulder to try to wipe the water off my face, then blink and blink until I can see more clearly. Water and rocks. A cave? I'm in the middle of what looks like a large cavern, wide open to the ocean on one end, allowing sunlight to spill inside. The cavern is made of the strangest formations I've ever seen. The rock before me is brown and shaped in rectangular columns, rows and layers of perfect vertical columns, up to where the roof curves overhead. Up there, what looks like the bottoms of the columns poke out, and they could have been dipped in gold paint the way they glitter. The beautiful greenish water swells in and out, forcing me to lift my head or get a faceful. A shiver racks through me as my muscles try to generate warmth. It's August, so I guess this is the warmest it gets here. And living on the Pacific Ocean, I'm already used to chilly water. But most people wear wetsuits to swim in water this cold. I'm still in my champion clothes, which cling to me but don't provide warmth. "Hey!" a male voice rings out. "Where in the overworld are we?" "A cave in the ocean, dumbass," a snappy female voice answers in Spanish. "Do you really need to know more?" "What kind of fucked up labor is this supposed to be?" someone else yells. What exactly were they expecting from the gods? Charades? A flare of black wings through the small patch of visible sky tells me the daemons are here. So where is Poseidon? Or do we just get started on our own and figure it out? I strain against the ropes to lean out and look to my right and left. The other champions are here, all dangling from their own posts in a straight line, each spaced about 12 feet apart. Some are just waking up. A few are thrashing about, starting to panic. To my right, easily identifiable by her red hair and green outfit, is Nev, who is not panicking, but looking around like me. She catches my eye and shoots me a glare. Of course they'd stick me next to the one champion I've already pissed off. To my left, in the direction of the cave opening, I recognize the only shaved head among the group. Maybe the sexiest head I've ever seen. He is Dex Soto, Athena's champion, dressed in turquoise like the others of the mind virtue. If my memory is right, he's from an island somewhere in the Caribbean. A cry comes from farther down the line past Dex, and I lean out as much as I can, my shoulders protesting the stretch at this angle. My heart trips at the sight of the ocean beyond the cave, bubbling up like a geyser erupting from underneath, churning and frothing, until Poseidon bursts through, lifting his trident to the sky. Behind him, 2 dolphins launch into the air, doing flips before diving back into the water. Is he kidding with this right now? Does he really think any of us care about a grand entrance when we're tied to posts in freezing water? But of course, the display isn't for us. It's for the immortals watching these proceedings so avidly. Seems like Poseidon might be as much of a showman as Zeus. Riding a wave that swells around him, he slides into the cave to float directly before me on a spinning column of water that lifts him higher. I must be positioned in the center of the group. He is clearly in his element, no longer wearing armor, but shirtless, showing off his sable skin and impressive physique, and also not hiding anything with skin-tight pants that look like metallic blue fish scales that shimmer in the water. He has tattoos over his chest and arms, and what I'm pretty sure are gills at the sides of his ribs. And his dark blue hair, when wet, turns black, matching his trim beard. "Welcome to Fingal's Cave." He says this like we're here on vacation. "We're in Scotland?" Nev's question has the gods smiling. "Yes, young mortal. Staffa Island is one of 2 magical sites that sit directly across the sea from each other. They are at opposite ends of a bridge built by the Irish giant Finn McCool to enable his passage to Scotland to battle his gigantic Scottish rival Fingal. The Celtic gods have been kind enough to loan it to me for this labor." Nev doesn't say any more, and I'm left wondering. I don't know that set of gods like I do my own. Is Fingal's Cave a good or a bad thing?
For your first labor, your bindings,
Poseidon waves at us.
are not your only problem. There will be a bigger challenge.
His smile turns enigmatically self-satisfied.
There is no time limit. The winner will be the one who finds a solution to the bigger challenge first.
He looks down the line of us as we all swish back and forth on our poles, pulled by the ebb and flow of the swells, hung out on lines like bait. The water is semi-clear, but I can't see too far down. What's in here? I run through all the ocean creatures the ancient Greek gods like to use. A selkie? Sirens? A hydra seems like overkill and too big for this cave. At least my shivering is starting to ease as I adjust to the water.
Poseidon continues. This labor will test not only your courage, but your wits, and even an ability to work with those who would see you fail. All skills a leader would need.
Why would being a leader be anything the Crucible needed to prove? The mortal winner won't be leading anything. Their god or goddess will. Poseidon's smile is damn near gleeful, though I can't tell if he's bloodthirsty or just incredibly proud of what he has in store for us today. It's the first labor, so does that make it the hardest? Or will they get progressively more difficult?
Oh!
He chuckles. That dickhead actually chuckles.
You've probably already noticed the temperature of the water. It's summer, so it won't kill you right away. But it will start to affect you the longer you're in it. I suggest you hurry.
Fuck me. The Crucible truly is just a game to the gods. We aren't real to them or worth worrying over. This isn't life and death to them, just a little sport. Damned if I'm going to let them kill me for sport. The other champions either, if I can help it. Even the ones who hate me already. None of us asked for this.
Best of luck to you all.
He turns his head to look at his champion, who must be tied up farther into the cave.
But especially to you, Isabel.
Then he dives back into the water, sending another wave cresting over my head. At least this time I see it coming and can brace myself. By the time I wipe my salty face on my shoulders again, he's gone. There's a beat of silence as we all absorb the fact that he's just going to leave us here to figure it out.
We're going to drown,
one of the men I can't see cries out.
The water is getting higher.
That sets off several others, their high-voiced, rapid-fire chatter bouncing off the cave walls. My heart tap dances on the inside of my ribs. But even a pledge who ends up a lowly clerk learns a thing or two during training. Working through fear is one of those. So I close my eyes and think. One thing is certain. Something worse is coming, and we're not going to be able to face it tied to posts. 26. Figure it out. The tide isn't coming in. Nev is telling this to herself, but I manage to catch the words. Her Canadian accent sounds thicker, maybe because of the danger. It's going out. I open my eyes to pay attention to the water. She's right. It's lower than when we first got here, which means I need to work faster to get free. Right now, the water is holding some of my weight. Tied up like this, I can't reach anything in my vest, so using one of my tools to cut the ropes isn't a possibility. Movement to my left catches my eye, and I find Dex has managed to flip around and is climbing up his pole. Damn, he figured that out fast. But should I also take his lead? My wrists may be bound, but my feet are not. I use the movement of the water to swing sideways, and probably look like exactly what I am, a worm on a hook trying to wriggle off. It takes me several tries, but eventually I manage to hook one leg around the post, my rope twisting with me. I wait for the water to flow back out, then wrap my other leg around. The rough-barked wood posts clearly haven't been in the water long, because they aren't slimy. Leaning back, I wrap my hands around the rope, which is thin, but my gloves help with the grip. Using the rope and my thighs around the post, I start to climb. I'm able to use the lift of the swells when they roll by to help boost me for the first few scoots. But soon I'm above the waterline, a soggy, heavy mess, dragging my own waterlogged weight up the pole as my muscles scream. Fuck, this was easier in my head than in reality.
"Look at them!"
Someone yells nearby. Them? Out of the corner of my eye, I see Nev shimmying up her pole, only way better than me, and nearing the top. On my other side, Dex is already there. I'm not surprised about Nev, who strikes me as the independent fuck-the-world type. Dex either, really, who is tall but lean in the way wolves are in the winter, giving him a meaner edge. "How did you do that?" someone else calls. "Turn around and use your legs and the rope," I shout back, and slip a little from the effort. Then I keep going, focused entirely on what I'm doing. One hand over the other, scoot the legs, try not to slip. "Oh my God," Nev snarls off to my left. "Quit with the fucking humming." The noise cuts off in my throat. I seriously need to get that little habit back under control. When I finally make it all the way, I can't figure out how to heft myself up to sit on the flat top, and I'm running out of strength quickly. I force myself to focus. My wrists are still bound. Now that I have slack to look at the knots, I know I can't undo them with my teeth. I need my relic to get free, but it's in a zippered pocket at the small of my back. I won't be able to reach around. I lose my grip and slide down the pole a few feet, but manage to catch myself. Think, damn it. On either side of me, Nev and Dex, who I guess don't have knives, are struggling to get on top of their poles. Dex has managed to pull himself up enough to lay over it on his stomach. Nev is breathing hard, her brows puckered in a ferocious scowl. A few others are making their way up now, too. My relic is the answer, I know it. But how do I grunt as an idea hits me between the eyes. I'm taking a big fucking risk and have one shot at this if I'm lucky, but it's the only option I can see. Holding myself up with my shaking thighs, I lift my bound hands over my head and start tugging my vest up. My shirt drags up with it. More than once, my legs slip, and I have to pause and get a grip. Finally, it pulls free with a tug. I'd love to take a breather, but my legs are jelly, and I'm slipping more. Working as fast as I can, I manage to unzip the pocket at my back and pull out my relic. First, I cut the rope that secures my wrist bindings to the post. My legs give, and I tumble back into the water, dropping my vest. Still clutching my weapon, I helplessly watch the vest sink until it's snagged on a small rock outcropping, maybe 6 feet down. Shit. When I come up for air, I let my quivering body float as I awkwardly hack through the bindings around my wrists as fast as I can without cutting myself. The rope isn't thick, so I'm quickly freed. My body quakes from the cold. I need to get out of the water before I can't. We all do. I duck back underwater and swim down to my vest, slipping it back on with jerky motions as I kick back up to the surface. "Stop climbing," I yell to the others. "I'll come to you and cut you free." "Don't believe her," Nev snarls. "She'll just gut us with that axe." "She already helped us once," Micah yells back, her bangs plastered to her forehead by the spray of the sea. "We all have our gifts because of her." Something falls into the water from a pole closer to the cave entrance. I look just in time to see Kim Dae-hyun, Artemis's first male champion in, maybe ever, swear as a bulging backpack sinks under the water. That sucks. Hopefully he can get to it. Kicking to stay afloat over another swell, I shout at Dex. "It's up to you. Come down to the water if you want my help." Dex is climbing down. It'll take him a second. So I swim past Nev's pole to Tranika Kane, Hephaestus's champion, one of the courage virtues. She's the only other champion from the United States, from somewhere in the South, I think. Her dark waves hang over her face, and discerning eyes stare back at me from between the strands. Are you going to gut me like she said? I like Tranika already. No nonsense and practical. No, but I have to climb your pole to get to your hands, so we'll have to touch. Don't bite me or something, yeah? She nods. I try to avoid pulling or leveraging myself on her, which would hurt her hands and wrists more, and manage to get up the pole high enough to cut her down. She falls in with a splash and comes up coughing and wild-eyed. I need my hands! I drop back into the water and cut her wrists free as fast as I can, and she wraps herself around the pole. Get to the wall, I point. She nods, and I move from pole to pole, skipping Apollo's champion, Rima Patel, world-class neurosurgeon turned fishbait, who's already freed herself. Next, I get to Zai, who managed to sit on top of his pole at least, although by the shaky looks of him, that took all he had physically. He waves me off. I'm safe up here for now. Get the others. By the time I reach Isabel, it's more difficult because the water is still receding. Too fast. This isn't a normal tide. Isabel mutters through chattering teeth in a litany of angry Spanish about the cold water, sadistic gods, and why the fuck is she here anyway? She and I really need to be friends. As soon as she's free, she flips her long blonde hair out of her face and twists it up into a knot on top of her head while treading water. Do you have anything else that cuts? I hesitate a beat, and she sees it. It'll go faster with two of us, she points out. She's right. I have this. I pull the wire cutters out of a different pocket and hand them to her. We both swim as fast as we can to the other champions, past where I'd been tied up. I can already see that Samuel Sabina, champion of Zeus, must have broken his rope by strength alone. He's helping Micah on Dex's other side. Meanwhile, Dex has climbed back down, but it's obvious that with the lower water level, his arms and wrists are hurting now. Hurry, he groans at me. Hold on. I hear him grunt, like I have a choice. Because there's more strain on the rope with his weight, it snaps like a twig after the first saw. I follow him into the water and free his wrists. In a blur of movement, he grabs the axe from my hand. 27. The Warning Stones. Before I can react, Dex slashes at me, but a swell of water pushes him out of range before the blade makes contact. Heart hammering, I swim backward, putting more distance between us. Dick move. Sorry, but I'm here to win. Mental note to stay away from Dex from now on. I'm here to not die, I tell him. Victory is all yours. Yeah, right. He waves my relic in the air. Thanks for this, though. With strong strokes, he swims away from me toward the opening of the cave. What? Does he plan to swim all the way from wherever this island is to the shore? His funeral. The pearls. I have 4 of the 6 tucked into a pocket of my vest. I could get away if I wanted. Hades would come get me in the underworld, if that's where I end up. No, dire needs only. There are words! Tranika points across the way from where she's climbed up onto a ledge. Sure enough, the sinking water has revealed words in English carved deeply into the cave walls. At first, they barely show over the waterline, but it goes down fast enough to make them out. And as soon as I read them, a kick of dread plows into my gut. If you see these words, then weep. Not good. Very not good. A glance tells me most of the others are free now. Isabel is assisting Aphrodite's champion down her post, but Zai is still up on top of his own. And I can't cut him free. "Isabel," I call out. "Dex took my axe. Help Zai when you're done." Her head comes up from what she's doing, and then she waves an acknowledgement, so I start cutting a swift path through the water, away from the carved warning in the rocks, back toward Trinika and several others now up on the ledge. I'm almost to the wall when Nev's eyes go wide as she stares over my head toward the carving. Trinika must see the same thing, because her mouth forms the words, "Oh shit," before she's waving and yelling at all of us. "Get out of the water! Get out of the water!" If I've learned anything in this life, it is not to hesitate when someone yells at you to run. So I swim hard, heart pounding like it wants to break through my ribcage as I cut through the water, feeling like I'm not going fast enough as my muscles cramp from the cold. Any second, I expect something to catch me by the feet and drag me under. Every time I lift my head to breathe and make sure I'm swimming the shortest path to the ledge where the other champions wait, I can see their faces grow slacker and paler with fear and shock. I hit the rocks and try to climb up, but unlike the wood posts, the surface is slick. "Come on, come on, come on!" I'm muttering to myself as I crab walk my hands, trying to find a spot, any spot, to pull up, when suddenly a large hand appears before me. Randomly, my brain gloms onto the detail of long, tapered fingers before he grabs me by the wrist. I look straight up into midnight eyes crinkled in a smile. "I've got you," Samuel says in a deep voice. His English is accented, but I can't make out from where. Then he hauls me out of the water one-handed, as if I'm a very wet feather. I'm congratulating myself in relief as my feet touch down, only to have Samuel yell, "Watch out!" He tackles me to the ground, wrapping me in strong arms and taking the brunt of the impact against the rocks as we both go down. That doesn't help absorb the horror that hits me at the sight of the thing sliding back into the water, inches away from where we were just standing. 28. The Gods Love Monsters. I pull my feet away from the edge. Where in Hades' name did that thing come from?
There seem to be eggs under the words on the rocks.
Samuel lets go of me, and we both get to our feet. Sure enough, I look over just in time to see a black and red pod the size of my fist, half in, half out of the water, stuck to the cave wall like a barnacle beneath the carved letters. A wave swells, then recedes, and a monster erupts from an egg. Small, much smaller than what just attacked us. Nearby, the bigger version of the nightmare creature breaches the surface before diving back under, so I get a better look. It is black with red edges and shaped a little bit like a seahorse, but the size of a small pony, except all its undulating parts are made up of leafy-looking appendages, like strongly colored kelp. Instead of a sweet little horse's face, there's a long, narrow, snapping snout with jagged teeth that fit together in a way that I imagine would rend flesh from bone. A crocodile sea dragon? The ripple in the water tells me the thing is headed straight for Isabel, who is still trying to climb up to Zai. I open my mouth to warn her, but Samuel beats me to it.
"Isabel, watch your back!"
he booms. She turns just as the sea monster rears up and lunges at her with those snapping teeth. She slashes with the wire cutters I gave her, and the creature whimpers and drops back into the water. But it doesn't leave. It swims around the pole as Isabel frantically climbs to join Zai near the top. They are treed prey. There's a sick popping as another little sea monster thing breaks free from its egg and drops into the water. Now there are 3 of them. Worse, as the water dips lower, I can see the silhouettes of at least 9 more eggs under the surface. What? One for each of us? What's making them hatch? Over the roar of the ocean waves and the calls and cries of the champions, I catch a strange squelching sound nearby. There's water dripping behind us. but the drops aren't coming from the ceiling. They're materializing in midair, a few feet above the ledge floor. Goosebumps creep over my flesh. Where's that coming from? Samuel swings out a hand like he's swiping at the air. But there's a thud, a heartbeat before Dex appears out of nowhere, a metal helm falling to the ground beside him with a clank. Samuel grabs Dex by the wrist and yanks my axe right out of his grip. Without looking at me, he hands the relic to me as he shoves Dex back a few feet.
Couldn't swim out of here, I guess? There's an invisible wall,
Dex says. It won't let us out. The sneer on Samuel's face says it all. He considers Dex to be a bit of a coward. I don't. He's just trying to survive like the rest of us. If I had the chance to escape, I would too, I say. I get distinct looks from both men, one resentful and the other speculative. At the very least, now we know one of Dex's gifts, the Helm of Darkness, which can render him invisible. The question is, did Samuel also use a gift to be able to see him?
Somebody do something!
Isabel yells. The sea monster leaps, thrashing its long tail to propel itself higher into the air, snapping at her feet as she and Zai both huddle at the top of his pole. I'm the one with the weapon, so I guess that means me. I'll try to get them, I tell the people near me, though I'm not sure if anyone cares. Other champions are scattered across the ledge, which runs all the way around the cave. Somebody figure out what's going on with those eggs and how to stop them. Over uneven rocks, I sprint the length of the cave, waves crashing into my thighs and stumbling me back every few feet as I circle around to the end closest to Isabel and Zai. There's no way I'm going to outswim those beasts, but at least they can't come up onto the ledge. Get back, someone yells. The largest of the monsters surges almost all the way out of the water and onto the rocks, just missing Jackie and Amir, Aphrodite and Hera's champions respectively. With a hiss, the creature slips backward into the water again. Damn. The other large one is still circling Isabel and Zai, which means these things are hatching and growing fast. And as soon as they get a little bigger, they can reach us up here, too. We're not safe for much longer. We need to find a way to kill them. Would my axe even work? How would I get close enough? And where would I hack at a monster like this to stop it? Fuck me, I mutter, because I have an idea, but it sucks to have to use it so soon. Samuel makes his way to where I'm standing, which is a good thing. I'm going to need him if my plan will work. Get ready to pull me out fast, I tell him. He saved me once already, so I'm going to trust him. I move to the very edge of the rocks, crouching with my knees to my chest. What are you doing? Isabel yells. If I can, I'm going to slide into the water without those things noticing. I have a gift that can help us, but I need dirt. Dirt? She squeaks. Farther down the ledge, Trinika flaps her arms to catch my attention. I can see them from here, she calls. Go on my count. So instead of looking down, I look at Trinika as she studies the water, expression intent. She's old enough to be my parent, with a cool head under pressure to show for it. She holds up a hand, head swiveling as she tracks the three creatures. Go! I slide in as gently and soundlessly as I can without a splash, then duck underneath and swim for the bottom fast. I feel along the rock wall, pressure pressing in on my ears painfully, but I keep going until, thank the gods, I hit a patch of sand. Unzipping the compartment where I stored them, I pull out a few of Boone's dragon teeth. I think I hear Hades' voice in my head shouting, Fasta Lyra! I shove 3 teeth into the sand and bury them, then swim up, gasping for air when I hit the surface. No time to figure out if I'm hallucinating. That will have to come later. When you see Bones, jump into the water and swim for Samuel, and he'll pull you out. I yell up at Zai and Isabel. Bones? There's something wrong with her. Zai says to Isabel. You can tell her after we all get out of this alive, Isabel snaps. Get back on the rocks, she yells at me. Keeping my head out of the water so I can hear any shouted warnings, I get moving. Any second now, my bone soldiers should sprout. Any second now. I'm reaching for Samuel's hand when Micah yells, "Behind you!" I don't know if she's yelling at me or the others, but all it takes is a look over my shoulder to find out. A black and red kelp-leafed ridge protrudes from the water, winding back and forth like a serpent, swimming straight at me. Spinning away from Samuel, I drop under the water, ignoring the stinging of my eyes as I search, weapon ready. I am not going to be eaten today, damn it, not in my first labor. The monster zeroes in on me, cutting through the water wicked fast. I desperately search for its weak point, a place to cleave its slender body with all those leaf-like appendages. If I do this wrong, I'm just going to piss it off. With my luck, as it shoots forward, jaws wide, I lunge to the side and see a different way. In a snap decision, instead of chopping at the monster, I wrap my arms around its slender, slick body, riding it like a bucking bronco. The thing goes wild in my grasp, thrashing and flipping. It tries to leap out of the water, and I get one breath of air as I breach the surface. When the monster and I come back down, instead of trying to get out of my grasp, it turns on me. Not to bite me, but to wrap its kelpy body around me like a constrictor, so fast that it almost pins my arms. But I manage to get one out. The thing is crushing me as it drags me deeper into the water, squeezing tighter and tighter and tighter. If it doesn't drown me first, it's going to pulverize me. I stab and stab at the trunk of its body, but it's not working. I'm not hitting anything vital enough to stop it. Out of nowhere, a white blade slices through the water, coming straight down into the top of the monster's head. Immediately, it goes limp. 29. Dragon Teeth. I stare at a skeleton soldier, shield and sword and everything, all made of bleached white bone. But instead of legs, it has a tail like a mermaid. Adapted for the environment it was born into? That's a bonus. By the time I manage to wriggle out of the sea monster's coils, made extra difficult by all its leafy parts, my lungs are near to bursting. I shove off the rocks to try to get up to the surface as quickly as possible. My body screams, desperate for a breath, but I haven't reached the surface. I can't. I suck in salt water just as Samuel grabs my hand and drags me out. I land on my stomach, coughing and spluttering. It takes way too long to rid my body of the water in my lungs. Every inhale is so painful, I expect to start coughing blood. "What are those?" someone at the other end shouts. I know exactly what they're looking at. 3 of them. That's how many dragon teeth I used. "Kill the sea monsters!" I order the soldiers made of bones. The water erupts in a battle of creature against creature, as we all watch in horror. "Isabel! Zai! Swim!" Samuel yells. They both jump off the post and make it to us, where Samuel hauls them out one at a time. Isabel lands on the rocks beside me. "You're bleeding." I sit up for a closer look at her leg. 2 rows of jagged cuts seeping blood line her calf. The sea monster must have gotten a bite in while she was on the post. Isabel whips her shirt over her head, leaving her in a sports bra, and ties it around the wound. "Zai thinks you risk too much," she says to me, and I'm inclined to agree. Then she looks up and grins. But I like risk-takers. I want to grin back, but I'm too busy having a moment. "We got it!" One of the male champions is standing on the rocks above the carved words of warning, along with Rima and Amir. Diego, I think his name is. Older, maybe in his 40s. He's not short, but not tall, and of a wiry build, with floppy, silvering hair and a genuine smile that lights him up like a beacon. He's Demeter's champion, and his tracksuit is burgundy in color, which means heart is his virtue, not mind. Interesting. I can't get a read on Rima, but Amir's arrogance seems to have been stripped away as he grins in almost boyish pride as the heart champion claps him on the shoulder. The two men have stripped off their soaking wet shirts and pants and have draped them over the remaining unhatched eggs, covering them completely. Amir's underclothes cling to his lanky, still-growing form, and Hera's kid champion looks far too small for this fight. I can tell by the way Diego situates himself between the teenager and the once deadly waters that he sees it too. So paternal, I note, and wonder, not for the first time, about the families my fellow champions left behind. They must hatch when they hit air, Zai says next to me, clinically, as if this is a very interesting scientific fact he's just discovered. About that time, the water goes suddenly quiet. Only the natural roll of the ocean disturbs the surface, as we all stare down into the depths. "Are they dead?" Micah asks. "Gods, I hope so," Jackie mutters. With a clatter and a splash, one of my skeletons rises out of the water, supporting itself with its bony tail. It salutes me, and then immediately falls apart, bones scattering and sinking to the bottom of the cave, no doubt with the two other skeletons. They're all gone. I collapse on the rocks and roll to my back, staring at the geometric shapes above my head. I grin on a rush of pure relief. One labor down. A laugh escapes me. I hear a few others make similar sounds, somewhere between relief, shock, and lingering terror. Reality setting in. We made it through one, with no one killed. Beside me, Isabel suddenly screams, a sound that is a rending shriek of such agony I'm surprised she doesn't bring the whole cave down on top of us. I jackknife up to see her frantically unwinding the bloody shirt from her leg. Only instead of gashes where the teeth sank in, there are holes. Holes in her leg turned black as ash and growing deeper and wider as we watched with revulsion, spreading like they are eating her alive. "Help her!" someone yells. Isabel writhes and screams, holding on to the top of her leg like she could make it stop. But the bite is consuming her flesh so fast, creeping up to her knee now. I whip a thin coiled rope out of one of my vest pockets and tie it around her thigh like a tourniquet to stop the burning, or whatever this is, from going higher. But the charred flesh passes the tie off like it's not even there. Isabel arches off the rock, her terrible screeches echoing around the cave, and I think maybe my insides are bleeding with her, as if every scream is claws tearing at me. I've never heard a sound so awful. I scoot closer, taking her hand in mine. It's all I can do. She looks at me, and it's not just agony in her eyes, or fear, but knowledge. She knows she's going to die, and there's nothing anyone can do to help her. I'm here. What else can I say? Then Isabel takes one long breath that is both a scream and a groan before her eyes roll back in her head and she passes out, no doubt from the pain. But her body is still in trauma, her chest rising and falling fast, her limbs twitching as she tries to fight it. By now, the charring is up to her waist. All we can do is watch, helpless and paralyzed, as it consumes the rest of her, until, with a death rattle from coal-black lips, she goes terribly still, no longer breathing, no longer in pain. She looks like the bodies pulled out of house fires in movies, a corpse of flesh burned beyond all recognition. What the movies can't replicate is the putrid smell of it. I realize I'm still holding her hand, and gently let go before rubbing her remains off on my clothes. Samuel removes his shirt and covers as much of her as he can with it, then puts a hand on my shoulder, and I flinch at the touch. She's gone. It doesn't seem possible. She was just here,
She was just. Congratulations. Zeus's voice booms from the sky. Zeus, not Poseidon. The ocean god is probably pissed at himself for devising a challenge that eliminated his own champion, and therefore himself from the running. Good. I hope he chokes on failure. You have completed your first labor, champions. The god's words echo around us. Well done. Not all of us, dickhead. I can't make myself look away from what's left of Isabel. And the winner of today's competition is Demeter's champion, Diego Paris, who determined the cause of the hatching and stopped it. The god pauses, probably giving us a chance to applaud or something. I feel sick. Diego, for your win today, you have earned a boon, the Ring of Gyges. Vaguely, I'm aware of a spark of light in the cave, but I don't look over to see Diego accept the blood prize. Zeus's tone is benevolent. This magical artifact grants its wearer the power of invisibility at will. Much good invisibility did Dex. Go ahead, champion, Zeus says. I finally glance up to see Diego standing above the words of warning carved into the rocks. A gold ring as thick as my thumb hovers in the air before him. He doesn't move, but instead glances toward where Isabel lies, partially covered, beside me. Take it, Zeus encourages him. It's yours. 30. When Hades gets angry. The bubbling sensation that comes with fading away and fading back in at a new place takes me from where I'm sitting by Isabel's body in the cave to a black marble floor, still wet and miserable. 2 booted feet appear in my line of sight. If feet can be angry, these are. What were you thinking, Lyra? Hades growls at me. No, not growls. Pops like firecrackers in the street at the New Year. The last thing I need is to be yelled at after what I just went through. What's he mad about anyway? I didn't win, but I didn't fucking die either. Dragon teeth, he thunders next. Oh. The mention of dragon teeth reminds me about hearing his voice in my head. But I don't ask. I don't say anything. Where did you get? Hades cuts himself off. Then, if anything, his voice goes quieter. The thief who brought you your things. He gave them to you. I am not getting Boone in trouble for helping me. Did he give you the axe, too? I jerk my gaze up at that. From out of nowhere, Hades manifests another axe, one that looks exactly like mine. It's a matched pair, he says. Odin gifted them to the oldest son of Kronos, after we imprisoned the Titans in Tartarus. So that's the symbol on the handle. I thought it was Zeus, but it's Odin. I bet Zeus loved being passed over for Hades, given that he was the king of the gods at that point. About 10 mortal years ago, I thought I lost one. He gives the axe I'm still gripping a pointed look. I guess not. My eyes go painfully wide. It just showed up, and it wouldn't let me get rid of it, I say. He slips his axe into one of the rings on the leather straps he's back to wearing. I don't care why you have it. You used it in front of the gods. They'll think it's just a switchblade. I can assure you they know exactly what it is, he snaps. That makes 2 relics, and neither is the one from me. Damn it, Lyra. We were already pushing it with the pearls. That was the last concern going through my head at the time. There are no rules in the Crucible about bringing my own relics, I say quietly. Just tell the daemons where I got them. The wrong thing to say, based on the way his silence now flays me. You think this is funny, he murmurs eventually. Anything but. I didn't smile, I point out. Only 2 other champions used their gifts today. One did it to survive, and the other to win the labor. I frown. Diego used his gift to win? You've got to be kidding me. Hades snarls under his breath. What do you think the glow was?
Glow? What glow? I missed that part, too busy trying not to die.
His gift is the halo of heroism. It gives him an edge in all four virtues: mind, heart, courage, and strength. It appeared over his head while he was working on the problem.
Well, shit. That gift is going to make him undefeatable.
What you should be asking, he's back to thundering, is why not a single other champion used their gifts when they could have.
He's right. He's right, but I can't deal with it. I drop back to lay on the cool floor and fling an arm over my eyes. Vaguely, it's sunk in that we're in Hades' house in Olympus again. I just don't have the energy to care.
Are you taking a fucking nap?
I feel him loom overhead. I don't open my eyes. Can you just give me a minute? The ominous silence that settles in the room grows teeth and claws the longer I lay here. It finally penetrates the exhaustion, shock, and sorrow currently holding me in a state of numbness. I blow out a soft breath. How long has it been since anyone made you wait?
I don't wait.
Each word is clipped at the end like he's biting off the sounds. And I don't know what it is about him being a dick in this moment. Maybe the arrogant selfishness of it, the I'm an all-powerful god of it. But a laugh bursts from me, an abrupt bark of sound that is as much of a surprise to me as it probably is to him, and gets swallowed by the silence of his rising ire. But now that I've broken the seal, I can't stop. Laughter pours out of me, violent and fraught. I manage to sit up, but I mean it. I can't stop. It goes on long enough that Hades kneels down in front of me, frowning.
Lyra?
Tears leaking down my cheeks, I shake my head, face and belly starting to ache from the traumatized hilarity that still has me in its clutches. Frustration passes over his features, clamping his perfect lips tight until they're in a thin line.
Lyra, stop it.
Then Hades grabs me by the shoulders. The instant he touches me, the laughter stops, cutting off abruptly, and I stare at him. And it all hits me. I promised myself no crying, damn it. It takes everything I have to hold back the emotions, almost like I have to force myself to be numb not to feel it. I know I'm staring at Hades, but I'm not really seeing him, focused inward. If I'd done anything like this in front of Felix, he would have told me to get my shit together, or maybe even slapped me to shock me out of it. I should get to my feet, go change clothes, and figure out my next steps, not show this kind of weakness, not to anyone, especially not Hades. So when he silently sits down on the floor beside me, legs facing the other direction and right up against me, close enough to feel his warmth through my wet clothes, I don't know how to handle it. Not a shoulder to cry on, exactly, but silent support. I could endure him yelling, leaving, blaming, even throwing things. But it's like even an ounce of mortal fucking understanding, just the tiniest smidgen, blows a hole through the emotional fortress I've built around myself over the years, and the tears just sort of escape. I bite my lip hard, trying to stop them. And Hades does the worst possible thing. He softens. He cups my face with one hand, his thumb skating gently over my lip where I drew blood. His eyes change from cutting steel to a swirl of mercury. And what I see in them is understanding.
Don't do that.
I can't talk around the lump clogging my throat, so I just shake my head.
You're going to be okay, I promise.
I can't remember the last time someone said anything remotely like that to me, and it hits me right in the feels. Then I shake my head because that's not it. It's not about me, not at all. It shouldn't have happened. Isabel didn't deserve this. I have to swallow hard. I held her hand while I hardly knew her, but I just can't seem to let this go. She was in so much pain. So much pain. I know, he murmurs, and wipes away the tears that escaped with the pad of his thumb. I know. I can't get the image of Isabel's face out of my head. The panic, the haunting certainty that she was going to die in her terrified eyes as she screamed and screamed. I didn't let go, not even when... I can't say it, not out loud. That will make it more real, make it worse, cement it in my mind. I saw, he says. The low rumble of his voice surrounds me, and something soothing about that sound finally seems to penetrate, and the tightness in my chest eases just a little. I curl my hand around his wrist and give in, leaning into his touch, closing my eyes, listening to the steady in and out of his breathing, trying to time my own to the sound, to him. It helps. Being with him, his comfort, his steadiness, his touch, the god of death's touch. What in the overworld am I thinking? My eyes blink open to find him watching me. Hades puts a finger under my chin, making me look at him. If I promise to take care of her in the underworld, give her a lovely spot in Elysium, will that help? 31. To know your enemy. I stare into swirling gunmetal gray eyes, as, on the heels of realization of where we're sitting and how we're touching, awkwardness steals through me. It slowly stiffens each individual part of my body, working its way from my center out until I'm hyper-aware of every place we touch, of how I want to move even closer, press into him. I'm 23 years old, and it's never been more obvious to me than now that I've never been held in the arms of a man. Ever. I need to extricate myself from this situation before I do something foolish, like straddle his lap, lay my head on his shoulder, and ask him to just hold me. Lyra? He wants an answer to his offer. I'm not processing. The wiring in my brain has short-circuited, and oddly, the only random thing I can think about is, are you affected by my curse? He hesitates, and I have my answer. He can't feel anything real or lasting for me. No one can. I need you, he finally says. I blink, trying not to let that make me feel anything, and focus on the truth. Right, you need me to win, and to do that, you need me functioning. I once found a small dog near the entrance to the den's tunnels. Pledges aren't allowed to have pets, so I carried him to the nearest animal shelter. The look he gave me when I left him there, that's what Hades reminds me of for just a second. A sort of lost kind of hurt. It disappears under a mask of boredom in the next blink. So fast I question what I saw, as he takes his hand away from my face. If it makes you feel better to believe that, go ahead, he says. Do you want to take me up on my offer or not? To help Isabel. Oh, gods. Here I am thinking of straddling him when I should only be thinking of what happened. I'm so all over the place right now, out of control. Yes. My next words come out on a harsh, accusatory whisper. No one deserves to die that way. He searches my eyes. No. These labors are fucked up. I know. We're not disposable, I tell him, anger burning away the last of my despair. Mortals, you gods toy with us like you think we are. Hades lets loose a sigh almost as heavy as I feel. The others do, because for them, mortals come and go. Blips. If you think about the lifespan of a butterfly from a mortal's perspective, so short compared to yours, he shrugs. You think of it as a beautiful but doomed thing that is here, then gone too fast to get attached. But we don't delight in crushing that beautiful thing under our boot heel either. Hades doesn't defend himself or his fellow deities, and I lift my gaze to study his face. What's behind the look he's giving me? You said the others do, I say slowly. His brows twitch up. So? You don't think of mortals like that? No. Why not? That expression, the lost one, returns. Because they all come to me in the end. Those 9 words are so laden with burden, I don't know how they don't crush him. It hits me for the very first time that the king of the underworld is exactly that. A king. The ruler of every soul ever to believe in the Greek gods and end up in his realm after they die. A ruler who must punish and reward the lives those souls lived. A ruler who must know the heartbreak of the people left behind in the mortal world when a loved one passes. Because he'll see those souls too, eventually. We're not butterflies to you, I whisper. We're eternity. His eyes flare briefly with something savage, but he doesn't speak. My eyebrows draw together as I think through that, shaking my head. But you forced me into the crucible like you didn't give a flying, I believed you were strong enough to survive the crucible. There are other reasons, but I did think that. He winces. Hades actually winces. I didn't realize you'd have such a soft heart under that tough shell, though. I'm sorry. I stare at him. What? He asks. You apologized. Astonishment rolls through me. I didn't know gods could do that. His mouth crooks to the side, flashing a hint of the dimple there. Don't let it go to your head, my star. Right. The endearment makes a little part of me think maybe he must care a tiny bit to bother, if only in a vague, guilty way. I'm not sure how to feel about that. It's easier to think of him as a callous, selfish, even malicious deity who is just playing games at any expense, particularly mine. You were really mad at me, I whisper. What pit of the underworld did that come from? Hades shakes his head. He glances away. Frustrated. When I'm truly mad, you'll know it. I'd rather not. You can really make Isabel's afterlife nice? Yes. My chin wobbles annoyingly. Thank you for that. After only the briefest hesitation, he gives a single nod. Then he gets us both on our feet, setting me a little bit away from him. The discomfort of my sodden clothes finally penetrates, and I shiver, plucking at my shirt. He glances down over me, and I try not to feel the prickles that follow in the wake of his gaze. Unaware of my struggle, Hades snaps his fingers, and now we're both in a dry change of clothes, and I might as well have showered, I'm so clean, though my short hair is also dry. I'm wearing jeans like he is, along with my tactical vest over a tailored white button-down, rolled up at the sleeves. Imagine the amount of time that handy trick would save every day. I was so looking forward to another soak in the tub, I grumble, more to myself than to him. Hades shrugs like he didn't think of that. You'd have just wallowed and cried in there. No, that's not me at all. Although neither is the way I've been reacting since I showed up here. Embarrassment warms my cheeks. Trying to look anywhere but at him, I glance around the room. The same one where he kissed me only yesterday. And suddenly that's all I can picture, all I can feel, his lips on mine. Stop thinking about kissing the god of death, Lyra. Hey. His voice is soft again, compelling and yet harsh at the same time. Don't do that. Don't tell yourself you can't cry. I almost laugh. If only he knew what I was really telling myself just then. Thank the gods he doesn't. It's who I've been made to be. I look away again, running a hand through my hair. So, what's next? First, you are to make yourself at home here. I can't help myself. Cocking a hip, I say, "I guess I'd better kick you out then. I hate having visitors." Not even a snicker.
"Are you done?"
I tilt my head. "You said I could be myself." Ignoring that, he beckons me to follow, and I do. We pass through the door into the rest of his Olympus home, which is all blacks and reds with embellishments of gold popping here and there. No photos here either, I notice, just like his penthouse. Then again, I don't have any. Pledges aren't allowed to have pictures or videos of ourselves. No proof that we exist, should we get caught. He takes me outside into a courtyard at the center of his home, one filled with flowering potted plants, fountains, and the hazy pink light of evening. He doesn't stop, walking through a gate that leads to a cobbled street overlooking the glory that is the home of the gods. It's just as stunning a second time around, maybe more so, because the skies are turning dark lavender that blends into brilliant orange where the sun is starting to dip, and the colors reflect off the whites of the buildings, which are lighting up from the insides. I frown. It was just morning. Poseidon's contest started first thing.
"We're a long way from there, my star."
Right. It's a big world, and sometimes I need to be reminded of that fact.
"I have to go."
Hades points at the gate to the street.
"You don't pass this when I'm not here. Understand?"
I do a double take. What? Where are you going? He watches me from under his lashes.
"I mean it, Lyra. The next labor is tomorrow."
Tomorrow? The fuck it is. And he thinks he's just going to abandon me here tonight? If it's tomorrow, sitting on my ass in your house is not what I need to be doing. I need allies.
"You're not going to find any."
The words hit me right in the sternum. And even though I try to hide my reaction, he sees anyway, his jaw going tight. But he doesn't take it back either.
"It's not safe here on your own."
Does he think I'm contemplating a leisurely stroll? The gods can't touch me. He takes a menacing step closer.
"You think they won't push the boundaries of that rule? And what about the champions? They have no such limitations."
Which is why he should be doing this with me, damn it. I have to.
"No."
I'm seriously considering hurling my axe at his face. I can't just cower in here and hope I make it through the next labor without being eaten alive. He slashes a hand through the air.
"Don't be stubborn about this, Lyra."
Stubborn? That's what he thinks this is? Being dumped with the order so young and carrying the curse I do, I had to grow up in a goddamned hurry. I take care of myself and always have, because no one else was going to. Even trying to throw a rock at Zeus's temple had purpose. I cross my arms, glaring daggers at him. Instead of my axe, I hurl words. Now that I've been through today, I know for a fact I won't survive all these labors without at least one ally. I don't have time to sit around and wait on you to get back from... Where are you going? You didn't answer that yet. The muscle in his jaw is clenching and unclenching now.
"I have an underworld to run."
"Delegate," I snap. "This is important."
"And souls like Isabel's aren't."
I take a step back, hurt tumbling into my anger in a toxic mashup. You know that's not what I meant. Blowing out a sharp breath, he spikes a hand through his hair, rumpling it in the sexiest way, and I resent the fuck out of the fact that I notice at all. "Can you put it off?" I ask.
"Not this."
So much for being eternity to this god. I'm just another butterfly. Can't he see that going through another labor alone is a one-way ticket to the underworld? Or is he such a loner that it's not glaringly obvious to him? I can't either. He eyes me sharply.
"You're not going to let this go, are you?"
"Would you?"
"Fuck,"
he mutters.
"Fine."
Then he gets right in my face, his eyes glinting like sharpened knives.
"You have that damned axe and one pearl in your hands at all times. I'll try to be fast."
This close, I can see lighter silver around his irises. Fine, I echo his terse tone. He hesitates, gaze dropping to my lips. Is he checking that his mark is still there to keep me safe if I have to use one of the pearls? The heat that sneaks through me turns to ice in an instant as he suddenly steps back. And then he's gone. I stare at the empty space where he was just standing, not entirely believing my eyes. He did it. He really left me. Meanwhile, I now get to attempt the impossible, with my lack of charm, my curse, and my tether to the god of death, whom no one wants to see become king of the gods, ever. Why is this my life? Knowing that I'm right, that the chance to find allies before tomorrow is too important to miss, I make myself push through the gate and out into the street. My skin prickles in the cool breeze, not the good kind, the kind that feels like eyes are following my every move. 32. The strongest power. I should have asked Hades where to start looking before he left. I stare out over the peaks and valleys connected by the flowing rivers, with pristine buildings scattered among the lush landscaping, and try not to dwell on the fact I may not be here to enjoy the view ever again after tomorrow. I sigh, pulling out a pearl and rolling it between my fingertips as I walk aimlessly. Eventually, I get to a crossroad and decide to turn right. Off the bat, it becomes apparent Hades' home is one in a row of 14, all lined up on the same side of the street, with views out both the front and back. 10 guesses as to who claim the other homes. Each house, or mega mansion really, reflects the deity who lives there, the same way their armor does, to the point of being almost one-dimensional. Poseidon's is all ocean, Zeus's lightning, Demeter's harvest, and so forth. Do they focus so much on what they are the god or goddess of that they don't think they can be anything else? I'd rather not run across any of the major deities on my own, rules or no rules, so I hurry out of that grouping of buildings and around a small lake formed between the valleys of 2 mountains fed by Poseidon's brilliant blue waters. Up ahead and above me, buildings are spaced along the side of the terrain in a way that makes me think of a little mountain town, and that's where I'm headed. Until halfway across a larger field, I spot a Pegasus in the distance. Not just one, but a herd of them, in all different colors, grazing peacefully in a field of tall grasses mixed with vibrant flowers everywhere. It's not until I'm crossing a nearby bridge over a burbling stream that I stop. I lean against the rail of the bridge, staring at a rose-colored Pegasus. Despite the lingering ache of what happened to Isabel, my heart settles as the mare lifts her head to look right back, as though she were seeing into my soul. She's close to the road, and I can hear her feathers slide against one another when she ruffles her wings as she grazes. The only warning I get that I'm not otherwise alone is the distinct pounding of running feet. That and the Pegasus lifts her head again. I whirl just in time to see Dex, murderous intent written in every line of his face, brown eyes narrowed to slits as he barrels toward me. "You made me look like a coward," he hollers. I grab my relic from the back of my tactical vest, sliding it free and taking the axe in 2 hands, lifting it over my head to throw. Don't make me do this. Already? At the sound of an amused female voice, we both freeze. I lower my weapon to my side as Aphrodite approaches. She looks at Dex, and her smile is one sirens would envy. "Don't you wish?" I drop my axe, and it clanks to the ground as I slap my hands over my ears, so I have no idea what she says to him next. But Dex suddenly relaxes, arms loose at his sides, then turns and walks away without a second glance at me. I slowly lower my hands, staring at her, and she smiles, eyes twinkling. "I'm guessing Hades warned you?" "Yes." She doesn't seem concerned as she watches Dex's retreating back. "I'm not a fan of bullies." "Me neither," I say faintly, as she closes the gap between us. "What'd you make him do?" Her smile turns mysterious. "Nothing too naughty." This is Aphrodite like I'm guessing very few people see her. She looks my age, wearing yoga pants and a sweatshirt, and her gorgeous dark hair is pulled up on top of her head in a messy bun. No makeup, no adornments, just the raw beauty of the goddess, the kind of beauty that inspires poets and wars. She reaches down, picks up my relic, and takes a long look at it. "Hades gave up one of his precious axes." "No," I say cautiously. She arches an eyebrow in question as she holds it out to me. She must realize from my expression I don't plan to say more, and asks instead, "Could you actually have hit Dex with it?" I take the axe, flip it upside down, and shove it into the hidden pocket in my vest, the weight of the metal fitting comfortably against the small of my back. "Yes." "Would you have?" she asks next. Honestly, I don't know. But being honest with a goddess who is not my patron seems like a very bad idea. "Of course." Aphrodite leans on the bridge railing, looking over to the rose-colored Pegasus, who is still watching me while chewing on another bite of grass. "You did well today." I glance down at my feet. That is not a compliment I want, not given what happened. "Tell that to Hades." "Did my brother lay into you? He's all bark and—" She makes a face, the kind that if I made it, I'd look like a troll. But on her, geez. "Well, his bite can be pretty bad, too, but he only uses it when he has to." She considers me. "A little like you and your axe." I'm starting to realize that, too. "He was fine." Her gaze turns thoughtful. "That was a rough death." "Yeah." "I could make you feel better." She steps even closer, and her hand touches mine. Warmth flows through me, loosening my muscles, and... "Don't you wish?" I yank my hand away and clap my palms over my ears. "Thanks, but I'd rather work through it on my own." I'm probably talking too loudly now. Aphrodite pouts, then mouths back, "Fine." When I lower my hands, she says, "Hades is no fun telling you about that. I was only going to take away the sadness, just for a little bit, replace it with pleasure." If the tiny moment of warmth I experienced is any indication, I have a good idea what she means by pleasure. It's sweet of you to offer." In her own way, at least. And at least she's not trying to harm me right now. I glance around, realizing we're really all alone. "But Hades told you not to let me," she guesses. I can't help but chuckle. A little bit, that. But mostly, I earned the sadness. I'd rather feel it. Which makes the goddess tilt her head to study me, and I try not to fidget under her direct, searching gaze. "Good for you, little mortal. Most of your kind would take the reprieve and not look back." They probably would, and maybe I'm a fool not to. She waves a hand down the path. "If you head this way, through the entertainment district to the other side, you'll find the temples where we go to listen to prayers. Maybe you'd like to honor your lost champion there." My lost champion. As if this goddess has nothing to do with it. But like Hades said, we're butterflies to them. And Aphrodite is being kind in this moment. I guess deities, like mortals, are complicated. "But be careful." She glances at the weapon in my hand. "I hope you really do know how to use that." In other words, watch my back. Got it. "You're actually nice." The words pop out, and I mumble, "Sorry." Aphrodite laughs. "Don't tell the others." She rolls her eyes. It's hard enough to be taken seriously when love is up against powers like storm, war, knowledge, and death. Seems to me that love can calm storms, end wars, make fools of smart people, and bridge the gap between life and death. Doesn't that make it the most powerful? She stares at me with something like appreciation. Warmth radiates from her in a way that makes me want to lean closer, to bask in the glow a little more. For that, Lyra Kires, I will share a secret with you. I blink at her. Two, actually, because I find I like you. She smiles, not the breathtaking kind, but self-deprecating, as if she can't quite believe she admitted that. The first is that my labor will be about the person you love most in this world. Oh. My shoulders slump as my mind churns with a fear I didn't even realize I carried. I don't love anyone. Sure, there's Boone, but I'm not sure a crush, or admiration for that matter, counts as love. There's no one else, not really. Not Felix or my parents. I learned long ago it would be foolish to ever let anyone into my heart. A one-way trip to misery, given my curse. I brush aside the memory of being wrapped in Hades' arms. That's not love either. What if I have no one? Oh, good gods. I'm going to show up to Aphrodite's labor, and the whole immortal world will be watching. Hades will be watching. If there's no one there for me, humiliating won't even cover it. Aphrodite's smile manages to be comforting and amused at the same time, at the look of horror surely overtaking my face right now. She pats my shoulder awkwardly, then coughs and continues. The second secret is more, warning. I wait. Hades is one of my favorites, she confides. The breeze picks up tendrils of her hair that have escaped her bun, blowing them artistically around her face. But he has a hidden agenda playing in the crucible. One I haven't quite figured out yet, but I know him. He doesn't do things without a specific reason. I believed you were strong enough to survive the crucible. There are other reasons, but I did think that. Hades' words rattle around in my head. Other reasons. Are you warning me not to trust him? I ask. I'm warning you that nothing is ever as it seems with my brother. Aphrodite shrugs like this is no big deal, but her gaze holds mine intently. And when he wants something, he can be the most ruthless of us all. 33. Enemies and Allies. The swirling tornado of my thoughts sucks up Aphrodite's warning and won't let me be. I go over and over and over every word as I wander farther along the path. I'm not really paying attention to my surroundings until I realize I'm in the center of buildings again, each lined up on either side of a cobbled street, looking like the ancient Greek version of idyllic Main Street, USA, or a European town square. And I'm not the only person here by a long shot. The street is full of gods, demigods, nymphs, satyrs, and centaurs, all in modern clothing. At least for those who wear clothes. Most pay me no attention, though I get a second glance or two. Still, it feels safe enough, even with twilight darkening the skies. This must be the entertainment district Aphrodite mentioned. I have never in my life thought of the gods and goddesses as needing entertainment. I've always figured that we mortals fulfilled that need for them. But turning around to take it all in, I can see several restaurants, an art gallery, a library, a spa, and even a dance club with bass thumping through the open front door. I guess gods just want to have fun too. I get a lot of looks, but no one bothers me. I try not to let my guard down regardless. A burst of laughter spills into the street from up ahead, and I follow the sound to a building at the corner and read the sign above the entrance. Bacchus's place. Dionysus uses his Roman name here? Stop focusing on minutia, Lyra. The more interesting fact is that the god of wine and revelry apparently runs a bar in Olympus. Makes sense, I murmur to myself. Not just because of who he is, either. There are enough stories of drunk gods and resulting babies that I'd venture to say Dionysus makes a killing with this particular establishment. Maybe some of the champions will be here. It's as good a place to check as any, so I head inside. The place is disappointing. Like every mortal pub I've seen. I was expecting something as spectacular as the outside, but no such luck. A bar stretches along one entire wall. Yes, of white marble, but still. Wooden tables of various sizes are all around, and windows look out onto the street. Several TVs showing mortal sports and news and a K-drama hang above the bar. Those are, I guess, the biggest surprise. I didn't picture gods and goddesses lounging around with a beer and watching TV. The place is packed. I don't recognize all the faces. There are so many gods to keep track of, and I'm not sure all of them in here are Grecian. But I do think I recognize Irene, the goddess of peace, Hybris, the god of outrageous behavior, and Thrasis, the god of boldness. There's gotta be a joke in there somewhere. A champion walks into a bar. Lyra? I pause. The bartender is looking right at me. I glance around, but there's no one behind me. How do you know my name? Dressed in the style of a goth, with deep red streaks through her jet-black hair and black makeup around her eyes, she has a smile that's pitying in that, oh, silly mortal way. Off to today, we all know you, sweetie. Right, Hades' champion for the Crucible. All the gods are watching. She adds, well done on your first labor. I guess I'll have to get used to being congratulated for surviving something that killed another person right in front of me. Not wanting to offend, I nod. I'm Lethe, she introduces herself, goddess of oblivion and forgetfulness. Looks like you could use some of that. Frustration sparks at being so easy to read. I'm fine. I'm looking for my fellow champions. Have you seen any of them? Is Hades coming? She glances over my shoulder. Do I admit I'm alone? I take too long answering, and her eyes narrow shrewdly. In that case, you probably don't want to be in here.
Turn that shit off!
A voice shouts from the back corner, slurring the words slightly. A familiar voice I heard only this morning. Warily, I turn and then lean to peek around a pillar. Sure enough, Poseidon is sitting at a table, still in his fish-scale pants with his blue hair tied up in a messy man-bun, visibly drunk as the proverbial skunk, and sporting one hell of a black eye. Shit, Lethe's right. I really shouldn't be here. With a frown, I follow his gaze to one of the TVs, and my stomach tightens. I can't hear the broadcast, but I don't need to. The words splashed across the screen tell me exactly who the woman is. She's speaking at a podium of microphones, surrounded by what appear to be family, and my heart goes a little fetal. The banner at the bottom of the screen reads, Beauty Queen Isabel Rojas Hernai's body returned by the gods. Partner of 10 years, Estefany Rocio, speaks out against the Crucible and the Greek pantheon. The devastation that creases Isabel's partner's face, turning her eyes red and puffy from crying, is so raw, so brutally deep, I can hardly stand to look at her. Lethe is pouring a drink for one of the other patrons, but flicks a glance in the direction of the back corner. Poseidon is in a mood. I'd steer clear if I were you. What happened to his face? Artemis. The bartender says this as if it explains everything. A crash explodes through the room, and I about jump out of my skin. The initial violence is followed by a sudden hush, punctuated with the sizzle of sparking. Poseidon's trident now sticks out of the screen that had been showing Isabel's family. "Hey!" Lethe calls, moving down the bar to where she can see him better. "You going to replace that?"
Does the little mortal really think I wanted to kill my own champion?
Poseidon barks at the shattered screen. A nymph sitting beside him tries to calm him. "Of course she wouldn't think that. The mortals don't know what happened. The daemons only returned the body and announced the winner of the labor. They didn't explain how she died, or why." When that doesn't seem to work, she adds, "They're probably all blaming Hades anyway." As everyone around her nods in agreement, I swallow the bile rising in my throat. Poseidon flops back against his seat with a harumph, crossing his arms. Lethe grimaces, then slides her focus from him to me. "You'd better get out of here before he notices you." I'm already on that same page, my gaze darting between Poseidon and the door. But my breath catches as I realize the angry god's attention is turning to me. 34. Xi Eridum. In a blink, I slip out the door and back onto the street. I don't breathe easy until I leave the entertainment district behind entirely, heading west toward the temples. Since Aphrodite offered the original suggestion, I decide to pray for Isabel in hers. So I aim toward the one that screams goddess of love, thanks to the pink glow coming from inside it. Apparently, Hades isn't the only one who publicly leans into perception, but privately is something quite different. As I pass the temple dedicated to Hermes, though, movement inside catches my eye, and I pause. The boniness of Xi Eridum's shoulders is hard to mistake. His back is to me, and I can see the way his dark hair curls a little against the nape of his neck. Hesitation stays my steps. Clearly, he is praying, and maybe, like me, he's struggling with what happened today, in which case I should just give him privacy. But I need allies. It's the whole reason I'm risking my neck being out here. Does this make me an opportunistic bitch? Probably, but I walk inside all the same. Lit by oil lamps along the walls and between columns, the temple is a simple circular room with a shrine at the front, a beautifully carved, almost lifelike depiction of Hermes mid-flight, with his winged helm and winged sandals. He holds his staff in one hand like a weapon, and clouds spiral down from his feet. Serpents and wings adorn the domed roof, and 2 potted palm trees stand to either side of the shrine. Xi is standing directly before the statue, head bowed. Freshly lit incense burns, rising in an undulating tail of smoke, and filling the room with a layer of clove and cinnamon, with lavender, lemon, and safflower blended in a scent so familiar to me, it's like coming home. After all, until now, I've prayed to this god more than any other.
Do you come here to pray to the god of thieves?
Xi's question comes out of nowhere, since he hasn't so much as lifted his head. I didn't even realize he knew I was here. No, I was going to... I hesitate, glancing around. Talking about praying to a different deity while in another's temple is probably a bad idea. I saw you. He lifts his head, turning slowly to look at me.
I see.
He seems to study my face. I'm not sure what he thinks he'll find there.
So, are you here to kill me then?
I can't help the knee-jerk reaction that makes me hold a hand out toward him. No! Confusion flickers in eyes the color of oak.
No.
I shake my head. No!
Don't you blame me for Isabel's death?
He holds himself completely still.
Or maybe you consider her death lucky. One less competitor.
I pull my shoulders back. If that's how you see it, then we have no need to talk. I spin around and am nearly to the entrance before his voice stops me. That's not how I see it. When I turn, he's sort of hunched over, and his eyes are half closed, as if that little outburst was all the energy he had left, and now he's having a hard time staying on his feet. Not for the first time, I wonder what's up with his health. Is he sick or something? He's spent the last 100 years in Olympus. Does their food not nourish mortals? I consider leaving him alone to rest. "What did you want to talk about?" he asks, opening his eyes fully. I take a step forward. "It seems to me that you and I could—" "Zai!" a voice shouts from somewhere outside. "Zai!" Zai's eyes go wide with fear. "Hide," he hisses at me. "What? It's my father. If he sees you in here with me—" He shakes his head, but the implication of dire consequences for me is easy enough to pick up. There aren't exactly a lot of places to disappear in here, but I squeeze myself between one of the columns and the wall, and pray Matthias Aridem doesn't come to this side of the temple. Hopefully, the flickering of the lamplight doesn't give me away with a shadow on the wall. I'm out of sight just as Matthias stomps into the room. "Here you are, boy, wasting your precious energy on guilt for that woman still." "She had a name, Father," Zai says. "Isabel." I frown at the difference in Zai's voice from a second ago. It's gone flat, emotionless. "A name that is not worth learning. She's already dead." Wow, heart of gold, this one. Zai says nothing. "You looked like a fool out there today." Matthias spits the words like a cobra. "Why Hermes didn't pick one of your brothers, I will never know. Either of them would have won that labor, not looked like a drowning rat in need of rescuing. You reflect on me." I picture the two young men who were with Matthias when the gods introduced us to the previous winner and his family. Tall, strapping men, so he's probably not wrong. Still nothing from Zai. "Allergies," Matthias scoffs next. "What a pathetic excuse for weakness." So that's what Zai is dealing with. They must be bad to make him look so haggard. "Everyone blames you." Matthias doesn't even pause for Zai to answer. "They are all saying you are the reason that woman died. What did you think you were doing?" Felix might have been a callous father figure and boss, but even with my curse, he would have never said words as vile as this to me. Matthias Aridem is a nasty piece of work. "You told me not to trust anyone," Zai says. The flatness is still there, almost like he's quoting facts from a school book. "So I didn't let Lyra cut me loose. And she made you look even weaker than you are, showing you up like that." Asshole. Zai doesn't acknowledge what his father said. "You told me not to use the gifts Hermes gave me, unless I absolutely had to. I didn't, even when I could have saved Isabel." I put a hand over my mouth as my heart thuds painfully. Zai could have saved her today? He had to sit beside her, as close as I was after she'd been injured helping him, and watch her die. No wonder he's in here praying. "Don't you lay this at my feet. You told me to let the other champions kill themselves, dealing with any of the physical labors. I listened." There's a small pause. "So far, listening to you seems to be the problem." A clap of sound pops in the room. I know that sound. Flesh hitting flesh. "You've always been an ungrateful whelp, but don't dare disrespect me, boy. I am a crucible winner and your father." Zai's voice is still as flat and cold as a sheet of ice. "A father who is looking down the barrel of being returned to the overworld like a relic that no longer works. You need me to win to keep you here, living in the manner to which you've grown accustomed." The crack of another hit comes swift and hard, followed by stomping feet that fade away, making it clear Matthias has left the temple. A soft sigh reaches me. "You can come out now," I scoot around the column to find Zai standing in the center of the room. The bright red outline of a handprint stains his left cheek. Despite that, his hands are clasped behind him, his shoulders straight, head up, and gaze steady on mine. You were about to ask me to form an alliance with you. It's not a question. He's sure of what he knows. He also doesn't protest, doesn't point out the danger his severe allergies put him in, doesn't offer excuses or ask for anything. You have allergies? Well, Zeus cursed me to be unlovable a long time ago. You should know that up front. He doesn't even pause before he nods. I study him for a long moment. You are clearly intelligent, and that little display with your father tells me you also have a backbone. He says nothing, listening and watching without moving. The problem is, I can practically hear Hades groaning when I tell him about Zai. If I help you with the physical parts of the labors, can you help me with the intellectual parts?
Lyra Kires,
a voice yells, a drunken, slurred voice. I flinch. Poseidon must have followed me after all. That or someone told him I came this way. Snitches.
Lyra Kires, he bellows. I'm coming for you.
35. Kiss me goodbye. I don't have to tell Zai to get out of here. After all, it's entirely likely the ocean god would blame him too. But Zai holds a finger to his lips as he points behind the altar. A way out? Right, he grew up here. He must know all of Olympus. On silent feet, we escape into the night through a small door at the back of the temple. Except I guess stress triggers allergic asthma, because Zai immediately starts wheezing and coughing. With the efficient, quick movements of long habit, he takes an inhaler from his pocket, shakes it, and sucks. Twice. I wince both times at the noise. I have no idea how well gods hear. Zai points in one direction, then at me, before he runs off in the other direction, up the mountainside into the evergreen trees, every single step crunching loudly. No trees for me, then. I spin and make it to the corner of the building, checking carefully.
Lyra Kires,
Poseidon bellows. He sounds farther down, so I run between the temples of Hermes and Athena toward the road, then pause there, hiding in the shadows. I don't immediately hear Poseidon running my direction, so I make my way to the other corner of Athena's temple and poke my head out. The sun has finally set, and I breathe a bit easier. I might be able to skirt back to Hades' home in the darkness without incident. In a blur of hands and shadows, I'm grabbed from behind and held against a tall, barrel-chested body, one arm wrapped around my waist, and a knife held to my neck. Not slicing yet, but pressing enough that I suck in sharply, heart racing and mind going foggy with fear. Both of my arms are pinned. I can't do anything with the axe or the pearl.
You, Poseidon says. It's your fault my champion is dead.
Hells. I hold still and say nothing. My mind is spinning with any way out of this, anything I can do or say. Think, Lyra. There's gotta be a way to stop him.
You think you can win this?
He demands, breath hot on the side of my face, reeking of beer.
You can't. You think anyone will be a true ally?
Oh, gods. Did he overhear? He barks a harsh laugh.
Even that pathetic whelp of Eridems is going to turn on you. The other champions are already plotting to use you to get through the next labor, and then eliminate you. He's just reeling you in.
My spinning thoughts trip over that. Is Poseidon telling the truth? Am I just being played? Past experience and a certain curse rear their ugly heads. Focus. Get out of here alive. Worry about Zai later. If I can just get to the pearl.
Why in the name of Tartarus did my brother choose you?
In the dark, his eyes look black.
He must be hard up to get laid since Persephone died. I gasp. That's not. I hope you enjoyed him, little mortal, because I'm going to make that your last. Poseidon's grip suddenly tightens, the knife digging in a bit more. The slice of pain is enough to make me whimper. Screw whatever the daemons think they can do to me, he growls. If I can't win, Hades sure as fuck won't. My rapidly chugging heart drops into my stomach. I point out in a low, wobbly voice, "Are you seriously threatening the god of death's champion?" The blade lifts away just a teensy smidge. Questions make people do that unconsciously as they think. Apparently gods, too. In a blink, I slam my head backward and connect with the hard edges of Poseidon's nose and chin. He grunts in my ear, his arms falling away in shock, and I jab my elbow into his gut. Maybe because he's drunk, he falls over. "I'm going to skewer you on my trident," he yells. I shoot to my left, even as I lift the pearl to my mouth. Except when I spin around, I find myself running straight into Hades' strong arms, his features harsh in the night, but more familiar to me in the dark. Maybe because of the way we met. I haven't known him long, but I have never seen him so angry, even earlier when he yelled at me. That anger was big and loud and edged in frustration. Now he's so cold and contained, I shiver. "Did he hurt you?" His voice is as gritty as soot. Then his hands are all over my body, not in a sexual way, but clinical as he checks every single part of me for injury. Even so, warmth seeps through each point of touch. Then he brackets my face with his hands. "Are you harmed, Lyra?" Warmth coalesces inside my belly, which is turning squishier by the second. I should not be squishy for the god of death, no matter how much it sounds like he cares. That's a terrible idea. "I'm fine." He eases fractionally. Just for a moment, his heated gaze holds mine. And there it is. That sensation again. He's standing before me, only touching my face, but his mouth might as well be on mine, tasting his fill. Until his gaze drops to my neck, and the sensation disappears in an instant as he goes stone still. I know he's seen the cut Poseidon's knife made. His eyes narrow, and that cold, leashed fury drops another 10 degrees in temperature, so that even my shivers have shivers. Oh, gods, this is what really mad looks like. "She's bleeding," he says, the words clipped and short. He's not talking to me. He's talking to Poseidon, who is still on the ground and swaying a little. The ocean god goes ashen with fear. Hades walks over and squats down beside the other god. He grabs the handle of the knife from Poseidon's limp hand and lifts the blade up, the sharp edge catching the light from the moon and glinting as he uses it to gesture toward me without breaking eye contact with his brother. "She is mine, and I protect what's mine." He expertly flips the knife, blade angled down on Poseidon's thigh, and raises his hand in the air. "Don't!" My voice is soft, but Hades stops immediately, his gaze cutting to mine. "Not for me," I add. The god of death narrows his eyes in a way that makes a now sweating Poseidon lean away, even though Hades is looking at me. "Not for you?" he asks me silkily, his voice like sandpaper on fire by now. "Fine. For me, then. Because you are mine, and he dared to threaten you, let alone make you bleed." That word again. That possessive fucking word. I should protest. I should push back, lash out against it, because I don't belong to anyone, not even the Order. What I shouldn't do is react with something darkly sensuous that slides through my body, waking me up from the inside in glorious, gut-wrenching, heat-pooling folly. And I definitely shouldn't like it. I do. I like it. A lot. No, no way.
Wanting Hades will only ever end in sorrow. Exactly, I say. I'm yours. You chose me, and I was about to take care of it my own damn way. Where the hells did those words come from? Calling myself his is the last thing I should be doing. Something flares in Hades' eyes. Something dangerous. Something so seductively triumphant, my body quivers instinctively. I have no idea what reaction I expected. Definitely not for him to slam the knife into the ground beside Poseidon's leg, making the god yelp.
"Go sleep it off, brother,"
he says in a voice gone all fire and brimstone, the skin tightening over his cheekbones.
"You lost. Deal with it."
Hades disappears, only to appear directly in front of me, wrap his arms around me, and disappear us both. I know we're back in Hades' house in Olympus because of the red and black surrounding me, but I don't know which room because immediately he pins me against a wall, and his lips are on mine. And, oh gods, I'm in trouble, because I'm kissing him back. This is different from the last time. That kiss started out with a non-lust-related reason and turned into something else. This is already something else. It takes the heat and quivering already running rampant through me and shifts them into 1,000 sensations that turn my mind hazy and set the rest of me on fire. I've never been kissed, not before him, but I've dreamed of it. I never imagined anything like this, though. Like Hades wants to devour me, like I want him to. The god with razor-sharp control is chipping at the edges. Because of me. I didn't know I could feel like this. Everything about me gathers in tighter and tighter, condensing, like the sensation has no outlet, and a whimper escapes my lips, even as I'm kissing him back. But at that one tiny sound, Hades goes abruptly, utterly still, then pulls away and drops his forehead against mine. "Fuck," he mutters. And I realize I was wrong. His diminishing control isn't about me. It's about his champion. I scared him tonight because he could have lost his place in the crucible. If he's that afraid of losing, his reasons must be huge. I take a deep breath to say something, anything, but he's already gone, leaving only a swirl of smoke where he stood pressed against me, the burn of sulfur sharp in my nostrils. I shiver as the heat from his touch fades, leaving behind only cold and regret. 36. Hermes' labor. I don't know how I could have possibly fallen asleep after everything, but I did. So hard that all my training abandons me, and I have no idea anyone is in my room until Hades shakes me awake.
"The second labor is about to start, Lyra."
I blink the sleep out of my eyes to blearily focus on his face hovering just above mine, on his lips. What would he do if I kissed him? His eyes narrow.
"Lyra?"
"What?" I shove my head into my pillow. I should be alert instantly with a god in my room, but everything about me feels slow and groggy, and it's entirely Hades' fault. I tossed and turned all night, dreaming of his hand sliding along my...
"The next labor, Lyra."
He pulls the pillow out from under my head.
"It's Hermes. Get dressed fast."
He flips my covers back and swears. The word clangs like a bell I'm standing too close to. Or maybe it's the bubbling sensation that does it, as Hades' gaze is fixed on my bare midriff. Either way, my brain boots up with a kick of adrenaline too late, because I'm already fading away, without my vest. Fuck, Hades swears again. I don't look away, centering on his swirling gray eyes as I go. And all I can think is that I'm in my pajamas, without my clothes or tools, or shoes for that matter, but also without the pearls, or what's left of the dragon teeth, and especially without my relic. All of that runs through my mind, along with the thought that Hades' eyes have specks of gold in the silver, sort of like mine.
You can do this, my star.
His voice follows me into the void.
I'll see you soon.
Not the most comforting words coming from the king of the underworld. When I fade back whole again, it's on a yelp, as I immediately tilt forward to gain my balance. Over nothing. My arms windmill as I totter on a tiny rectangular ledge, but I breathe a sigh of relief when my ass hits a wall at my back. I jerk upright, as straight as I can, and my fingers desperately search for a grip on the rock face behind me. I stay like that for a solid minute, catching my balance and waiting for my stomach to stop twisting, my heart to stop pounding in my chest. I slowly exhale. That was close. Directly in front of me are mountaintops. And clouds. Hermes. I should have guessed something up high. This god likes to fly. Anger sparks in my gut, not burning away the fear, but giving me the kick I need to do more than stand here trying not to fall. Looking down, I discover that the tiny ledge I'm on isn't part of the rock wall behind me. Instead, I'm standing on what looks like a block of cement, about a foot wide in all directions, jutting from the mountainside itself. Just enough room for my feet. With my arms splayed behind me to hold on to the mountain, I look up and see stars, and the top of what appears to be some sort of glass cylinder surrounding me. I'm like a bug in a jar with the lid missing. You've got to be kidding me. My voice bounces off the glass walls that surround me on 3 sides. Sides that are about 2 feet away, and do not touch the platform I'm standing on. My words are immediately drowned out by a whistling burst of wind that whirls at my feet from the emptiness around the edges of the platform and tangles the hems of my silky lavender pajama pants at my ankles. Goosebumps prickle as the chilly wind joins the cold seeping into my bare feet against the cement block, and they intensify at the thought that one step forward and I'll fall into the nothingness between the glass wall and the edge of my platform. Just a sheer drop, if the echo of my voice was any indication, and death waiting patiently at the bottom. I glance to my left and right, and realize I'm not the only one in pajamas. Glass partitions separate me from the other champions, balanced precariously on their own cement blocks, each of us about 10 feet apart. That explains why I'm not hearing the others beyond muffled sounds. Zai is directly to my left, and I can't help remembering Poseidon's taunt when Zai's wide eyes meet mine. I offer a hesitant smile, then look right and swallow. Damn it all to Tartarus. Hermes must really have it out for me. Dex is to my right, his shaved head turned away as he tries to get someone else's attention. How is he already dressed in his uniform? Did he sleep in it? The bulk of his body blocks a smaller form, but I catch sight of Rima's face for a moment, her brown eyes wide and full lips pinched with fear. Past those two, Artemis's champion, Kim Dae-hyun, leans out so I can see his face, not dressed in green for strength because he's in PJs like me and Zai. Okay, so we're not the only ones caught unaware. But why does Dae-hyun seem at ease while the rest of us are visibly afraid? Beyond, I catch a glimpse of Nev's red hair, and past her the top of Jackie's head, the only blonde, and also the tallest woman in our cohort. Her wider shoulders must be giving her trouble, because Jackie's moving too much. I want to yell at her to stay still, but she won't hear me. I can't see past her as the mountain curves away, but I'm sure the others are there. Please don't let anyone have fallen off already. The clouds just outside our glass barricades stir, and Hermes, along with the 4 daemons, 2 to either side of him, lift gracefully into the night sky to hover before us. The wings of his sandals flutter in a blur like hummingbird wings. He's slighter than many of the other male gods, and keen intelligence looks out at us from black, almost cat-like eyes, under the black fringe of his hair. His pale skin glows as though the moon is his own personal spotlight.
Welcome, champions, to your second crucible labor. Here we go. Today's labor is about both smarts and strategy, Hermes announces. You will need to be intentional in the way you play.
He smiles like a villain in a bad movie.
Your challenge is to solve a riddle.
My stomach twists like a Gordian knot. I am terrible at riddles. I did fine in school. Yes, thieves go to school. But riddles? Just no.
I will give you this puzzle to solve in a moment, Hermes says. But first, the rules.
Of course there are rules. Hermes unrolls before him, of all things, a scroll.
I have a list to get through. I will only say them once, so pay attention. Each of you will be allowed only 3 questions to solve this riddle correctly.
I glance at Zai, whose gaze is trained on Hermes hard, eyes squinted.
You may have noticed that you are all starting out with a plank that is 12 inches long.
Hermes looks down the line of us.
Every time a champion asks one of their 3 questions, everyone else will lose an inch from their plank.
I swallow hard, rubbing my suddenly sweaty hands on my PJs. How much plank could I stand on if I have to? The taller champions, with likely the biggest feet, Samuel, Dex, Jackie, are probably in the worst shape. But still, 12 inches is not a lot of space for anyone.
When you ask one of your 3 questions, Hermes says, 6 inches will be added to your plank.
Okay, I get it. The plank being shortened by others asking questions will be counteracted by us asking our own questions. A forcing function. But since we all start with 12 inches, we should still be okay. I hope.
Once you ask your 3rd question, you have 5 minutes to guess the answer. If you don't guess in time, your plank disappears. If you guess in time but guess wrong, you will lose the original inches that you are starting with, and better hope the others don't ask all their questions.
Always a fucking catch.
If you are the first to answer correctly, you win my Talaria to use for the duration of the crucible, and you fly off this mountain.
Those winged sandals, which could fly the wearer out of every labor, are worth their weight in gold. I can already feel some of the champions changing their minds about trying for them.
Once a winner is determined, the remaining surviving champions will then have to climb down.
In pajamas and no shoes? Hermes can apparently be just as cruel as the other gods.
It is a treacherous descent, and it's possible not all will make it.
Why do I get the sudden feeling the riddle isn't the real labor? It's surviving the descent down the mountain. And barefoot and in pajamas, I'm certain if I don't win this challenge, I'm not making it back alive. 37. Walk the plank. Hermes waves a hand, and 3 women appear before us. They are seated, cross-legged, on puffs of clouds, and it's immediately obvious who they are, because they haven't stopped what they are doing to be here. Each is working diligently with thread and ruler and scissors, none bothering to lift their head to look at us. The fates, I whisper, distracted just the teensiest bit by a flare of fascination. Hermes hovers behind them.
You know these lovely ladies as the Moirai.
He motions to one of the women hunched over a spindle. A cloud of gray hair frames her wrinkled brown face.
Clotho spins the thread of life.
He gestures to the next woman, who has silver hair braided and twisted on top of her head. Something like a measuring stick sits in one hand, that's a deeper brown than her sister's.
Her sister Lachesis uses her rod to measure the thread of life allotted to each mortal.
With a final sweeping motion, he points to the last woman, who's biting her lip as she studies a length of thread with intense black eyes, her gray hair cropped close against her scalp.
And their sister Atropos cuts the thread, and in doing so chooses the manner of each person's demise.
Atropos uses shears, actual scissors made of a shiny silver metal, to cut a thread right then. A shiver races down my spine. That was it. Someone just died. Does Hades know he got a new soul to rule? I can't help but wonder if the god of death felt it happen too.
But now, Hermes continues, they will represent something else and answer each of your questions.
I have to say, while Hermes' labor is fascinating, his presentation skills are not at Zeus's or Poseidon's level. There's no fanfare, no trumpets, no birds released or fireworks or anything like that. He just wants to get straight to seeing us suffer. I am reconsidering him as my favorite god.
Now for the riddle.
The wind blows a little harder, rattling the glass walls and reaching for me from below. And this time I'm sure I hear several whimpers from the other champions. Hermes needs to get on with it so we can get off this cold rock. The god waits out the winds with a small, enigmatic smile. That makes me suddenly wonder if that's Notus, the god of the south wind and bringer of summer storms, one of 4 anemoi, the unseen ones. It's possible he's here to make this even harder.
Of the 3 fates,
Hermes says, pulling my attention back to him and the riddle.
1 fate is true and will only speak truth. 1 fate is false and will only speak lies. And 1 fate is random, and may answer either way. They will not change in how they answer. Use your 3 questions, yes or no questions only, to figure out which all 3 represent.
He rises and falls slightly where he hovers. Is the wind playing with him now?
Your time starts now.
Hermes disappears, leaving the fates before us, spinning, measuring, and cutting, while they wait for our questions. Immediately, a glow lights the night from around the bend. It has to be Diego, his halo of heroism manifesting to help him with the mind element of this labor. Courage, too, maybe. Crap. Dex is looking to his right, gesturing to Rima. No, not just to Rima. He and Nev and Daehyun seem to be arguing with Rima. Strength and mind virtues allying? Great. Zai is mind. Is he with them? I can catch Dex's words here and there. Do I dare try to crouch lower, closer to the bottom of the glass, to listen better?
Need to knock. Off there. Then wait.
Oh, gods. My heart rate kicks up a notch. I think they're debating all asking questions at once, maybe several. That much could knock everyone who hasn't asked a question yet off the mountain to their death. Would they really kill 8 people in one fell swoop? Would that give them enough questions remaining to figure out the answer? And only one of them can get it right in the end. I can't see past Jackie, but so far my own plank hasn't moved, so I know no one has asked a question. Rima seems to be the reason that hasn't happened yet. I can't tell if she's disagreeing with the killing, or if she wants to try to solve the riddle and needs to save her questions. Either way, I'm not sure the rest of us have much time. I carefully turn to Zai, who is holding a large, leather-bound book with thick parchment-like pages. Where did he get that? It's got to be one of his gifts from Hermes. He's flipping pages and mumbling to himself. Trying to solve the problem. I should be too. Think, Lyra. My plank suddenly slides smoothly and soundlessly back 1 inch, forcing me to scoot with it. I'm not the only one who wobbles, clinging to the mountain for dear life. Then my plank moves again, and my heart pounds in my chest. Glancing right, I find Dex, Nev, and Daehyun climbing off their planks to hold precariously onto the mountainside. I'm not sure if they're planning to take us all out right now, or if they're just taking themselves out of the equation for Rima. Thieves are taught climbing skills, something I was never good at, but for a split second I considered doing the same. Except they might have to hold on for the rest of the hour, and it hasn't been very long yet. Their muscles will be jelly by the time they actually have to climb down. But I can be more prepared than I am. Facing outward means if I lose enough plank, I tumble forward with nothing to grab, except maybe a faceplant into the glass partition. But facing the mountain, I could try to grab on. Going up on my toes, I shuffle my feet in a careful circle and slowly pivot on my plank. Don't fall, don't fall, don't! My plank moves just as I'm facing the mountain, and I sway, stomach pitching. With one hand on the rock and the other flailing for balance, I recover. Blast and brimstone, that could have been bad. I take a single second to press my forehead to the rock and close my eyes, letting out a breath of relief. Olympus, if this is your mountain, I whisper the words to one of the Uria. Different mountains have their own gods, and I think we're still in Olympus, so it makes sense. I pray that you give us sanctuary from, I almost say death, but a tiny part of me knows that would hurt Hades, to pray to be saved from him. I don't know if it's loyalty to him, or something else that changes the words on my lips. From peril. Tucking my elbows into my body, I rest my palms against the mountain at shoulder height, searching for any holds close in that might work. I find a better grip with my right, but am still searching with my left. That's when my plank moves in again. Now my heels are right at the edge. Anyone with bigger feet has to be on their toes by now. The others had it right. Just get off the damned plank. I turn my head, pressing it against the rock, and gasp. Something around Dae-hyun's neck is glowing blue. A necklace, maybe? His plank is farther out, too. He asked one of his questions. I turn my head to find Zai is also standing on more plank than me, so he also asked a question. If anyone asks one more, I'm in trouble. I need more plank, quickly. My mind gloms on to the first thing I can think of. Clotho? I ask, not that I can see her. Is my name Lyra Kirez? Yes. Her voice floats around inside my glass cage. Immediately, my plank moves back out, and I adjust with it. As soon as I'm steady, the small breath of relief I take pinches off, because I immediately realize my mistake. Sure, the question gained me 6 inches and extra time. There's probably a dirty joke in there somewhere. But Clotho's answer told me nothing. Or did it? True would answer yes, and random has a 50-50 chance of answering yes. But false would answer no, right? That must mean Clotho is either true or random. A tiny thrill bubbles in my chest. I figured something out at least. Maybe this riddle won't be as hard as I expect. Just then, my plank scoots in again, and I panic. I have no idea what to ask next, and there's not enough time to think. Fuck. I close my eyes and hold on, and try to block everything else out. What would narrow it down? If I was in my tiny office in the den, working on a spreadsheet, trying to figure out which thief brought an item back, what questions would I ask? Before I can think through a plan, my plank suddenly recedes again, and off to my left a scream rends the air. I whip my head around, only to have to catch my balance, as the horrible sound of a body scraping down rock comes from below me. It feels like they fall forever before there's an awful thud. Then, silence. 38. Riddle me this. After a long, pounding silence, my plank suddenly starts moving again, fast, until I'm up on my tiptoes. And because I'm looking his way, I know Zai is one of the askers, because he has more to stand on. The furrow in his brow and the way he's still flipping pages in that odd book tell me he hasn't figured it out entirely. Can I trust Zai? Poseidon's words rattle around in my head, but I am damn sure I can't solve this alone. If, like the others, we worked together. But how? Zai, I call out. I don't have enough room to kick at the glass. Hells, how do I communicate with him? The memory of Hades' voice whispers through my mind. The tattoos. He said they could be used to find out information. Can they talk? I stare at my forearm, and an idea takes shape. Hades told me not to use his gifts unless I absolutely needed them, but teetering over this drop feels like a do-or-die moment. I'm going to have to risk it and try to work with Zai. It takes some maneuvering of my hands above my head to be able to trace a line up the inside from my wrist to my elbow. Just like for Hades, in the wake of my touch, the glittering lines form on my skin. My owl, panther, fox, and tarantula all blink at me, each moving as they stir to life. Hades said to think through their skills, to use them wisely. But this one seems pretty obvious. Well, assuming I'm right and the animals are capable of communicating with people. Hey, pal. I lightly tickle the owl, who flaps his wings. The sensation is like a rustling under my skin. I need you to be a messenger to Zai. The owl tilts his head, round eyes trained on my face. Tell Zai if he promises to fly me down if he wins, I'll tell him the question I already used and the answer. Then I describe what I've learned, and tell him I have 2 left if he needs them. My owl friend spreads his wings wide and leaps from my arm, becoming real and life-size as soon as he's away from me. A twitch of movement catches my eye and I look up, then press my belly into the wall of the mountain, stomach churning. One of the daemons is outside the glass of my cage, gaze intent on me, and my arm. But she doesn't stop me or kill me or take me away screaming. So I guess I'm okay? The owl, not paying the daemon any attention, swoops low under the glass, then back up into Zai's glass cage and perches on the book in his hands. I suck in hard as Zai startles, bobbling, but he doesn't fall. The daemon, in the meantime, backs away, but not by much. Awesome. I can't hear the exchange, but my owl must tell him the message because Zai looks at me, dark eyes lit up, then sort of blinks to himself with a frown before leaning a bit to look around me. Rima seems to be focused on trying to solve the riddle, and the other 3 are yelling and gesticulating at one another. Is he worrying about this apparent alliance, or is he part of it? Then he nods at me, says something to the owl, then listens. And that's when I see it, the glint in his eyes matching the crook of his mouth. Has he figured it out? Zai talks to the owl some more. When the owl flies back to me, Zai closes his book with a snap I can almost hear, then waves a hand over it, which makes it disappear. The owl swoops up to perch on my shoulder. He never opens his beak. Instead, I hear a voice in my head that isn't quite mortal, but instead a sort of low trill like hooting, but in words. Ask this question. The owl whoos the question from Zai in my ear. I squint at Zai. He rolls his eyes and points, and I get it. Just ask. I hang on to the mountain. Lachesis, Paris is the capital of France. If and only if you are true. Yes or no? Yes, the goddess says without hesitation. My own plank moves out 6 inches. Someone yelps from my left, and I hope to Hades that the faint sound wasn't me killing them. I didn't hear a slide of rock or thudding body. Yes, I yell, and nod my head for emphasis. Zai nods, then faces the fates. Suddenly, our planks start to slide back toward the mountain again. Not 1 inch, not 2, but a lot. I have no choice now. I'm hanging by both hands and 1 foot while I search for another toehold and pray that Zai didn't fall. I can't turn my head to see.
"Congratulations!" Hermes' voice booms from the sky. "The winner is my own champion, Zai Aridum."
The god sounds so happy he could fly. But hopefully he's not, because Zai needs those winged sandals right now. I whisper to myself, "Come on, Zai, please hurry. Keep your promise and don't leave me here."
"Right behind you."
His voice is so close and unexpected that I yelp and almost lose my grip. Felix would be hanging his head in disgust if he could see me now. 2 hands land on my waist, and I can feel the way Zai lightly bounces up and down in the air, thanks to the wings on his feet. "Can the sandals hold us both?" I ask. "Sure," he chuckles. A nice sound, surprisingly low and warm. I won't be laughing until I'm safely off this mountain.
"Now," he says, "let go with your right hand and try to wrap it around my neck."
I manage that much, and his left arm moves around me more securely.
"When I say so, jump and swing your legs over my right arm. Got it?"
"Got it."
On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Zai wheezes in my ear with the effort of lifting me, but I manage to wrap my arms around him like a baby sloth around its mama. When I'm against him this way, the frailty of his frame is even more obvious. I'm safe. Thank not the gods, but Zai Aridum. The relief that shoots through my veins might as well be a tidal wave, and the adrenaline makes me tremble.
"Zai, you have won the second labor," Hermes is saying. "As for the rest of you..."
The others. Oh my gods, who fell?
Amir. He's moving, though.
So not dead? Yet. No way did the kid not injure something. I push at Zai's shoulder. "You should leave me and take him."
"I'll come back for him.
But I'll be quick." He seems determined. I frown. The others all made it. Zai rushes to assure me. I sigh on another whoosh of relief. So far. Hermes clears his throat, as if we interrupted him.
"The remaining champions may all start climbing down, and best of luck to you."
Zai floats us downward as soon as the glass that had been caging me in disappears. At a screech, I look up behind him, where my owl is flapping its wings to stay aloft. Clutching Zai tighter, I hold out my left arm, and the beautiful brown feathered creature with its horned face flies straight for me. He doesn't perch, but sort of leaps right into my skin, growing smaller and turning into glittering blue lines. The tarantula waves its front legs at him, and the fox snuggles into him like one friend greeting another.
"That's a handy gift,"
Zai says, in a very unexpected way. "Yeah."
"The daemons don't seem too happy about it."
I glance over Zai's shoulder to where all 4 are lined up, wings flapping to hold them aloft. They're watching me with such intensity my stomach clenches. Twice. Hades must have taught them how to glare. I noticed. "Be careful," he says. I nod, then change the subject, not wanting to face the dread gnawing in my stomach at gaining another enemy in the daemons. So I ask instead, "How'd you figure it out anyway? The book?"
"Not entirely. The book isn't the internet. It doesn't give direct answers, but how to find the knowledge for yourself. Sharing your answers helped narrow things down."
He launches into a description of if and only if questions that is mind-numbing, but I think I follow. I'm happy to listen all the way to the ground, trying to keep up mostly to not start worrying over a new problem. Facing Hades again, with a new ally, I think, after 2 labors lost, after that kiss. 39. Can I really trust this? Zai lands us gently, like stepping off a stair, as if he's been flying with Hermes' sandals his entire life. But despite starting to wheeze, he doesn't put me down right away. Thank you, I say again. Hopefully I'll be able to pull more weight on the next one. Zai's dark eyes, lighter up close, with golden brown streaks that shoot out from his pupils, remain serious. You did great. I'm a mind champion, and you're... I guess he realizes who he's saying this to, because a tinge of red sneaks up his neck. Exactly, I say dryly. Nothing. I'm nothing. He shakes his head. Hades is a king as well as a god, and unlike Zeus, no one ever tries to take that title away from him. He is not nothing, so you are not nothing. Zai is trying to be kind, so I don't snap his head off for basing my value on something I have no control over. I guess we both fill gaps, I say instead. Exactly. He sets me down on my feet, although I sense the move is reluctant, like he's not quite ready to let go of me. Then his gaze lowers, brows coming together. Did Poseidon find you last night? Bloody hells, the cut on my neck. I shrug. Yeah, but I handled it. How? He asks, then reaches out to rub a soft thumb across the spot just below the cut on my neck. I swallow, suddenly aware I'm standing close to a good-looking man, and we're both in our pajamas. We should probably get dressed, I say, glancing over my shoulder at Hades' house. I'm surprised he's not out here already, upset I've lost another challenge. When I turn back, Zai is turning a little red again. Can we meet later today? He coughs, rubbing his chest. We should probably talk strategy and other possible allies. I nod with enthusiasm. Dex and his unholy alliance almost killed us both. Sure. We could meet at Hermes' house, or maybe here. His gaze shifts past me with a look of trepidation. A choice between Hermes or Hades breathing over our shoulders? No thanks. How about the bar in town? Or is that too public? Zai considers that, then shakes his head. There are private rooms upstairs. That'll work. I'll meet you outside Hermes' gates, and we can walk together. Around noon, we can eat lunch there. His gaze suddenly turns sharper with interest, and a wide smile overtakes his thin face. Sure. See you then. With no warning, he leans forward and wraps his arms around me in a hug that is really nice. I stiffen, but then relax into him, closing my eyes a little, trying to absorb this, because I'm guessing the next hug is years away. Zai's a good hugger, sweet and just enough squeeze without lingering. His eyes crinkle with humor as he pulls back. Not used to hugs? I laugh. Not really a thing when you grow up in the Order of Thieves. I tilt my head. I'm surprised you are used to them, though. My mom. Ah, I like her already. Me too. Then he gives me a little salute, which I take as my cue to leave first. You'd better get a mirror. Zai's eyes widen like he forgot, and he glances back toward the mountain. Go ahead, he says. He stays and watches as I let myself through the gates and the courtyard beyond. I'm still wondering if Hades is even here as I step into his house. I frown as I realize there are no locks at all on the doors. With gods and champions not happy with me, that seems unwise. Hello? I call out. My voice sort of echoes. Good grief, this place is a mausoleum. No one answers. I make my way to the second floor, headed to my bedroom, but as soon as I reach the top of the stairs, I spot Hades. He's standing at the massive window that runs the length of the courtyard, from which he has a perfect view of the road where I was standing with Zai. It is incredibly unfair that his ass should look that good in jeans, when the rest of him, held stiffly erect with his hands stuffed in his pockets, is so blatantly pissed off. Again. If he thinks I'm sticking around to be yelled at after yet another labor I managed to survive, he can fuck right off. I turn on my heel in the direction of my bedroom.
Zai, God's damned Aridem.
Hades pronounces each syllable distinctly, the words like cuts, and with the same tone an executioner would use to read a death sentence. 40. Consequences. Walking away would only piss Hades off more, so I face him, arms crossed but with a deliberately sweet smile. Didn't you just curse yourself?
What?
He's still glaring out the window with his back to me. God's damned. That's you that you're damning. Hades turns slowly and pins me with a look that could skewer a wild bull.
You picked the runt of the litter for your ally. Not even a discussion with me first. With that unexpected and supremely inconvenient soft heart of yours, I am damned.
Don't call him that. I eye him with deliberate patience. And by that logic, you picked me, and so you damned yourself. Hades' glare hones to dagger sharp.
So I did.
Glad we can agree on something. I'm taking a shower and a nap. Suddenly, Hades' demeanor shifts, just slightly in a way that's hard to pin down. He's still angry, but now it's smoother, like the difference between a charging bear and a coiled rattlesnake.
Starting a collection, are we?
I sigh like I'm dealing with an irritating gnat. What are you on about now? His eyes narrow, but I widen mine and give him my most guileless stare. If he's trying to make a point, I'm certainly not going to help him.
First your thief not friend, he says. Now one of the champions, falling at your feet.
Falling at my feet? My laugh is edged in bitterness. He knows about my curse. Are you being deliberately cruel because I didn't consult with you about Zai? If looks could skewer, I'd be bleeding.
It's possible the curse isn't what you think. They seem to like you well enough.
They do not.
You're willfully naive if you don't see it.
And you're hallucinating if you do. One is only an ally. The other told me to my face that we're just friends. No one is falling at my feet. It is not possible, and you know it. Actually, the person who comes closest to disproving my curse is Hades. With that kiss last night, although lust and love are two very different things, which I saw all too often back home. I'd not really understood others' interest in one without the other, but as I stare at Hades' full bottom lip, I'm starting to get it. On paper, my crush on Boone isn't gone, but he's never spun me out of control like Hades. It's the difference between a cozy fire in a pot-bellied stove and burning down the entire house.
Let's circle back to your ally,
Hades says, thankfully oblivious to my thoughts. The hard stare he levels on me would have most quaking in their boots. I just pinch the bridge of my nose. What about Zai? We have an agreement. If possible, Hades goes even harder, eyes like flint.
And you believed him.
Now he's calling me gullible and careless. I raise my chin. I do now. Mostly. Hades gets even quieter.
You can't trust him.
But his control breaks over the next 3 snarled words.
Damn it, Lyra.
I don't mind being yelled at, but sworn at? No. I raise one eyebrow, crossing my arms. You want to rethink your tone? Hades stalks across the space between us, and I swear smoke is lifting off of him in black tendrils.
No, I don't want to rethink my fucking tone.
He doesn't stop coming, but despite the twisting nerves in my belly telling me I might have gone too far, I refuse to back up like a coward. I have to deliberately plant my feet to keep from running, though. He jerks to a halt a mere foot from me, radiating 1,000 nuances of frustration.
You will be the death of me, Lyra Kires.
Why? I ask. His lips flatten and I raise my hands. It's an honest question. Allying with Zai worked today. It worked.
You got lucky.
I snort. I picked the right ally, Hades. And growing up the way I did, I know what to look for. Thieves are, by nature and training, untrustworthy, backstabbing, and conniving. So just because I didn't run this decision by your committee of dictatorness doesn't mean I wasn't smart about it. Hades stares at me, jaw working like he's trying to figure out how to deal with me, which I'm guessing doesn't happen often to him. When he finally speaks, it's softer.
Lyra, I swear, if you don't take this seriously...
If Zai hadn't figured out the answer in time, then I'd have climbed down. Hopefully without mishap. Which reminds me, the others
all made it safely down the worst part of the mountain. They're still walking the rest of the way. And the one champion who fell survived.
I blow out a breath of relief. Amir
can't be healed, since he's not a mind virtue, but is being looked at.
I nod. That's good. He grunts.
Your stubborn insistence on saving everyone around you.
Maybe not Dex, I mutter out the side of my mouth.
What?
What does he mean, what? Hasn't he been paying attention? Dex Soto, Athena's champion, took a swipe at me with my own relic. Tried to kill me on the road into town yesterday.
He did what?
His voice descends to something fiery. I ignore the interruption. He's on my save last list. Hades stares at me with the kind of incredulity usually reserved for Felix, and sometimes the other pledges. Only with them, it's belittling. With Hades, it feels like I won a small point.
You're making lists now,
he asks slowly. I always make lists.
Like who to save last, not who not to save at all.
I shrug.
You should know that Athena's blessing gave Dex Soto foreknowledge, he says. I suspected it in the last challenge when he started climbing so fast, but this time he was dressed and ready.
So was Rima.
He shrugs. Trust me, Dex is getting information on the labors early. I'm not sure how early, though.
Kim Dae-hyun has a necklace that glowed when he asked the Fates a question, I add, since we're cataloging threats.
He nods, then says, That's not your only problem. I think you're going to need to add some more names to your list.
My heart falters a little. Why?
You didn't see those champions' faces when Zai flew you away. You made more enemies today than the ones you already had.
Well, hells. This is where my curse is going to start kicking in hard, then. What was I supposed to do? Go it alone for every challenge?
You have me.
A swirl of smoke like a tornado suddenly fills the room behind Hades. And when it dissipates, a massive black dog with 3 heads is standing in its place. 3 heads filled with giant, razor-sharp teeth. 41. Hades' Pet. I swallow back my scream when the dog doesn't immediately attack. And it's a good thing this place has high ceilings, because the beast is at least 15 feet tall at the middle head. His coat is smooth and shiny and shows every ridge of his muscled body. He wears black spiked armor around his neck and shoulders, strapped under his chest, and more goes up each snout and over the crown of each head. All of his ears stand straight up, tall and pointed and alert. Oh my gods, I whisper, shuffling my feet to stand closer to Hades. Is that
Cerberus?
Hades doesn't sound too happy.
What are you doing here, mutt?
I elbow Hades. Don't call him a mutt. He delivers a glare that dares me to try that again.
He's my dog. I call him what I want.
Cerberus growls. I freeze. Is he going to eat me?
He's not growling at you.
Hades grumbles through his teeth. I give him a slow blink. He's growling at you? I can't contain my grin. Can I pet him? He's amazing.
No. Yes, pretty mortal. You may.
A voice like a wise elder resounds in my head, as though I'm standing in a cathedral, smooth like a river, and so deep you'd never find the bottom. Cerberus is talking to me, in my head. Seriously, best day ever.
We love pettins from nice ladies.
A similar but slightly different voice, a tad higher and more eager, says next. I immediately place that voice with the head on the left, a giant tongue lolling out one side of his mouth, like his head is hanging out a car window.
Permission granted,
says a third voice, gruffer and curter, his snout lifting into the air. I stare at the dog. 3 voices. Each head has its own personality. There should probably be questioning or hesitation on my part, but Hades is right here, so really, what could go wrong? I take a step towards Cerberus, who cocks all 3 heads at me.
Lyra?
Hades grabs me by my elbow.
I told you.
He said I could.
He said.
His gaze cuts to Cerberus.
Traitor.
Why is he a traitor? I raise my brows.
He only ever talks to me.
Hades shifts on his feet before tacking on,
and Karen.
The ferryman who takes dead souls across the river Styx for coin. That little fact is a reality check. I might have been forgetting for a second there while we were arguing exactly who Hades is. King of the underworld, with a monster for a pet and a reaper for his gatekeeper.
Cerberus probably smells me on you,
Hades says. I frown. Smells you?
My gift.
His gaze drops to my mouth, and he might as well have brushed his thumb softly over the flesh there. Oh, right, that. I almost reach up and touch my tingling lips, but manage to stop myself. Hades is watching.
I'm talking to her because she likes me.
I think the head to the right is speaking, because it leans forward.
She called me amazing. No one ever likes me except you.
That's the tongue-lolling head. The grumpy head says nothing. Not the talker of the 3, I guess.
Yeah, well, her sense of self-preservation has clearly been tampered with, Hades says. She's drawn to danger.
Stop, I pretend to preen. You'll make me blush. I walk to Cerberus, who drops to his belly. I mentally name his heads. Sir for the one in charge, because he'd go by Sir. Burr for the grumpy one, because he's cold. And Russ for goofy, because it just sounds like him. I reach up and scratch behind one ear on what I think is his goofy head on the left. Oh my goodness, you are so soft.
What were you expecting? Leather scales?
Russ's tongue lolls out of his mouth on a doggy laugh, and his breath smells of sulfur. I glance over at Hades, who is watching with resigned irritation, and I can't hold in a laugh. Oh my gods!
What now?
His words are dust dry. The resemblance is uncanny. I look back and forth between them, putting a hand to my chin and pretending to study them like works of art. With that frowny face, you could apply to be one of Cerberus's heads. You're practically quadruplets.
Very funny, Hades drawls.
Sir lays his head on his paws.
Forget it. I'm much prettier.
Hades' expression turns even more sour, and I laugh again. True. The god of death eyes his hellhound.
See who gets an extra cow for a bedtime snack tonight.
I make a face. You eat cows for a bedtime snack? I ask Cerberus.
You don't?
That's all 3. Are they dead when you...
What would be the fun in that?
Burr harumphs. I hold up a hand. I don't want to know.
Not to worry, Sir says. These are carnivorous cows and can fight back.
I don't even know what to say to that. Everyone has a thing, I guess. Another woofy laugh blows more sulfur-scented breath all over me.
Can we keep her?
Russ asks Hades. A small glow ignites in my chest. Is this how it feels to be wanted?
Definitely not. I'd never know a day's peace again, Hades says. Did you come here for a reason, Mutt?
Cerberus huffs, all 3 heads, then gracefully pushes to his feet to tower over me. I only come up to his shoulder.
"You are needed,"
the heads say in stereo. I glance between them. Needed? Hades' lips press tight. This isn't annoyance like a second ago, or even anger like when I came into the house. It's... what is it? It can't be guilt. I'm pretty sure gods don't feel guilt, especially this one. He slides a look to me that I can't interpret.
"I'll be there soon,"
he says. Cerberus nods. Russ gives me another nuzzle, and then the hellhound disappears the same way he arrived, in a cloud of smoke. I shouldn't ask. It's none of my business. I ask. Not Isabel?
"No."
Then who?
"You should dress."
It's obvious he doesn't want to tell me, but that only makes me want to find out more. But it's important?
"Yes."
Curt and distant. All right. I slowly turn on my heel.
"I won't be here when you come out."
I hesitate before I glance back. I figured. 0 reaction.
"We should talk when I return. Work out a better strategy moving forward."
Don't worry, I tell him. Zai and I are meeting for lunch and talking strategy. I've got it covered.
"The hells you are."
I don't bother to wait to hear his next words as I shut my bedroom door in the god of death's face. Part 4. Keep your enemies closer. I've failed so many times, not succeeding is now statistically impossible. 42. Did I already lose my ally? After bathing and dressing, I grab my tactical vest and slip it over my shoulders, then head out of my bedroom. I guess Hades must have left while I was in the shower. I try not to notice how the house feels quiet and lonely without his larger-than-life presence. On my way to the stairs, I notice an open door that has always been closed when I've come by here, and my steps falter. Quietly, I enter the narrow, windowless room, almost a closet, really. Painted entirely red, the room has only one thing in it. Well, lots of little things, but they all serve the bigger piece. An altar. Buttery sunlight pours in from a skylight overhead to fill the space with air and spotlight the altar itself. My heart constricts little by little, turning to a dull ache behind my ribs as I take in the details. I've seen altars to past loved ones before, of course, but nothing like this. It's colorful, with bouquets upon bouquets of narcissus flowers, mostly in cheerful yellows and bright whites, but with pops of purples and oranges and reds as well. They surround a torch that rises from the center of the table made of black obsidian. A glittering skull forms the pedestal at the top of the torch for deep red flames that cast sparks into the air. 2 pomegranate trees on either side bend to touch each other over the altar, like lovers embracing. Dark green leaves are interspersed with the large red ripe fruit, with their distinct star-shaped tuft on the bottom. Persephone. This altar is for her. She's been gone some time now, 100 years at least, though I guess in the scheme of Hades' life, that's not long. But to have this here for the rare times he visits, he must still be in deep mourning. Suddenly, I feel like I've intruded on something so private, so sacred, that I should never have laid eyes on it. I bow to the altar, offering a silent apology to the deceased goddess of spring and queen of the underworld, then back out and quietly close the door behind me. But the image and the knowledge of its existence feel like weights I've hung on my heart. It drags at me all the way to the gates of Hermes' house, where I'm supposed to meet Zai. He's not here yet, though, so I wait, checking my watch. I'm right on time. He doesn't strike me as the type to be late. Should I go inside? Except if I bump into Hermes, I might make things worse for Zai. I shift on my feet, trying to make up my mind. I even consider sending in one of my tattoos to get him. Then the gate opens, but it's not Zai. A satyr with mint green fur on his lower goat half and purple hooves and horns emerges and offers me a note before returning inside without a word. It's from Zai, a single sentence. Meet me behind Hermes' temple, Z. Hades' concern is starting to ring true. This is not a good sign. If Zai feels the need to hide and send notes, he should be safe enough in Hermes' house, right? I hurry down the road, looking over my shoulder frequently like an escaped prisoner. I'm especially careful as I make my way through the Main Street area, and only relax when I get to the temple. But Zai isn't here either. I whistle the signal to come out before I remember he's not one of my fellow pledges and wouldn't recognize it. But there's a rustle to my right all the same, and a head pops up. Oh my God, Zai! I manage to keep my voice down, but he waves at me to be quiet all the same, then glances around me past the tree. Did anyone follow you? He whispers. I don't think so, but you're sure? I cock an eyebrow at him. As much as I can be. What is going on? He takes another look around, wariness bracketing his dark eyes, then steps out from behind the bushes where he was hiding. The guy looks terrible. What in the underworld happened to you? I demand quietly. He makes a face that I think is self-disgust, but it's hard to tell behind the swelling. I have severe allergies to, Earth basically covers it. So you decided to hide in it? I'll tell you when we get somewhere I might not die. Dire? Fair enough. So what do you want to do? Get on my back. I have an idea. My lips twist as I eye Zai up and down. Get on his back? In his current physical state, is he going to be able to hold me? I'll be fine. He sounds a bit short. Just get on. I shrug. He knows his own limits. He grunts when I hop on, and sort of stumbles a bit when he catches my full weight, but he doesn't go down. Then we're in the air, not just along the ground, but gaining altitude quickly. Zai skirts mountains, staying just above the tops of the towering pine trees and against the rocks, so we're not seen, I'm guessing. The wind whips past us, tangling my hair as we go faster than before. He's getting even better with the sandals. I don't know where we're headed until I realize we're well above everything, near the top of one of the mountains. That's when he rounds a bend, and the massively impressive main temple of Olympus rises before us into the skies in brilliant white marbled glory. Up close like this, the heads of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades with their multicolored waterfalls are even bigger than I thought. They're so intricately carved, it's like looking at a scowling Hades when he's all up in my space, as he's prone to get. Is that where we're going? The temple? Sure enough, Zai lands us on the path leading up to it. No powers work on these temple grounds, including the gods and goddesses, he explains. Hermes' sandals disappear. Does he just think them away? This is the only place in Olympus where violence is forbidden. Even if Dex and the others find us here, they can't hurt us. I'm not so sure about can't, but it would take them a while to get up here anyway. So I use the opportunity to look up, and up, and up. The temple itself is... Really, there are no words. The Temple of Zeus in San Francisco, which is pretty impressive, is like a tiny candle flame beside a wildfire compared to this one. The roof is supported by at least 100 tall, fluted Corinthian columns, 2 rows of them ringing the entire space. A Pegasus, with its wings outstretched, rears up at the pinnacle of the triangular roof. Lion head-shaped gutters guard the 4 corners, and statues of the daemons loom on either side of the doorway into the inner temple itself. All of it adds to the overwhelming sense of how small I am in the grand scheme of the world. Are we going inside? I ask. We can't talk in there, Zai says. The gods could hear us. And we're discussing strategy, so I get it. I can't help the way my shoulders droop a tad, though. Zai heads to a series of stairs that cut over the edge of the mountain and down to what looks like a viewing platform directly above the 3 waterfalls. Mist wafts up to cover us in a cool sheen, and the rush of the water is a muted roar all around us.
Nobody will be able to overhear us here.
Zai raises his voice to yell, then starts coughing. He leads me to a bench with its back at the edge of the waterfall. What happened? I ask, sitting down. Why didn't you walk over with me? He grimaces. Dex. My eyes go wide. Did he hurt you? Zai shakes his head but holds my gaze.
No. He did something worse.
43. Alliances. I frantically search for injuries on Zai, but other than severe allergies, he seems unharmed. What's worse than death? I ask, then cringe a little at the question against Hades. Zai drops his shoulders, staring at his foot as he kicks a pebble.
Dex fell climbing down the mountain and got pretty scraped up. But since I won, all the mind champions are given healing. So he went to Asclepius first. Rima beat him back to the house.
He sighs.
She warned me that Dex is blisteringly angry, that not only did I decide not to ally with my fellow mind champions, but I aligned with you of all people.
You're worried Dex might hurt you now, too. It's not said as a question.
Oh, no, Zai says. Dex has always been in it for himself. But now he got Rima to agree to kick me out of the house we share.
I frown. You share a house? He gives me a confused look.
Of course. There's a house for each group of champions by virtue.
Ah, but none for me, because Hades. It's a darn good thing I'm used to being an outsider, or I could develop a complex at this rate. I assumed you lived with Hermes. Holy crap, he lives with Dex? You should have said so earlier. And now I get it. He lost a potential found family when Dex kicked him out. I swallow the knot forming in the back of my throat. As someone who has only ever wanted to belong somewhere, wanted a family of her own, I totally get how this could feel worse than death for Zai. I drop my gaze to my lap, fingers twisting together. I'm sorry, Zai. I look up at him. If you want to not be allies, quit that. He says it gently.
Allying with you won me a pair of nifty shoes.
He nudges my shoulder with his.
Besides, I took this likelihood into account when I made the choice.
My smile feels pinched. Of course you did.
I'll find a different place to stay. Maybe with Hermes.
He shifts in his seat,
although he's not thrilled either.
Given Hades' reaction if I'd been kicked off the team, I can imagine. You can stay with me. Zai straightens so fast, I'm surprised his spine doesn't crack.
With Hades? I don't think so.
He won't hurt you. I have no idea what makes me so confident of that. Zai is clearly not as sure.
He's the god of death, Lyra.
And yet I remain unsmited, I point out.
True. He doesn't look convinced. But he needs you alive, not me.
Fair. What if he promises to keep you safe while in his house? How would that be? I try not to wince at my own words after they're out.
Talk about going against Hades, don't agree to anything until you talk with me, edict.
Maybe then, Zai says, still mired in doubt. I nod, not pushing it. One problem solved. Sort of. Hades is going to love hearing about this when he gets home. Did you ask Rima why she is allying with Dex? I mean, I know he's also mined with the two of you, but still... I trail off at Zai's grimace.
She's not with him, he says slowly. She's against you.
44. When bad thieves forget to do their damn job. Rima is against me. I'm determined not to let that work its way under my skin. I've had a lot of practice at not being bothered when others don't like me, or think I'm odd, or actively try to avoid me, or even just forget I exist. I can't say all that practice helps much. It still hurts. Me? I ask. What did I ever do to Rima? Pretending I don't have a curse and know exactly what's happening is how I've always handled things with the pledges. Zai is different, an ally. Maybe I should tell him about it. After all, if it means he loses out on allies, he deserves to know. He shakes his head. It's more like she's against your patron god. I'm so used to being unlovable. Thank you, Zeus. It takes me a second to catch up with the fact that I'm not the problem this time. She doesn't want Hades to become king of the gods. He pauses as if he's not sure he should tell me the next bit. She looked terrified of the idea, went all pale and shaky, just rambling about how you were going to win and it would be the end of us all. I snort. Based on what evidence? You did all the winning in the last one. Thanks to you, Zai insists, expression taking on a stubborn cast as he puts a hand over mine on the bench. Hades' taunt about Zai falling at my feet whispers in my head. Pretending like I'm simply shifting positions, I turn sideways to face him directly, which breaks the contact. Okay, so let's talk strategy. I was thinking, since we're already breaking virtue ranks, maybe it would help to get at least one champion from the other 3 virtues. Zai nods and narrows his eyes, clearly putting that big brain to work. Nev and Dai are both strength, and seemed to be working with Dex today. I don't know about Samuel, and I couldn't see the others to know if they've formed strong alliances within their virtues or not. Me neither. But the courage champions are down 1. Maybe we start with one of them. Which one? I ask. Well, Amir is obviously strong and courageous, but he might be too young and immature. He can also be arrogant. I guess I'm not the only one who's been paying close attention. And we still don't know how injured he was from his fall today, he adds. I don't want that to be a factor in choosing allies, but it is. Trinika seems smart, capable, and calm in the middle of a crisis, but she's a little older and maybe isn't as strong as the others, Zai mentions. She's a school principal, did you know? For teenagers. I raise my brows. Sounds like she can handle a lot. How about we approach both together? That way they don't have to choose between us or them. That could work, Zai says slowly. Do you want to— Well, look who we found, a voice sneers to our left. As one, Zai and I turn our heads and jump off the bench as our gazes collide with Dex's glaring face. And he's not alone. Rima isn't with him, but Nev is. So are Dae-hyun and Samuel. That answers that. Strength and mind are teamed up. After Samuel's help in the first labor, and the way we worked well together, that strikes harder at my heart than I'd like to admit, and I have to look away. Which is when the mistake Zai and I made becomes glaringly obvious. No fucking powers, including the sandals to fly us out of here. Felix would be apoplectic if he saw how badly I failed to ensure I had multiple outs. Why are you such an asshole, Dex? I sneer right back, in an attempt to not let him see how badly I'm shaking right now. It's nothing personal, Lyra, Samuel says, but his eyes won't meet mine. Hades would be the worst king of the gods in the history of histories. We all have families back home we have to protect, and we can't let you play, let alone win. They're still up some of the steps. Can we get out of here before they get to us? I grab Zai's hand and tug him toward the rail at the edge of the landing. I say just loud enough for Zai to hear over the roar of the water. We have to jump. Jump? His eyes go wide. We can't. No sandals. He shakes his head. Besides, they can't hurt us here anyway. We're outnumbered and outgunned. Dex and Samuel wouldn't even need help. They can drag us off the temple grounds and then kill us. That's violence. Do you really want to put that theory to the test? I look over the edge. If we hold on to each other, your sandals should work after not too far, right? I guess. Any other ideas? You want to live, Aradem? Switch sides now, Dex says, stalking forward. See? They're almost to us. We have seconds at most. Zai, come on! His face takes on a hard cast. Let's go. We both climb up on the rail and balance there. What is it with drops off mountainsides today? I mutter under my breath. Zai holds my hand tight. Go! Faith and a whole lot of trust go into the leap. I almost feel as though we hang in midair for a second before we plummet, my stomach surging up into my throat at the drop. Fuck me, they jumped! Dex exclaims as we fall away. It becomes clear very quickly that I miscalculated two things when I hatched this brilliant escape plan. The first was Zai's arm strength. I should have hopped on his back, because the second he engages the sandals and his fall stops, I jerk out of his grasp so hard my shoulder screams with the wrench it gets. I reach for him futilely but only grab air, watching horror fill his face as I keep falling. Zai dives after me. And that's when miscalculation number 2 rears its ugly head. Because Hades' waterfall isn't nearly as far below us as I thought, and sticks out of the mountain farther than I realized. I hit the surface and am instantly sucked under by the force of a raging river of black water. 45. Down to the bowels. As the river sweeps me toward the gaping hole leading into the mountain, I am violently tossed around by rushing rapids so turbulent, it's all I can do not to go under or get slammed against boulders along the banks. Twice I catch sight of Zai somewhere above me, following in the air, frantic, face splotchy and yelling. Not that I can hear anything. I go underwater and tumble until I'm not sure which way is up. The water is so black, light doesn't penetrate. It holds me under. My lungs burn until I can't take it anymore. But just at that moment, I'm flung back to the surface, where I gasp and choke and flail. And somehow, through my hair and the water in my eyes, I catch sight of Zai flying right at me. With one desperate heave, I kick my legs and throw myself up toward him, one hand outstretched. He's reaching for me so hard, and I think maybe... But then the water drags me back under and his face disappears. The next time I come up spluttering, it's pitch black, and I know where I am. In the tunnel that leads down to the underworld. A tunnel that leads to the river Styx. Please, gods, let the water have a way through that's not going to kill me. I'm picturing underground caverns that the water fills up to the top, leaving no air. I'm picturing white water rapids that will pulverize me against jagged boulders. I'm picturing a tunnel so narrow I can't fit through. Just as those images strike, I'm tossed off a steep drop, hollering a screech that could wake the dead. I plummet with the water, battered and confused, with no idea if or when I should brace, or what else I'm going to hit on the way down. I plunge, and it feels like the current sucks me even deeper, tossing and turning. When I'm pushed to the surface once more, I suck in a mouthful of air, right in time to be tumbled over again. I don't know how long this will last, or how deep this river runs. I'm just trying to hang on. It's got to slow down somewhere, right? I'm definitely not letting myself think about the fact that the river Styx is supposed to be deadly to mortals. At one point, the current becomes less violent, and I shuck my heavy, waterlogged jeans, which are weighing me down even more than my relic. I've hit the walls, or maybe big boulders, who knows? So many times, I'm pretty sure my head is bleeding. But the worst part is the exhaustion. I can't tell which is more dangerous, the roiling waters or my failing muscles. At this point, instead of fighting, I do the least I can to just keep my head above water, letting my body be thrown around like a broken, sopping rag doll. I am near to breaking, the closest to giving up and letting the gods take me that I've ever been. It would be so easy to just close my eyes and go. But I can't. I won't. I keep swimming, keep sucking in as much air as I can every time I come back up. I practically pass out from shock when I burst into a new cavern, one where the waters calm quickly, and I'm finally able to swim without being tossed or dunked. I catch my breath in the total darkness, waiting for the next horrible thing to come at me, which is when it occurs to me that I have a way to create light. I draw a finger down my arm, and my animals come to sparkling life. "Don't leave me," I tell them. "Just help me see where I'm going." I hold up my arm, casting their rainbow glows across the still waters so I can get my bearings. It looks like a massive underground lake. The shore is so far away I'm not sure I'll make it, but I don't stop, rolling over to float on my back when I feel like I can't take one more stroke. When my hands finally brush solid ground underneath the water, I almost sob with the relief that barrels through me so hard I shake. With plodding, scraping, crawling moves, anything I can make my limbs do, I manage to heave myself out of the water and collapse on the shore. Rocks the size of giant beetles dig into my stomach, and I don't give a shit. I didn't die. All I can hear is my heaving breaths, which gurgle, a little waterlogged, but that's a problem for later. I don't know how long it takes, how long I lie here before my body finally slows, catching up with the air I didn't have for what feels like eons. They should put that in the fucking crucible, I mutter to myself, then laugh, possibly a tad hysterically. I pride myself on not giving in to despair, ever. That would mean Zeus wins, with his curses and fits, and I refuse to let that asshat beat me down. But at this moment, with no one else watching, it's so tempting to give in to the sensations rolling through me, as if my emotions were left behind in the trauma of the water and just caught up to me, tumbling me over and over for a second time. I couldn't name what I'm feeling if I tried. Mostly, I guess, grief. At all my life could have been. I roll to my back and force my eyes open, because if I let myself succumb to the oblivion of exhaustion, who knows what will happen to me? I'm still stuck somewhere in the underworld and need to find a way out. What if I'm trapped down here? I slam my hands over my eyes, pressing my palms down, holding in tears. I am not crying, not about this, not when I lived, not when Hades' kiss protects me down here. Crying is for sad things only, damn it, and even then I'd rather not.
"What are you doing, tiny mortal?"
A silky, serious voice asks in my head. I squeal as I jerk my hands away from my face to stare directly up into the three massive, terrifying, precious, beautiful faces of Cerberus. 46. Safe Passage. Not dying, I tell Hades' three-headed monster dog on a groan. That's what I'm doing here. Thank the fates for whatever they did to ensure Cerberus met me before I landed here, and not after, no matter what Hades says about the mark on my lips.
"Then you are doing well," Sir says.
Burr lifts his head to glance around.
"How did you get down here?"
My arms are too tired to even lift a hand to point. I fell into Hades' waterfall in Olympus. Fire and brimstone. That sounds ludicrous even to my ears, and I lived it.
You fell?
All three heads give a harsh bark that I think might be a laugh.
You are pulling our legs.
Russ even bark laughs again. I groan. I'm afraid not. Sir noses me gently.
You speak the truth.
Yeah. Burr gives a little growl of disbelief.
No one could survive that except a demigod.
Color me lucky. Take that, Zeus. Don't need love to survive that trip.
I do not know the meaning of that, Sir says, but assume it is sarcasm. Hades also enjoys sarcasm.
I huff a laugh, because Hades does. I'm better at it than he is. I swallow, and my throat feels like someone scraped razors down the inside of it. Is there any way you could help me get back to Olympus? I mean, Cerberus poofed in and out of Hades' home in a wave of smoke, so why not?
Not from this part of the underworld.
Great, I mutter, and fling an arm that feels like a dead weight over my aching eyes. Then a small part of my brain engages, and I lower my arm to peep at him. Wait, how did you know I was here?
Hades' mark!
Russ draws his lips back in a fearsome grin.
It tells me every time you enter the underworld.
I will always be able to find you, tiny mortal, Burr says. And I think he means it as a warning, but to me it feels like a promise. Protection. Other than Hades, no one has ever protected me, not even the Order, despite the fact that to them I'm an investment, and to Hades I'm a means to an end. You can call me Lyra. Sir and Russ bob their heads, but Burr cocks his, as if he's not sure about that. In unison, they speak.
I can't get you to Olympus, but I can take you to a better place than this.
Then he puts a paw on top of my chest, a paw the size of a small table with onyx claws straight out of nightmares. And he's not the gentlest about it, so I grunt. But the sound of it is lost in the silence of traveling. I have no idea what we travel through, space, time, or otherwise, and I don't care. Gods, monsters, and magic. We reappear in a blink, and smoke dissipates rapidly from around us. But because I'm lying on the ground, it fills my nostrils and sets my already tortured airways to seizing. It takes me a minute to stop coughing. I'm still underground, deep underground, but there are lights above me dotting the ceiling, bright blue and luminescent. I don't know what is making them. Glowworms, maybe? Whatever. They look like stars in a velvety night sky against the black rock of the cavern ceiling. Thank you, I say to my tattoos, and send them back to sleep. A lapping sound, rhythmic and soft, has me forcing my battered, limp body up onto my elbows, to find that I'm lying on a dock at the bank of a wide river that glows the same color blue as the points of light on the ceiling. I lean over the edge of the dock to peer closer. The water doesn't glow. It's like the currents deep in the river stir to life glittering specks of light that swirl and dance, creating pattern after pattern, like a kaleidoscope. I whisper Hades' words out loud. It's not black in the underworld. It's mesmerizing to watch. Sticks? I ask Cerberus.
Yes, Sir answers. Don't touch or it could kill you.
I frown. I thought the waters that brought me here feed this river.
Yes.
Then why didn't they kill me before? Cerberus makes a sound deep in his throats that sounds so much like a dog's version of ruh-roh that I almost laugh. Oh well, chalk yet another thing up to gods and magic. That list is getting long fast. A noise somewhere between a keening whale and a foghorn, a sound I'm familiar with living in San Francisco, rises over the water.
Here he comes!
Russ jiggles in joyful anticipation. Who? Hades? All three heads shake.
Karen!
Karen. It takes a solid few seconds for that to sink in. Longer than it should, but I'm still dealing with fuzzy-minded fatigue. The ferryman of the dead? 3 nods. Cerberus brought me to Karen? My stomach flips over. I've heard so many descriptions. Some say he's all bones with no flesh, and others say that his eyes will haunt me if I look directly at him, and even more reference horns and a tail and blood-red skin. But all the descriptions of this god share a single theme. He's scary. Couldn't you just get to Hades? I ask. Cerberus shakes his head.
I was told that any time you showed up here, I should never leave you alone. I am your safe passage.
Oh.
And Karen wants to meet you.
Karen wants to... Elysium, save me. 47. The Ferryman. Before I can ask another question, a boat appears at the end of the dock out of nowhere. And by that, I mean it wasn't there and now it is. No slowly rowing across the river bullshit. And no tiny boat that seats 10 or fewer people. This thing is as big as a pirate ship, and similarly styled. A gangplank drops down to the dock with a thud I can feel from here, and people start walking out. Dazed-looking people who are... I stare a little harder as they near where I'm lying. Yup, they are see-through. Dead souls. I'm looking at freaking dead souls. Cerberus moves off the dock to the shore, allowing them room to pass, and several give him wary, wide-eyed stares and an even wider berth. But he just stands there, Russ panting. The souls don't look at me at all, like I don't even exist. They walk onto shore and up to a series of steps that seem to disappear into the cavern wall. The first to reach the steps stops until all of them are lined up, and I can't help but laugh. I guess you have to wait in line even when you're dead. Then the soul in the lead climbs to the top, and the moment she touches the cavern wall, a crack in what I thought was solid stone opens up, with a grinding of rock on rock, revealing a gated entrance with traditional Greek fluted columns to each side, and scrolling carvings across the top. And beyond, I can't help the gasp that escapes me. It feels like I've been gasping a lot lately, but I'm only mortal after all. Besides, the view is worthy of a gasp, because beyond, even still seated where I am, I can see the beginnings of the underworld, and it's nothing like I imagined. Stairs, lots and lots of stairs, lead up a mountainside into a world that isn't fire and brimstone. Not here, at least. Here is... enchanted. Against what looks like a night sky, but is really a cavern roof thousands of feet above, everything glows. The same as the river and the ceiling where I am, only more intensely. It's all blues and purples and greens and whites and pinks. There are flowers, trees, and vines, and pathways lead up into mountains 1,000 times more magnificent than Olympus. I catch only the barest glimpse from where I am, but that's all I need to know why Hades doesn't live with the other gods, why he prefers to stay here. It's so... I can't find the right word. Why did Persephone hate it here? She didn't. I whip around to find a man standing at my feet and have to tip my head back to see all of him. This can't be Karen, can it? He's really hot. I mean, not like Hades. But this being who is described as all things hideous is anything but. Tall and lean, he has sandy brown hair that looks almost blonde against fawn-colored skin, and laughing eyes somewhere between blue and green. He's not the brooding kind of handsome I'd expect, given the Ferryman of the Dead title and all. Instead, he comes off as approachable, with kind eyes and the type of open face that invites you to grab a beer and have a chat. He tips his head with a warm smile that makes me want to smile back.
I've been curious about you, Lyric Heroes.
Same. I shake the hand he offers, but I can't make myself get to my feet. I'm still too wiped from my body surfing experience. He must see that, because he drops down to sit by me, resting his wrists on his raised knees. Which is when I notice that he's wearing jeans like Hades does. Jeans and a light green boat neck button-down that's otherwise plain.
I have a feeling Hades will be here soon to fetch you, he says.
I doubt that. He has no idea I fell in that damn waterfall to begin with. Karen's lips pull into a big grin.
Cerberus told me about that.
I turn to look up at the hound. When?
Just now.
I turn back to find the ferryman studying me with open interest.
I can see what he sees in you.
Sorry?
Hades, you're fearless in a way he would admire.
I lean back slightly. It's not fearlessness, it's poor judgment and an appalling lack of filter. And a lifetime of getting through it on my own. And, judging by how much he yells at me about those particular traits, I'm not sure you know Hades as well as you think you do. Karen laughs.
I do. Since I don't have much time, I need to tell you a few things quickly, okay?
Seriously? How could a person with any sense of curiosity refuse an offer like that? I prop my elbows on my knees. His eyes twinkle.
First, a question. Why didn't you use one of the pearls when you were in the river?
It takes effort to maintain a neutral expression.
I don't know what your Persephone's pomegranate seeds.
He cuts me off like he doesn't have time for a game of who knows what and is willing to admit it.
Hades can't tell you about them because it's interfering, but I'm not restricted by that, since I'm not an Olympian god.
I stop trying to pretend I don't know what he's talking about. They're in my vest, and I was busy drowning. His expression is that of a disappointed schoolteacher.
Don't make that mistake again. They will take you anywhere you want to go.
I blink. I thought they'd only bring me here.
Karen shakes his head. Picture the destination clearly in your mind. A place or a person, either will do. Then swallow one pearl.
Could I use them to go back to the overworld? Not that there's anywhere I could hide there.
Use them only if you have no other option,
Karen warns, like he could read my thoughts.
You're already in trouble with relics.
That much I'm well aware of.
Karen leans closer. You'll be punished if the daemons even discover you have those. I mean it. Only if you have no other option.
Hades didn't tell me that bit. Okay. He frowns at me. I stare back. What's the other thing? I ask to break the awkwardness. Karen tips his head, searching my expression like he's trying to determine if he should tell me or not.
Hades values loyalty above all else.
Loyalty? I glance away, letting my gaze skate over the fluorescing waters and ceiling. Loyalty sounds like Hades.
He doesn't give his trust easily.
That has the tone of a warning.
He's had 2 friends in his entire existence, and one of them is me. 3.
All of Cerberus's heads correct Karen in unison. Karen flicks the dog an amused glance.
3.
He gives Cerberus's paw a pat, and the hellhound snorts a small flame out of Burr's nostrils, but relaxes. I notice through all this that Karen doesn't mention the other friend. I'm guessing Persephone. Why are you telling me this?
Because Hades is a total dick.
My brows lower, and my spine cracks straight as I glare at him. Yes, he is, but as his supposed friend, I'd expect you to have more
loyalty.
Karen cuts me off to ask with a delighted grin. Was he testing me? I'm still buzzing with whatever ill-advised snap of anger overtook me just then. Why would I give a flying flip what Karen says about Hades? I don't like tests. Karen shrugs.
I'd have been more subtle if I had more time. And I'm telling you because I suspect Hades could come to think of you as a friend too. He might as well have slapped me. The impact would have been the same. Then he glances over my shoulder and smiles. Isn't that right? I don't need your help finding friends. Hades' distinct growl slides through the darkness and over my skin in a delicious shiver that skims and caresses and awakens as it goes. He kneels in front of me, running his hands over my body like he did after Poseidon's labor. This time there's an underlying disquiet to his actions and his pinched expression. Are you hurt? Probably. I'm not in the mood, Lyra. Answer the question. I'm serious. I think I'm in shock. Nothing feels like it's critical, though. He grits his jaw, but he nods, still checking me over. He works his way up my arms, then brushes my wet hair back and hisses. And that's when I see it. Concern. Real concern. I know because I've dreamed of someone, my parents, Boone, even Felix, looking at me like that all my life. It darkens his eyes in a way that sends my heart tumbling. He brushes his fingertips over a spot at my temple, and I wince at the pain that slices through my head at that touch. Sorry, he murmurs, but he doesn't stop, threading his fingers through my hair, checking for more places I bumped into rocks. And it takes every ounce of my feeble self-control not to let either man know what I just realized. Hades might take up all the air in the room, and he's arrogant and bossy, not to mention secretive and closed off. Plus, there's that nasty temper, and he dragged me into the crucible. But I like him. I like who he is. I like fighting with him because I know he won't hurt me, and he's only fighting because he cares about whatever pissed him off. I like his sense of humor. I like the way he laughs but hides it. I like the way he stands alone against the world and all the other gods. I like the way he breaks rules to help me. I definitely like the way he kisses. And I would actually like to be his friend. In the history of horrible ideas, that one is a doozy. You probably have a concussion. He finally meets my gaze. Yeah, I whisper. I don't know what he sees in my eyes, but it makes him blink, and then he slowly withdraws. His hands untangle from my hair as he leans back, and any hint of worry is gone behind the indifferent mask he's so very good at projecting. Do you need a friend, my star? Hades' voice is still that silky drawl, but now it's tinted with laughter, and I think I also hear a supreme sort of satisfaction there. I take it back. Karen was right. Hades is a dick. The only way I can think to react is to go on the offensive. So I sigh. You're like a damned predator with all the sneaking up. Sure enough, that brings out the arrogance. I have been likened to a panther. No, that's not it. I tap a finger against my lips, pretending to study him. Then snap my fingers. An octopus. That's what you're like. There's a snort that might be a laugh from one of Cerberus's heads. Hades eyes me. An octopus? Uh-huh. It's uncanny. I offer him a sunny, innocent stare. The smoke is like tentacles as you ooze your way into the room unseen and unheard. Definitely an octopus. Karen chokes on a laugh. Oh my God, Spy, she's right. Phi? I don't get a chance to ask because Karen's still laughing. I'd never noticed before, but... He cuts himself off when Hades slices a glare his way. What? I demand. Once you've got them annoyed, keep going. Octopi are quite intelligent and cunning. You should be flattered. Hades grunts, looking downward as if he might find peace in that direction. After seeing both Olympus and now the underworld, I understand why he looks down instead of up to the heavens. Your ally, Zai, came running straight to me and told me about your trip down the river, he says. You're lucky I'd already returned to Olympus.
Ally? He's going to stop fighting me on that now? Hades nods.
He's earned it with that show of loyalty to you.
Zai facing Hades alone to tell him he'd lost me down the river Styx had to have taken some guts for sure. I'm glad, because he's coming to live with us. Cerberus and Karen both make choking sounds. I expect Hades to immediately protest, but he doesn't. He regards me with narrowed eyes before giving a resigned nod.
Makes sense. He can't live with Dex if he wants to survive.
I was expecting an argument.
Me too, Karen murmurs,
which earns him a speculative glare from Hades. Then Hades leans back on his heels, mercurial gaze roaming my features.
Adding to your collection?
He asks me softly, with a glance at both Karen and Cerberus. I roll my eyes. Are you admitting you're jealous of your best friend and your dog right now? Karen laughs.
I agree, Cerb. I like her too.
Hades rises to his feet and tosses his friend a cold stare.
You'd probably like a fungus, you've been down here so long.
Did you just compare me to a fungus? I scramble to my feet, ignoring his outstretched hand, even as I wobble a bit. I jam my hands on my hips, about to give him what for when he interrupts.
Not now, Lyra. The third labor is about to begin.
Oh. Every word I was about to say goes up in smoke, leaving behind a haze of fear. The third labor? Already? This time, I don't hesitate to reach for his outstretched hand, as my stomach pitches like I'm still in the river, and Hades is my only shore. 48. Dionysus's labor.
Welcome to your third labor,
Dionysus announces in a jovial tone an hour later, his deep voice bouncing off large cavern walls at least a quarter-mile away in every direction. Dressed to impress, the god is basically the epitome of hedonistic playboy, with too much time and daddy's money. I look away from him to check our surroundings. Based on the vegetation, we must be in a rainforest, except it's in a massive cave, one with humidity and the drip, drip, drip of trickling water. There's a small circular opening high above us that allows sunlight to spill inside. I had just enough time to take a quick shower and change into my uniform before I started to fade again. But the humidity has my uniform sticking to me in very unfortunate ways. I glance around, pinching the fabric away from my legs to ease the discomfort. Next to me, Micah claps her hands at the sight of her patron god. She looks to be around 30, but her eyes shine bright like a child's right now as she stares adoringly at Dionysus. "Do you know what's coming?" I whisper to Micah. She shakes her head, bangs flying with the movement, a smile tilting the corners of her mouth.
"He insists we play by the rules, and he wasn't allowed to tell me,"
she whispers back in her thick German accent. The god of wine and festivity just went up a few notches in my book. The other champions are here too, dressed like me in their tracksuits by virtue color. I didn't have much time to get a look at everyone's uniforms during Poseidon's labor before. Strength are in deep green, with oak leaves embroidered on their chests in glittering bronze thread. Courage wear purple, of course, with gold thread depicting dogwood flowers. Turquoise for mind, with copper redwood trees. And heart is in wine burgundy, with silver embroidery in the shape of cherry blossoms. Then there's me, in black with rose gold butterflies. No wonder Hades was irritated that day in the kitchen. He knew they'd shafted me with that half-assed gray ensemble with prison lettering. Never let it be said that the gods aren't petty.
"This splendid place,"
Dionysus holds his hands out, looking around him,
"is the Lost Cave."
I've never understood the gift of natural charm, but Dionysus has it in spades. He gives us all a smile filled with such warmth, his blue eyes sparkling, as if we truly are about to have a little fun, that I find myself relaxing just a skosh. Maybe we really are.
Mortals have yet to discover this cave system, he says, but the gods here have been kind enough to lend it to us for our revelry.
The other champions visibly perk up. Revelry sounds promising.
As you can see,
he points to the hole in the cavern roof.
This is a dolina, made by the collapse of the ground above into the cavern below. It has allowed a unique rainforest ecosystem to thrive here. It even has its own weather system. This labor will test your heart.
He spreads his arms magnanimously, and cases appear before us in a shimmer, as if they are materializing from mist. With a frown, I peer closer. We all do.
Vodka?
Samuel asks, tone dubious. Not just any vodka either. The high-end, super expensive stuff. Dionysus grins.
Your task is to get from this dolina to the far waterfall in the second dolina. The champion carrying the most fluid ounces of vodka wins the labor.
I think every single one of us blows out a breath of disappointment. If that's his idea of revelry, he can keep it.
How far is it?
Micah asks her patron.
About 1 kilometer.
He points in the direction of a dark tunnel entrance and purses his lips.
But don't expect it to be easy. In fact, you may want to work together with a team on this, at least in the beginning.
He looks around us with a bright expression, as if he's expecting us to be equally thrilled with the fun he's concocted. I mean, at least there aren't any monsters or immediate plummets to death.
The prize for the winner is the unending cup of plenty. You have until break of day, but beware the night.
Dionysus spreads his arms again, this time like he wants to hug us all.
Best of luck, champions!
The god of wine and parties disappears in a silent blink. I'm not the only one who turns in place, looking the cave over. 1 kilometer isn't far, but it's rough terrain. Carrying only 2 bottles won't win us anything either. That little, almost casual slip-in about nighttime makes me think faster is better. But if I'm going to lose this damned curse, I need to win soon. And this one seems easy enough to try.
First things first,
Dex interrupts my debating. I tense, able to see what's coming. Sure enough, he stares directly at me, and the rest of the champions either stare with him or glance between us in question. Only Zai scoots over to stand beside me.
We can all agree that Hades can't be king, yeah?
Dex asks the group, never looking away from me. Some nod, some don't. I tilt my head. He can hear and see you. You know that, right? Based on the way Dex's dark eyes narrow, as well as a few others, Amir, Day, Samuel, and Nev, I already know that threat was the wrong way to go. What do you want? I ask Dex directly. I can promise to not win. Never mind about losing the curse. I'm used to it anyway, and I can't do much without it if I'm dead.
We don't believe that,
Day says, running a hand through his glossy black hair.
Rima said.
Rima cuts him off, pink tinging the naturally warm brown skin on her cheeks. That you're dangerous, she says. I peer at her more closely. The way she did that felt suspicious, like she didn't want him to say something in particular. She does offer me a small wince, which might be an apology. Hades has already shown he'll break rules to help you. That axe isn't mortal. It was the relic that came to me over 10 years ago when I hit a certain level as a thief, I tell them. All thieves get one eventually. Of course, I never made it to actual thief, but they don't need to know that. They glance between one another, doubt etched into their features. And the vest, before you ask, is also mine from before. Granted, Boone brought it to me after I was named Hades champion, and it's for any pledges, not me in particular, but that's just quibbling. I'm not the only one who brought mortal tools into this. Other than the backpack I think Day lost, I'm actually not sure that's true. But they could have, and that's the point. Lies, Nev hisses, shoving her red hair over one shoulder. They are cheating, and we all know it, for sure. Fuck. This went sideways fast.
Side with us, Dex announces to the others. We take Lyra out of the equation tonight, and that eliminates Hades from the labors. It's the only way.
I take a jerking step back, already looking for which way to run. Samuel clears his throat.
I don't condone killing. I didn't say we have to kill her, Dex says.
Well, that's a relief, I mutter.
Not helping, Zai whispers at me.
Dex ignores us both.
As long as she's too injured to compete, she's out. She can't get healing unless she wins the labor.
They stare at me, and I hold my breath. They're all really thinking about it. All of them. Should I be running right about now? Desperation surges, raw and sharp, as my eyes dart from one champion to the next, and I wonder who will attack first. 49. To run or not to run? I have a tip about Aphrodite's labor, I blurt out. Dex scowls. So does Nev. More lies, she snaps. I shake my head and look straight at Dex. She told me the day you tried to attack me on the road. Doubt flits across his features, there and then gone behind a reinforced scowl.
I don't believe you.
I shrug. Anyone who doesn't hurt me, or any other champion during this labor, I'll tell you the tip after we're all out of the cave. Dex's hands form fists at his sides, but it's Rima who speaks. If any of you help Lyra, we'll assume you're on her side. I see the way Day reaches over to squeeze Rima's arm, and the subtle nod she gives him in return. I didn't say to help me, I announce. You don't have to be my ally. You just have to not try to hurt anyone, me included. I think that's fair. Dex opens his mouth, but Rima beats him to it. If you're going to join us, she tells the others, come with us now to strategize. We'll return for our vodka. After she gives him a little prod, Dex lets Rima lead him away from where we're all standing. Nev and Day go with them. Samuel, too, though he gives me a long look before he does. Is he having second thoughts? Not enough of them to go against Nev and Day, his fellow strength virtues, I guess. Sorry, Jackie says as she backs up, gathering her long blonde hair into a ponytail. I've spent most of my life as a target for assholes. I don't know why he wants to win so badly, but I can't be on Dex's shit list. I'm not joining anyone. I already told Diego and Micah I plan to do the Crucible alone. She gives her two fellow heart virtues an apologetic look. Where Nev manages to turn a Canadian accent menacing, Jackie's warm Aussie vowels make even this rejection feel friendly. With that, she bends over a case and digs out 2 bottles. And then, out of nowhere, massive white feathered wings appear on her back. She spreads them wide and leaps into the air, flying for the passage to the second Delina. Diego stares after her, hands on his hips, then hangs his head and sighs. I'd like to stay with Lyra and Zai, Micah says. Zai and I both do a bit of a double take. We haven't had a chance to get to know the other champions, not enough time. I can already hear Hades' arguments against her, given her small stature and general cheery demeanor, but I'll take any help I can get. Diego considers her a long moment, then, with no rancor in his face, nods.
I think I'll go this labor alone as well.
With that halo of his, he has the best shot of doing okay solo. I don't blame him for that choice. Micah crosses to Diego and wraps her arms around him in a hug. "Take care of yourself, Dee," she says. He hugs her back, also grabs bottles, 4 which he has to juggle awkwardly, then gives the rest of us a wave and heads into the forest, the opposite way from Dex and the others. Before he's out of sight, he disappears entirely, using his prize from Poseidon's labor. That leaves only 2. Amir looks at Trinika with his good eye. The other is still swollen shut from his fall, along with bindings wrapping his ribs, a medical boot on one foot, and scrapes and bruises that disappear into the neck of his shirt. That look says he'll do whatever she does. After losing Isabel, they are the only 2 courage virtues left. She considers Zai and me with a hard stare. Not unkindly, more like she's weighing all her options. "I'm not saying we're allies," she finally says, "but Amir and I will stick with you for this labor. Safety in numbers, and any hint, no matter how small, we can get about future labors is worth it. If you don't hurt anyone, I'll tell you anyway. You don't have to stay with us." I glance at Zai. If he were Hades, he'd be pissed, but he just gives me a nod. Trinika's expression softens. "I appreciate that. Safety in numbers still stands. And you have that vest on again, which I assume means you have more tools." She's right about that. I grin, and she raises her eyebrows in return, a tiny smile lighting her eyes. "Let's figure out a way to take as much of this with us as we can," Zai says. Together, the 5 of us start discussing options, with no clue what walking vodka through a cave has to do with testing our hearts. But at least I'm not beaten to a pulp. Chalk today up as a win. So far. 50. Don't touch. I swipe my sleeve over my face, wiping away sweat. Not that it does much good. It's not really hot in the cavern, but the humidity is like soup. It has only been maybe 20 minutes, but the sunlight is already dimming above. That nighttime warning is hanging over us as we work as fast as we can. With a swing, I bury the blade of my axe in a stalk of bamboo, missing where my last strike was. Damn. Throwing my axe? I'm great at that. I can hit a target exactly where and how I want. Chopping with it? Not so much. But we decided to make a pallet to drag our half of the vodka, so I keep trying. A small vine falls in front of where I'm hacking, and I reach out to tug it back. "Don't touch that!" Micah yelps. I yank my hand back like I was bit by a snake as she runs over. She points at the plant. "That's poison ivy. Sees a group of 3 leaves and how shiny they are? Don't touch those, Liebes." Behind Micah, Trinika's eyebrows inch up. "Do you know plants?" "It's one of my gifts from Dionysus." She offers up this information like it's no big deal. Am I the only one wondering what that could mean for us today? It seems the gods would give gifts that might help their champions in whatever game that god had devised. But knowledge of plants doesn't seem all that handy, even if Micah did save me from days of itching. Right, no touching 3 shiny leaves. I nod. We all do. I look up into the skies as a shadow passes overhead. Zai is using his teleria to literally get a bird's eye view, partly to try to stay out of nature, and partly to keep watch. He has the harp of Perseus in his hand. The famed sword used to cut Medusa's head off is one of his original gifts from Hermes, just in case. Dex and his team came and carried off half the vodka, after a heated argument that we wouldn't let them take it all. I hope they're also prepping. Strength, though. Samuel could probably carry a whole pallet all by himself. But one of Day's gifts, it turns out, is some sort of super sense that allows him to sneak up on us. Apparently, that's how he tracked Zai and me down in Olympus. So Zai is keeping watch for him in case they attack. The bigger fear is that Dex uses his helm. It makes sense to injure us so we can't carry much. Zai wouldn't see him coming at all. Every rustle, every scurry of tiny feet under a bush, every whisper of wind, and all of us tense. Only what if they're already far ahead? What if we're wasting time? And what in the name of Hades happens at night? "Did you hear that?" I call up to Zai. He doesn't look away from whatever has his attention, but tosses me a thumbs up. I go back to hacking sticks of bamboo with my axe. "I'm telling you, taking this long is going to get one of us murdered," Amir says from behind me, in a tone riddled with arrogance. I don't know if it's coming from being a teenager, being a rich kid, dealing with fear, or all three. But this constant brand of critical commentary has made the 30 minutes we've taken so far even longer than it had to be. Amir is seated on a log, his booted foot stuck out, helping Trinika strip the leaves off vines and tie the ends together to make rope. The twine I had stashed in my vest only went so far. She bumps him with her shoulder. Not much longer. Amir makes a face. God save me from 16-year-old boys. "Why don't you gather more vines?" Trinika suggests, holding up the one she's working on. Amir looks from me to Trinika, then back to me. "I'd rather chop up bamboo." I can practically hear Hades growling at me to not hand over my weapon, my relic, to one of my competitors. Even my own common sense says it's a bad idea. But Trinika and Amir took a risk by sticking with us for this labor, and building trust needs to start with the first stone. You'll probably do a better job of it anyway. I hold my axe out to him. Amir blinks, and Trinika sits back just a tad. Clearly, I surprised them. But Amir recovers quickly. "Well," he says as he takes it, solemn as a temple priest, "the gods blessed me with all these muscles for a reason." I can't look at Trinika or Micah, or I'll laugh, and I don't want to hurt his feelings. Amir starts hacking at the bamboo, doing a better job than I was, as expected. I look over my shoulder and catch Trinika watching. She shrugs, I shrug. "Verdammt!" Micah exclaims in a harsh whisper as she stumbles back from the stream where she was getting a drink of water. All of us freeze. "What?" Trinika asks. Micah plunges her hand into the river, whimpering a little. Trinika and I rush over to her just as she pulls it back out. A hiss escapes me at the sight of an angry red blister the size of a silver dollar rising on her palm. "What the hell's happened?" I ask, as she sticks her hand back in the water. Tears trickle down her cheeks, her face tight with pain, but she manages to point at a plant. More poison ivy peeking out from under a broad leaf. "It's not normal," she says. Fuck me. I knew this labor couldn't be this easy. We've just been lucky that we haven't already tangled with the stuff. "Be very careful," Trinika calls out to Amir. "The poison ivy causes terrible blisters. Don't touch it at all costs." Then she pulls a roll of self-adhesive bandage out of a pocket. Noticing my stare, she shrugs. Mortal tools. After that, we work more carefully. But the damn ivy hides everywhere, and by the time Zai finishes assembling the entire pallet with the bamboo, twine, and vines we gathered, he's the only one who doesn't have at least one blister somewhere on him. Mine is on the side of my neck and feels like acid is eating its way through my skin. Daylight dwindling, we load up and start dragging, swapping out to share the work. 2 at a time can use the bamboo bar that extends wider than the pallet on either side. It takes about 5 minutes to realize that this is going to suck worse than we thought. It's rough going, having to stop to hack through underbrush, maneuver around increasingly large patches of poison ivy, and lift the pallet over larger rocks. Sometimes we have to unload it completely to get over obstacles, then reload on the other side. 1 kilometer is going to take for fucking ever. And every second, the cavern we're in gets dimmer. But we keep going, plodding along toward the darkened tunnel or cave Dionysus pointed us to, the entrance to it growing larger and larger as we get closer, until we crest a fall of rocks and can see down into it. What in the underworld? Trinika snaps as we stare. The tunnel to the second dolina is a fall of rocks that leads from where we stand to a small underground stream that shouldn't be too deep. I can't see what the other side looks like, but there's a circle of dim light far off in the deep darkness. That has to be the other dolina. But that's not what we're staring at. Poison ivy is everywhere. 51. Building a team. Well, at least the poison ivy is only on the ceiling and the walls, Micah says. Trinika side-eyes her. Are you always this cheerful? Micah shrugs. I decided a while ago that I can go one of 2 ways in life. Become angry and bitter, or deliberately choose to look at each day as an adventure. I chose the latter. She winks at Trinika. And this is certainly an adventure. Is that what we'd call this? The light shifts around us, dimming even more, as if the dying sun is reminding us to hurry up. Let's get this over with, I say. We'll be lucky to reach the bottom of the rock slide before dark. Zai quickly adds a long bamboo rod to the back end, so 4 of us can lift the pallet together as we navigate the rocks. We struggle down the rock slide with a lot of grunting and swearing and negotiating. It doesn't help that Micah is so petite, and Amir is all scraped up. Zai is wheezy, but at least he has the sandals to keep him from falling. Working our way down a steeper boulder, I'm on the bottom end with Trinika, taking the weight, Micah and Zai above. Hold on, Trinika says, voice strained. Taking the bar onto her shoulder, she leans over to check underneath. I can't see. A light beside me suddenly comes on, and I glance around to find Amir holding up his cell phone with the flashlight on. Thanks, Trinika says. It's caught on a lip of rock. Together, we heave it a little higher, my muscles already shaking. Then we move with shuffling steps. With way more resting in between rounds of lifting, and changing out who is taking the weight, we finally hit the floor of the cavern. The small stream burbles happily beside us. After a breather, like we all silently agree that we need to keep moving, we set the pallet back up to be dragged by 2. Here, where the cave floor is rock instead of dirt, the pallet makes a terrible screech, which means we're all glancing into the dark before and behind us, worried about the others finding us. We cross the shallow stream that winds back and forth in our direct path for the 3rd time. By now, my feet are freezing from the cold water and squelching in my shoes. Just as I hit dry land, Trinika's feet slip out from under her, and the pallet lists to the side. Watch it! Micah cries out. One of the cases goes sliding, and she tries to grab for it. Only she grabs it from an odd angle, and one side of the box comes undone. The bottle slides out and smashes on the rock, shooting shards of glass everywhere. We all pause, and I'm still holding my corner up. You okay? I hear Zai ask. Not sure if he's asking Micah or Trinika, though. You should see this, Micah says, and Amir's light swings her way. I set my corner down to move around it. Holy crap! The words pop out of me as I catch sight of her. Micah is holding up her pants and showing us how the blisters there are healing. The vodka splashed me, she says. No fucking way. We glance at one another. Then Zai pulls another bottle out of the opened box, screws the lid off, and splashes a little onto his hands. Immediately he sighs. It works. Tricky god, Dionysus. The prize we're carting to the finish line is also the cure to the poison. We're going to have to choose pain over winning. We reserved this one bottle, Zai says, and we all nod, then pass it around, treating our various blisters. After an initial sting, the blisters become blessedly cool, turning from red to a less angry color. No more acid. It takes most of the bottle just to do that much for all of us. Whatever we do, we need to stay away from those damned vines. In here, that's not hard. Hopefully, they're not everywhere in the second Dolina like they were in the first. We get moving again with Amir in the lead, lighting our way. Trinika, who is none the worse for wear from her slip, goes back to dragging the pallet. Several minutes pass before Amir asks, "Are you really a thief, Lyra?" I hesitate, only because, until now, we've mostly been saving our breath as we navigate the longest kilometer on the planet. I shrug and sidestep the question, not wanting to admit I might not have a skill the group would find useful and keep me around for. Well, I puff with effort. My parents bartered me to the Order when I was 3 to work off our family debt. Amir stops to look over his shoulder at me. He coughs. I thought a string of nannies followed by boarding schools was bad. Amir, Trinika whisper hisses, and he looks at her, wide-eyed. What? He asks. I chuckle. It's okay. I made peace with it a long time ago. Mostly. Although lately I've started wondering what my parents would do if I showed up after winning, my curse removed. Would they finally love me? Accept me? Or at least give me a place to stay while I figure out a new life? Is that why you hum? Amir asks next. Is that part of your training? I shake my head. Actually, they tried to train me not to do that. They teach us to work in silence. Noise, even soft noise, could give away my position. As if a mouse heard me, there's another rustle off to our right. We all peer into the growing darkness. It's difficult to see now that we're this far down. When no monsters and no one from the other team appears, he keeps going, returning to his questions. So, do you do it when you're scared or something? No. Hades is probably, wherever he is, watching this and yelling at me to stop telling them stuff right now. I do it when I'm focused. But I should really try harder to control it. It's a tell, and that could get me in trouble in these labors. At a flicker of shadow, we all look up, just as Zai lands to take a turn pulling the pallet. As far as I can tell, no one is close, he says. Keep alert, though. The last bit makes all of us straighten a tad. I study Zai surreptitiously, not wanting to seem like I'm mothering him. He's wheezing a little. I beckon him closer. How are you doing? He flicks a glance at the others and tugs his collar up, which tells me he doesn't want them to know. I have my inhaler, he whispers back. And I brought an EpiPen for if things get really bad. Left zippered pocket on my pants. I nod, and he grabs the left cart pole, lean muscles straining as he takes Micah's place. It's quiet for a while as we go, but eventually Micah breaks the silence. So, it's clear Dex wants to win this thing. I'm sure he has reasons. Are any of you hoping to win? Maybe you have family needing a blessing? We all pause, staring at her. Does she think we're going to become friends? She blinks right back at us. I can go first if it helps. I have a roommate I've lived with for years, my best friend. But we're happy with what we have. She shrugs. So I have no interest in winning. No other family? I ask. Her eyes get a faraway glaze, and I know she's not seeing me anymore, but memories. My parents are gone, and I was an only child. Her smile makes my heart ache just a little. I'm sorry, Zai offers. Me too, I say. Trinika moves closer to squeeze Micah's hand. I've also lost my parents, and I've been divorced for ages. My ex and I are amicable. We were good co-parents, but our son is grown now, so I don't see much of the ex anymore. But my son, Derek, is getting married. She smiles to herself as she glances up at the dark, poison ivy-covered ceiling. I'd love to win. Trinika's smile widens to a grin. I'd want to use my boon for the grandbabies. What about you, Amir? Trinika asks. He goes back to hacking at underbrush, and we all take that cue to continue pushing forward. My parents are both alive, but we've never been close. Amir says this so matter-of-factly. If I hadn't been looking right at him, I would have missed the droop of his shoulders. Nannies and boarding schools. He must have been... That sounds lonely, Zai says, stealing the word right out of my head. If anyone would understand being lonely among family, it's him. I wouldn't mind winning if it means a fresh start, Amir says, without addressing Zai. I don't think my family cares one way or the other. It's suddenly sunk in even deeper that these champions the gods and goddesses have picked aren't just fighters in the same ring. They are real people with hopes and dreams and loved ones, lives they've been stolen away from. We are, all of us, just trying to get home alive. Well, maybe not Dex. We must all reach the same thinking because we grow silent, other than the huffs and puffs of the people dragging the pallet and the tinks of glass on glass made by the bottles of vodka. A vaguely less dark circle ahead of us, the other Delina, is getting closer, and I'm suddenly hopeful that we'll make it out of here. My turn, Amir says a minute later. Almost like an omen, the second we set the pallet down to take a breath and swap out, darkness consumes the cave. Night has fallen. Something off to my right rustles. What was that? Amir whispers. Just a small cave toad or a mouse or something, I say, and I hope I'm right. In the distance, I see a small glow moving ahead of us. Diego? He shines it around, but the only thing I can see is a single vine of poison ivy draped across a nearby rock. I didn't realize there were any parts of it this close to us. Amir hands Trinika his phone and takes over from me. I'm taking a single step to move ahead of them when something snags at my foot and I lurch sideways. I try to stop myself, but the ground here is all loose rocks, and I tumble end over end away from the others, right into a patch of ivy that feels like it closes over me, clinging like spider webs. Fiery pain immediately explodes all over my body, and somewhere ahead of us, someone starts screaming. 52. It's the catch that will kill us. I fight to be free like a wild thing, but I can't get out of the vines. It's like the more I struggle, the more they cling. The pain is blooming all over, even under my clothes. Vaguely, I'm aware that whoever is screaming ahead of us cuts off. Now only my cries as I struggle fill the cavern. It feels like forever. Minutes before someone grabs me by the ankles and drags me away, using more haste than care. Rocks scraping up my back. The vines still grab at me even as we go, and I think I hear Zai swear. But finally we come to a stop. No more vines. I almost don't care because I'm too busy going fetal. My throat is closing over, my breath coming in painful wheezes. Not enough air. I'm not getting enough air down my throat, like it's suddenly 10 sizes too small. Panic sets in, and I look frantically around my team, my gaze landing on Zai and Holding. Oh my gods, Trinika mumbles. It's killing her. I sound like I'm barking with every attempted breath, my head starting to swim. Micah's beside me in a flash, dumping vodka over me, and the pain eases, but not enough. I was in the vines too long, I think. I shake my head, turning frantic. Zai lunges forward, and I see the glint of a cylinder in his hand. He expertly tugs a tab off one end, and my eyes go wide as my mind catches up. His EpiPen. He rams the tapered orange end against my leg, then holds it in place for what feels like forever. But then, it's like the muscles of my throat start to relax, more air making it to my lungs. I feel a bit dizzy as the effects take hold, but the longer it does, the more I can breathe. The pain recedes too. With a hand behind my head, Zai sits me up, his face in mine, warm brown eyes worried. "Look at that," Amir says. I pull my gaze from Zai to look down and gasp. The blisters are shrinking, slowly, but the pain is going with them. It worked. But then it hits me, and I jerk my gaze back to his. "Was that your only EpiPen?" The length of his pause tells me all I need to know before he shrugs. Fuck, he did that for me. No one does things like that for me. He could die here without that medicine. "Zai," I whisper, shaking my head, then wince because that still hurts. His lips tilt. "We'll figure it out." "Ouch!" Micah yelps. Amir swings his light around just in time to see vines of ivy wrapping themselves up her legs, like they're alive. "Oh, gods," she whispers, and has just enough time to look up at us with horror-filled eyes before the ivy yanks her off her feet and drags her away. Zai takes off after Micah, his talaria making a frantic sound like hummingbird wings. But the darkness quickly swallows them. We can hear her cries, hear him call out, but we stand there staring into dark nothingness, twitching at every rustle and checking the ground for more ivy coming at us. This is what happens at night. The vines. A flash of movement, and suddenly Zai is flying a foot above the ground back toward us, Micah in his arms. Amir's light shifts above Zai for a second, and my stomach clenches hard. Vines are reaching for him from the ceiling, thrashing and lowering. He makes it to where we're waiting. He lands beside us, laying her down on the ground. Zai has more blisters on his hands and face. But Micah... "Watch for the vines," he says. I grab my axe and spin to face the darkness, barely illuminated by Amir's tiny light, and keep checking over my shoulder. Micah's out cold, covered in masses of blisters that go under her clothes, but she's still breathing. Those vines go for skin. Hells. "What do we do?" Amir asks. "We sacrifice more vodka," Trinika says grimly, and none of us argue. Wasting no time, Amir and I keep watch as Trinika and Zai grab 2 bottles and start working on Micah. Suddenly, screams rise and echo through the cavern. Not just one person, several, and coming from behind us. "That's Dex's team," Zai says. I nod. The vines must have gotten them. The screaming keeps going and going. Have they not learned about the vodka cure? I exchange a bleak look with Zai. Is he thinking what I'm thinking? That we now know what makes this labor about heart. We could abandon our fellow champions to anaphylactic shock, or we could go back and tell them the solution. "I could fly to them," Zai says. "No," Trinika replies. "Micah might need you to fly her out of here." Amir can't move fast with his booted foot and broken ribs, and needs to keep hacking a path with my axe. Trinika was already struggling more physically than I was. But I have the epinephrine in my system now, which, I tell myself, will keep me protected. "I'll go," I say. Zai gives me a single nod. "Here." Amir shoves his phone at me. I take it and run into the darkness alone. It doesn't take me long to get to Dex's group. I have to duck and jump several times to avoid the vines, which are like whips reaching for me over and over. Luckily, the group wasn't that far behind, and the screaming leads me straight to them. I find the champions at the edge of a pit full of poison ivy. Dex is on his stomach at the lip, pulling a teeth-gritted day out as the vines try to drag him back down. Meanwhile, Rima, Nev, and Samuel, even with his strength, are writhing on the ground. I run to help them first and help yank Day the rest of the way out. Then I rip open a case of their vodka.
"You're seriously stealing from us?"
Samuel demands on a groan, wide-set eyes accusing in the beam of the flashlight. "Bitch," Nev mutters and tries to push to her knees, maybe to come at me. A vine slithers out of the darkness, reaching for her. I ignore her and twist the top off the bottle, then splash it on Dex's head.
"What the fu—"
The instant the healing effect hits, he bites off the words. Then, "Shit." I shoot him a grim smile as I kneel over a wary Samuel next. "That's right, I'm your savior today." It takes almost half their bottles to get them to a point where they can function, especially because vines keep coming at us, leaving behind more blisters to treat. But at least none of them passes out like Micah. "Can you run?" Rima asks her team. Samuel lifts the crate above his head, Superman style. "Go." We take off through the cavern. Not having to drag a pallet helps, but the vines are getting more aggressive. I can hear them in the cave now, rustling and moving, to get to us, like a den of snakes coming at us from the walls and ceiling. We manage not to stop until we stumble over my allies, and I trip over my feet at the sight of Micah, still unconscious on the ground. Some of the welts are healed, but some still look rough. Empty bottles of vodka litter the ground. Tranika looks up at me with pained eyes. "She's not getting better," she says. "We used it all." 53. No choices left. Rima drops to her knees beside Micah, quickly checking her over with sharp professional movements. Right, neurosurgeon. I know it's bad when she whispers to herself, "Merciful goddess." A vine comes out of the darkness for her, and Samuel knocks it back, giving a hiss of pain at the contact. Rima looks from him to me. Micah's not going to make it if she doesn't get help now. God's damn. I think Dex is the one who says it behind me. Nev stomps on another vine. "If we stay here, we're all dead." Micah's breathing is getting noticeably worse. Her body is reacting to the poison, and we're out of options. Samuel could carry her, but we need to move fast, and he can haul the most vodka, which we all need now. Not to win, to survive. Jackie's already flown away, or I'd enlist her help. But even if Zai flew Micah out of here, it wouldn't fix her condition. Not until the rest of us cross the finish line and end the labor. I squeeze my eyes closed. I can't let her die here. Fuck me. I think I'm the only one who can help her. If I use a pearl. Damn, I whisper. I'm predicting another round with Hades when I return to Olympus. Karen warned me not to do this, but I don't hesitate. I can get Micah out of here. Sorry, Hades. How? Tranika asks. You'll see, but... I pause. I'm not sure I can take even one with me. I don't... Amir taps me on the shoulder. Take Micah. We'll get through. I look directly at Dex. They'll need to use your vodka if... Go, he snaps. He's clearly not happy about it, but it means I can leave them with him. I look back to find Zai staring at me, earnest and urgent. Zai, go, he says. I have extras in the top drawer in my room. EpiPens, he means. I nod and slip a pearl out of the zippered pocket in my vest. The daemon's roars blast through the cavern, and I swear the sound alone shakes the ground. They're coming for me. I know they are. I shove the pearl in my mouth and grab Micah. The last thing I see as I swallow the pearl is the enraged faces of the daemons flying at me out of the darkness. Immediately, it's like someone throws a lasso around my waist and drags me through time and space in a wind tunnel that blows so hard I can't open my eyes to see, and so loud I can't hear. I hold on to Micah with a bruising grip, terrified the wind is going to claw her out of my hands. Micah has almost slipped from my hold when the wind abruptly stops whipping around us. I open my eyes to find I'm kneeling in the middle of Zai's room in Hades' Olympus house. Micah's head lolls to the side, her breath rasping in and out, lips turning blue. Shit! I run to the drawer and find the medicine right on top. Having watched Zai do it to me, I'm back to Micah and plunging the end against her leg, then holding and waiting. I watch her chest, her face, for any sign that it's working. Finally, when my panic is at a fever pitch, she takes a long breath. And so do I. Lyra, a voice snarls above me. I jerk my gaze up to find Hades towering overhead, his face a storm of rage. Shock ricochets through me a second time when he drops to one knee by my side. We don't have time. They're coming for you. He yanks me up against his chest, both arms wrapped around me, and we disappear. When we reappear, I find myself standing on the shore of the river Styx, still wrapped in Hades' arms. Before I can absorb that, or the fact that Karen is here too, Hades lets go and frames my face with his hands, leaning down so we're eye to eye. It's not going to take the daemons long to track us. The way he's talking is not like the Hades I know at all. He's worried. I mean, scared for me kind of worried. I can see it in the tension around his eyes and feel it in the touch of his hands. Even his speech is clipped and rushed, and I wish I had time to let myself feel what it's like for someone to be scared for me. I swallow hard. Karen warned me. They're coming for me? Because I used the pearl. Hades nods. If he looks like this, is it going to be bad? I ask. Hades searches my eyes almost frantically, then leans down and places his lips to mine in the softest, sweetest kiss that feels like heaven and an apology at once. Maybe even more powerful than our earlier kisses, because it feels like he means it this time. He stills against me, his head coming up. He looks over my head at Karen. I can't see what passes between the friends, but I know a question was silently asked and answered, because Hades nods. Then his gaze is back on mine, eyes black as onyx, and the look in them sends my already thundering heart to a whole new speed. Hades. Anything I would have said gets trapped in my throat as he feathers his thumb over my cheek, then winces. I shouldn't have brought you here, my star. Everything about me goes dead still, even my heart, which was just on overdrive and now has stalled. What does he mean? Brought me to the underworld or the crucible? I'm so lost right now. It feels like he's saying goodbye. Is the daemon's punishment going to be that bad? I can't even make myself ask the question again. I should have found another way, he says. I shouldn't have listened to. He swallows hard. Then determination steals over his features. I'm not going to let them take you. He shoves me toward Karen, who catches me just as the horrendous sounds of 4 daemons rip through the cavern, bouncing over the walls and the ceiling. The daemons appear in mid-air before us, massive black wings sending the waters of the Styx eddying under them, as 4 sets of fury-filled eyes land on me. Lyra Kires, they say in unison. Come with. Hades shoves his hands in front of him, his wrists held together. I offer myself in Lyra's place. What? No! Karen yanks me back when I try to run to Hades.
I broke the rules,
Hades says without looking my way.
Take me.
With battle cries to wake the dead, they fly at him. So fast, so violent. Don't do this, I yell. It's my fault. I reach a hand out like I can get to him, stop them somehow. They take him by the arms. When they jerk him off his feet, flying him away from me, Hades finally looks straight at me again. Please, I say. Beg. Don't.
It's already done.
And then they're gone. 54. Fault. Karen and Cerberus greet me at breakfast, the way they have the last 2 mornings since Dionysus's labor. Zai is sitting at the other end of the table on the terrace, far away from them. Cerberus might scare him more than Hades does. That could also be the allergies speaking. He made it out with the others, barely. They had to use all the rest of the vodka to do it. Diego also used all of his, which made Jackie, with her 2 bottles, the winner. Hades, however, hasn't been home since the daemons took him. Today is no exception. I stare at the chair where he should be seated. The swirling pit in my stomach is a new constant companion. It's more than worry about not being able to get through the crucible alive without him. It's much more. I don't want to feel more, though. Any word yet? I ask as I set my axe, which Amir returned, on the table. Karen is watching me closely, like I'm a grenade that might explode at any second. Some. Not bothering to grab food from the sideboard, I drop heavily into the seat beside him. What? Karen hasn't said, but I'm pretty sure Hades being absent from the underworld for days is causing all sorts of chaos. And yet, he chose to be taken anyway, away from the thing that makes him who he is. So, what have you heard? I ask again.
You should know the daemons already came for him once before this,
Karen says instead of answering. Cerberus nods all 3 heads. What? I sit up. When?
When you used the dragon teeth and the axe, Cerberus says.
Exactly like Hades warned me would happen. Only he didn't say they'd come for him. That sounds more serious.
He convinced them they were relics you already owned and brought with you.
Those are mine, I say. Why didn't you mention this before? Karen leans back in his chair.
He told us not to tell you.
Of course he did. Why are you telling me now, then?
Because he's being a stubborn prick.
I latch on to the important part of that. Being? As in you've seen him? Talked to him? Is he...
He'll be fine,
Karen assures me. My stomach bottoms out. Which means he's not fine now? What did they do to him? Karen exchanges another glance with Cerberus.
He had no choice but to explain about giving the pearls to you with the tiara before the labors officially started, and not telling you what they did,
Sir says. I think he's trying to be gentle, though it's hard to tell in that rusty voice.
They threatened to kill you because he bent the rules.
They threatened. I can feel the blood drain from my face. Karen speaks slowly, as if choosing his words carefully.
He convinced them no rules had been broken, and to give him a lesser punishment in your place.
Holy shit, Zai mutters, then grimaces. Gods, right? I return my attention to Karen and whisper through stiff lips. What punishment? He looks away.
They cut his palms with the dagger of Orion. For mortals, it creates a wound that never heals. For gods, he'll heal, but it will take another day or 2.
I swallow hard. Why didn't he warn me? I'm asking myself more than them.
I warned you,
Karen says, turning harder than he has been with me until now. Not enough, I snap. You said I'd be punished. I was thinking restricted meals or solitary confinement or something. Not this. I look down at my own palms, picturing the slices, and my stomach sours. Would you have not used the pearls if you knew? He shoots right back. I can't hold his gaze because I don't know. Micah probably would have died if I hadn't. Hades should have told me, all of it. Why is he doing this anyway? The real reason. You'll have to ask him, Karen says, holding my gaze. I shake my head. Why is it such a big, almighty secret? The ferryman makes a face. Mostly because the more people who know a secret, the harder it is to keep. But also, partly, to protect you from the backlash. So there is a reason. And partly something else? Karen runs a hand through his hair. He wouldn't admit it, but after Persephone, Hades holds his emotions and reasons and actions even closer. I don't like the way my heart pinches, for Hades' loss, but also because... No, I won't give what I'm feeling a name. Naming it gives it power. He must have loved her very much to be so devastated. He did. Karen tilts his head. But not the way you seem to believe. I frown. What? They weren't lovers. She wasn't his wife. But she was his queen. The histories and acolytes of the temples didn't get that wrong, did they? Not through marriage. He signed a pact with her, giving her power over a portion of his realm. Is this true? Which part? Elysium. And now Hades has to rule it again without her. Karen smiles. Persephone had the softest and sweetest of hearts. Exact opposite of me, then. And she is the reason Hades made sure flowers bloom in the underworld, so she never had to miss the spring when she was there. That sounds like someone he loved to me. Karen and Cerberus both shake their heads. He saw her as a friend, even as a younger sister. My heart contracts, and then seems to expand with this knowledge, giving a hard thump. It shouldn't. I shouldn't care. It makes no difference to me whatsoever. Caring would make me a fool 1,000 times over. My advice is to give your trust to him. One side of his mouth quirks. And a whole lot of patience. Stop asking questions. The fates will take it from there. I already handed over my trust. And patience? Years of working off debt teaches you that shit real quick. But stop asking questions? I drop my gaze to my feet, kicking at the base of the table. Hades' continued absence is starting to scare me, because I think I've begun to lean on him more than I realized. Sure, he's got his challenging points. Arrogant, argumentative, dragged me into this shit show of a competition. But since the very first day of the Crucible, I've never been afraid of him. And there is one thing he absolutely is. Constant. Steady. I can trust steady. It's inconstancy that makes me wary. Excuse me, Lyra? One of the satyrs appears at my side. He's holding a silver tray with 2 letters, one with my name. With a small frown, I pluck the golden gilded envelope from the tray and open it. What is it? Karen asks. It's an invitation to the next labor. I read back over the glittering words, then glance at Zai, who is reading his. For the next labor, apparently, our presence is requested at Apollo's home at a prescribed time. We compete in another labor, tomorrow. And Hades is still being punished, in my place. Shit. I look up at Karen, trying not to panic. Is he even allowed to be there? 55. The Twins. Apollo's home in Olympus is sort of perfect. I was expecting all golds and suns, with music and philosophy references thrown in, which is true of the outside. But inside is like walking into an Italian villa, or the closest that I've come to one, which is pictures on the internet and California's version of that style. I'm having a hard time taking it in, though. Not because I'm about to enter yet another labor, which should be the only thing on my mind, possibly dying, but because Hades wasn't at breakfast again this morning. And I don't like how tight my chest still feels. Bright white walls with the occasional elaborately painted mural of pastoral scenes are set off by tile floors with intricate geometric designs. Following the satyr escorting me, I spot a common room that is all things elegant comfort, with deep couches, throw pillows, blankets, books, and a massive fireplace that could warm an entire city. But that's not where the satyr takes me. After waiting in the hall until the exact time on my invitation, she leads me into a chamber that reminds me of historical TV shows that depict ancient communal baths or steam rooms. White marble benches along the walls are lined with gods, goddesses, and their champions. I guess my appointed time was last. Figures. Zealous stands to one side like a silent prison guard. I walk right up to him before I can rethink it and mimic his posture, crossing my arms. I want to see Hades. No, not even a flicker of emotion. You know no rules were broken. I'm well aware, he says through gritted teeth. But you punished him anyway? Finally, he looks directly at me. To set an example. I scoff. And somewhere behind me, Zai hisses my name. A warning I don't bother to heed. You should make tighter rules if you don't want the gods finding loopholes, I point out. That's not his fault. It's yours. I don't give Zealous a chance to respond, plopping my backside down on the only empty spot on the nearest bench, next to Zai and Hermes. I don't nod at Trinika and Amir. They aren't official allies. The last labor was about safety in numbers, and I won't make things worse for them with Dex and his group. I hope they know that. Sometimes, Hermes murmurs, bravery isn't actually bravery. It's just foolishness wrapped up in a pretty package. Sometimes, I say, the gods are just ass. Zai claps a hand over my mouth, muffling what I was going to say. A door opens, and Apollo appears. Zai sighs in relief and drops his hand. The god makes the room feel like his home, radiating warmth and light. Apollo is darker than his twin sister, with rich black skin. He has an almost tangible glow that makes me want to bask in him a little bit. But it's his eyes that fascinate me most, pure gold, as if while driving his sun chariot through the skies, he's captured some of its rays within him, and the light is trying to escape. I'm so caught up in him I almost miss the fact that Artemis steps through the doorway behind him. Apollo smiles, and it's impossible not to be drawn to the god. Welcome, champions, to your fourth labor. Apollo's smile widens as he looks to Artemis. She, unlike her brother, is not a smiler. And your fifth labor, she announces. What? Nev is the one to protest, rather loudly. No one said anything about two at once. Ares sits stoically beside her, but judging by the tightening of his features, I think he's not too happy about her outburst. Artemis spears her with a single unimpressed look, and Nev quiets, though she doesn't stop glaring. No one said anything about not having two at once either, the goddess says, in a voice that tells the rest of us that arguing is pointless. And noted. We are twins. We have done everything together since the womb. Day, sitting by Rima on the bench, crooks his ally a smug little smile. I look away quickly so no one notices what I saw, but I can't help but wonder if there's a rift among that group of allies. Apollo waves at the door they came through.
In order to make it to Artemis's labor, you must first complete mine.
2 in one shot? Sure, why the fuck not? I'm way past fear or silver linings, and have hit the fuck them all phase of the crucible, I guess.
For my labor, Apollo continues, you will each individually have 2 minutes at a time in the room behind me. Your goal is to find the trigger that will open a door. It might be physical, and it might not. If you don't find the answer in your allotted 2 minutes...
Let me guess, Nev grumbles. We die, eh?
Do you wish to die right now?
Ares asks her in a low aside that sends rigid tension crawling up my own spine, and he's not even talking to me. Nev closes her mouth and shakes her head, red curls bouncing. Apollo smiles.
No, you will return to this room. You will each take your turns in an order I specify, and you may try as many times as you need until you figure it out.
Which means those who answer faster will get a head start on Artemis's labor.
You may discuss what you find in the room with any of the champions you like, but not with your god or goddess, Apollo says. They will be taken elsewhere when this begins.
What if we never figure it out? Zai asks.
Then you will die.
The answer is given in the same tone Apollo might use to announce that a sumptuous meal had just been served. As if this is a pleasant end. After getting to know Hades, I'm starting to agree with him. I blow out a frustrated breath through my nose, and it takes my total concentration to keep all my body parts still. Yet another labor that is geared to unlevel the damn playing field. No wonder Hades finds loopholes.
How do we win this labor?
Rima asks, her delicate surgeon's hands clasped in her lap. Apollo gives his champion a nod, like he appreciates that at least one person is playing to win.
If or when you find the answer, and no, it is not a riddle, you will be given something, and a door will open to let you start Artemis's labor. The first person to do so is the winner of my labor. You will receive your prize at the end of both.
He steps back so his sister can describe hers. That's it? That's all there is to his? Find the answer and open a door?
For your 5th labor, Artemis says, as my brother explained, you will be given something when the door is opened. That something is 4 flags that you will wear on your body. 1 for strength, 1 for mind, 1 for heart, and 1 for courage.
Her eyes linger on me. I'm getting really tired of being the only champion with a different thing. Artemis pulls her gaze away from mine.
These flags will appear clipped to your person where you think they would. On your arm for strength, over your heart for heart, on a headband for mind, and to your spine for courage. Your job will be to not lose your flags as you run an obstacle course.
Obstacle course? I deflate like a punctured balloon. I suck at those.
Do we try to take one another's flags?
Dex, of course, asks that. Artemis shakes her head.
There will be creatures waiting in each of the obstacles. They will try to take your flags. If they manage to remove one, you'll know. If they take your mind, you will experience confusion. If they take your strength, pain. Heart, exhaustion. And courage, fear.
Always with the twists. You have to give the deities points for creativity and their flair for bloodlust.
If you lose all 4 flags, there is no possibility you'll make it through any of the remaining obstacles, she says. You'll be too overwhelmed. If you do make it through, at the finish line you must find and touch your patron god or goddess, who will be waiting there for you, and give them your remaining flags, if you have any left to offer. The champion to finish with the most flags wins. All champions must cross the finish line within an hour of the first. Those who don't make it by then, we let the monster at the end have you.
So, extra ways to die today. Awesome. I was just thinking I hadn't felt challenged by the last labor. I mutter under my breath. And maybe, just maybe, Hephaestus has to cover a laugh while Dionysus shoots me a hurt pout. Apollo and Artemis take each other's hands. The labors start. Wait, I say. Artemis's face screws up with irritation, but Apollo merely lifts his brows at me. Hades is still gone. I shoot a bitter look at Zealous. Who am I finding at the end? Your patron should have thought about that before exploiting the loopholes, Artemis says. Then, in unison, the twins say, The labors start now. And in the next instant, the gods and goddesses disappear. The door swings open, and a gold and silver satyr stands there with a scroll in her hands. I can't see much beyond her, only a room with more white marble and a lot of light, but otherwise it appears empty. First up, the satyr says, Xi Eridem. 56. Apollo's labor. Xi doesn't move right away. Instead, he looks at Rima. We all do. She is Apollo's champion. Why isn't the god of the sun sending her first to give her a head start on the rest of us? Rima looks back at us owlishly, and I can't tell if she's surprised or not. Either way, she doesn't look upset. Xi takes a deep breath, then looks to Micah and me, giving us both nods before he walks into the room and the door closes behind him. 2 minutes later, he walks back out. Not a good sign. Nev Bouchard, the satyr calls. Xi, meanwhile, huddles with Micah and me in a corner. There is a harp in there, he says, not doing anything, just sitting. It's a bit grotesque, actually. Grotesque? Micah asks. Xi nods. I didn't want to get too close. Okay. But otherwise, nothing else. I felt every part of the western and southern walls I could reach to try to find a hidden lever or button, or even a door, but I ran out of time. The door opens, and Nev comes out fuming and heads straight for Dex, Day, and Rima, not Samuel. I narrow my eyes on Dex, who is listening intently to Nev. Micah Bessa, the satyr calls. Xi and I wait. 2 minutes later, Micah returns too. Trinika is next. Micah hurries over to us. I felt the other 2 voles. Nothing. I guess I'll check the floor. They both nod. Xi, is there anything in your book? He shakes his head. I already tried. Micah leans closer and lowers her voice. I have the mirror of Ariadne, my other gift from Dionysus. It's supposed to reveal the way to go. Maybe it can show me the way out. She pauses, forehead wrinkling. I should have used it on my first try. Sorry, I was just thinking about covering what Xi hadn't. I'm tempted to pat her hand just for sharing that with us. She didn't have to. The harp has to be in there for a reason. I glance around. Something to do with music, maybe? I'll try playing the harp on the next round, Xi says. And then we wait. You wouldn't think 2 minutes each would feel so long, but it does. When Dex comes out from his shot at it, face pinched with irritation, I can't help myself. Looks like that forewarning gift isn't as helpful as you'd think. Dex startles. Behind him, Nev's lips pinch. You didn't tell your allies, but you told her? She flings an accusing finger in my direction. Dex's face drops into a deep glower. How the fuck did you know about that? He asks me. I don't bother to hide my grin. I didn't, not for sure, but now I do. He starts toward me, hands fisting. Touch her and reckon with me, Samuel says. He doesn't move, doesn't raise his voice, but Dex stops dead in his tracks. I was right. They lost him as an ally in the last labor. I don't know what swung it, but I'm glad to not have him as an enemy. I give Samuel a nod. He may have been with Dex and the others at the beginning of the last challenge, but we're square now. After a moment of visibly wrestling with his anger, Dex stomps away to his allies. We resume the rotation of champions through the labor. I, of course, am dead last. Apollo could have at least slotted me in the middle to mix it up a bit. The first thing I do when I get in the room is roll up my sleeve and awaken Hades' tattoos. I send the fox sniffing around the room and the tarantula climbing the walls, looking for any possible way out, while I feel the floors. My 2 minutes are up fast, and, tattoos back in place, I come out with nothing. Zai is up next with the harp. Not more than 10 seconds in, there's a loud yelp, and all of us jerk our gazes to the door. Disappointment rolls through me when he comes back out. The others, though, all smile quietly to themselves. We huddle back up. "That damn harp bit me," he whispers. Hunching over so the others can't see, he shows us his hand, which has teeth marks across the back and palm. Human teeth marks. "Bit you with what?" I ask. "That thing is..." He makes a face. "It's made up of human parts, a breastbone, and I think the strings are hair. When I plucked one, the crown grew teeth and lunged for me. I think it was going for my throat." He was right earlier. Grotesque. It's Micah's turn again, but her mirror shows her nothing. As each of the others goes with no success, and then all of us go a third round, the waiting room grows more and more quietly desperate. They wouldn't kill all of us if none find the answer, right? Even Zai isn't coming up with any more ideas to try. His book of answers either. At least we're not the only ones getting frustrated. I think Dex might pop a vein any second. "Lyra Kires," the satyr calls. Round number 4 for me. I step into the room, and this time, rather than looking, I close my eyes and try to make my heart stop hopping around so I can concentrate. At first, I don't even notice I'm doing it, but about the time I realize I'm humming, there's a small snick of sound, and then I feel bands wrapping around my head, chest, and arm. My eyes blink open to find a thick marble door swung wide, exposing the entrance to what appears to be a cave. Another cave, much smaller than in the Delinas. I'm now wearing bands that secure my 4 flags to my body. My jaw drops. Music. The harp doesn't want to be played. It wants to hear music. I did it. The words fall in a whisper from my lips. Elation slams into me like I just stole the best score ever, and I have to swallow back a crow of delight. I won. I mean, not on purpose or anything. This was just a happy accident, but I don't usually have happy accidents. Oh my gods, I won! I fucking won a labor. Hades is going to be over the damned moon, or his version of it at least. 4 labors in and I'm not dead, and I'm tied for victory with Diego, Zai, and Jackie. For the first time since Hades named me his champion, I feel a rush of confidence that I can survive this. Maybe even lose my curse. And be loved. Happiness blazes through my veins and has me bouncing on my toes with the energy of it fizzing warmly through me. It's probably a good thing Hades is not here, because I'm pretty sure I'd throw myself into his arms. I peek through the door, not wanting the watching world of the gods to see what I'm feeling in this moment. After a deep breath, I step into the dark and creepy cave. 57. Sorry, not sorry. After only 1 step into the cave, I falter. Zai and Micah are still out there. So are the others. I have to make a decision. The thing is, if any of them don't figure it out, they die. If that wasn't on the table, I'd tell Zai and Micah and leave the others to figure it out for themselves. My arms flop to my sides as I close my eyes and release a frustrated groan. But I can't not. Opening my eyes, I look up, knowing that however they do it, all of Olympus is watching me go through this. "I'm sorry, Hades," I say, loud and clear. There will be many hells to pay whenever he gets out of God jail, or wherever they're holding him, if he's talking to me at all. I'm actually looking forward to arguing with him about anything again. Focus, Lyra. I step back from the marble door leading into the cavern and close it. And maybe 30 seconds later, the satyr opens the door to the waiting room. The moment the others clock that I'm wearing my flags, they all jump to their feet in a jumble of exclamations, and more than a few curses. I raise a hand to shut them up. Each and every one of you has to swear, on your lives, that if I give you the answer, you will not harm or hinder any other champion in completing either of today's labors. Trading information for safety worked for the last labor, right? Then I hesitate. Consequences have a different meaning to me now. I glance at Zealous. Is that against the rules? No. Good. I face the champions. A litany of expressions stare back at me. Shock, dubiousness, anger. But the proof that I know the answer is on my body in the form of 4 flags. Promise me, or I'll only tell my allies, and the rest of you can risk ending up in the underworld. What are you doing? Zai mouths. I'm sorry, I mouth back at him and Micah. Micah at least shoots me a thumbs up. See, she gets it. Nev stares at me like I'm a bug she'd like to squish under her shoe. "Why the hells would you tell us the answer, hoser?" she says, her Canadian accent even thicker than usual. "You could have just told your allies and let the rest of us fail." Which leaves us all in no doubt that that's what she would have done. Let's just say I'm not a fan of death as a punishment. I hope the gods and goddesses are all listening. Take note, I'm telling them silently. I'll ruin your fun by doing this every damned time. Then I look at one person, and one person only. Dex. Staring back at me with his dark brown eyes narrowed, he works his jaw for several seconds before, lips tight, he gives a jerking nod. "I swear it." After a surprised pause, the others follow suit. Each and every one of them. There, at least I got something out of it that should help me and my team. Dex and his allies won't be coming after us today. Music, I tell them. Make music, hum or sing. Don't try to play the harp, though. She bites. Do it until the door opens. I look at Zai and Micah. I'll wait for you at the start of the next labor. I won't have to wait long. Zai is right after me in the order we go, and Micah shortly after him. I turn to go back through, but the satyr steps in front of me. "I'm sorry, Lyra, but the rules are clear. If you come back out, you have to wait your turn." "Ha!" Nev crows. "Serves you right." "Shut the fuck up, Nev," Day snaps. "She just saved your damn life." A blush models up the sides of her face, and Nev opens and closes her mouth a couple of times. "She's not really like this." Day looks at the rest of us. "At least, I don't think so. Ares' gift was a competitive spirit, and it seems to have made her—" He waves a hand at her. "This." Dex smacks him on the back of the head. "Don't tell them shit." Day's jaw sets at a stubborn angle. "It's not going to help them, but at least they won't hate her for it." "Zai Aradem," the satyr calls. Zai stops in front of me before going in. "Micah and I will wait for you." I shake my head. "I'm last. All of the champions are between us. With your winged sandals, you've got a shot of getting through the obstacles. You should try to win." Someone, Dex maybe, gives a derisive snort. I ignore him. "Don't wait for me. Help each other. And if I can catch up, I will." Zai looks behind him to Micah.